We're going to get started in a few minutes. I'm waiting for my brother Ali to come on. One of the things that we're attempting to do today is address the people who are going against the name Freedman, right? It makes no sense at this point. But me being in the conscious community for, I made my online appearance, I guess, around 2006, 2007. I want to say 2006. I've come across a lot of different characters and characteristics of certain types of individuals over this time frame. So believe it or not, judging by my interactions with people on social media, I'm able to kind of predict their behaviors in the same way I would if I know them in person or met them in person and was able to observe them for any amount of time. And that's a lot of what we have going on right now with certain individuals, right? I had Clout Chaser in the title. And one brother said that he was one of the brothers that was attacking the term Freedman because, for Negro. He felt that Freedman, we shouldn't use Freedman. We should use this identifier, Negro. And, I've told this particular story in the space before. I was in one space with the one guy, what's his name, Irie or something like that. And he was attacking the term Freedman, the sisters on the stage. I was just reading from the actual documentation and the historical facts. I was being called a liar. So I asked the brother, how did we get the name Negro? how do we get that name? And the brother said that Africa used to be called the Negro land, and we brought that over here with us, which is why you get Negro spirituals and the Negro leagues. It's just blatant false misinformation. Blatant false misinformation. And, we want to address this thing today. We want to address this attack on Freedmen. You got one brother that pushes the black homeland, what's his name? Gray King something. His name was Blabbar.com. He got mad at us because we wouldn't accept his Wakandan fantastical version of the Black South strategy. We tried to have open dialogues with the brother. Everybody tries to paint us as the bad guy, right? It's just like, yeah, these brothers just be attacking people. That's not the case. It's not the case. We try to have a constructive dialogue with folks first. And they're the ones that always make the dialogue go left. And then they turn around and say, it's you, just corny, narcissistic stuff. Like I said, I've been doing this for a long time. And so the brother, Blabbar.com, Gray King, whatever his name is, that is pushing their version of the Black South strategy, Appalachia. I think they want to use the term Appalachian Negroes or some nonsense like that. I'm like, do what you do. But you can't be mad at us because we don't accept that. Like, we're not coming up with contrivances based on our imagination. We are pulling up historical record after historical record after historical record. Yvette Carnell attacked the Freedman status as well, trying to push her hashtag cult. They had their conference some months back, and people started putting out clips and tweets talking about the real Freedman spoke. The real Freedman got up and spoke. I'm like, what's going on here? Like this, we're not doing this to be in competition with people. It's not why this term was resurrected. We came to the realization that this is our political status. It doesn't matter if you call yourself Negro, Black, hell, Moor, Hebrew, Israel. That none of that matters. None of it. What is the political status of our people, and why, since we've uncovered it, have there been attacks on the freedmen, right? On that name. And it's because people operate and function in cliques and groups. And so they want us to be the freedmen. Like, those are the freedmen right there. It's like, no. I mean, we have an organization called the United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen, but anybody who is a descendant of emancipated persons in this country are freedmen. This ain't no ADOS stuff where we tell you that you're a freedman only if you're down with us. We've never said that. We've never insinuated that. We've just never done any of that. We've maintained our position. Do we gatekeep? Yeah, we, of course. Don't try to take what was done for our ancestors and the things that our ancestors were doing and then try to make it into something else. That's when we step up and be like, no. Like, why would you try to take something that is clearly defined and established and move it somewhere else? No. Yeah, we feel in those instances that we do have to gatekeep. So there's no need for any other nonsense. The records are clear. Y'all don't see us making up stuff. Y'all see us posting screenshots of information, actual scholarship. That's what we do. That's what we're known for over here at BTP, period. So, we want to address these people and the claims. Oh, the last guy, the talent, what's his name? Talent overhype guy. I mean, I invited him to the space. The brother went and just cursed me out on a thread. I guess he wanted me to have a cursing out back and forth with him. Like, nah, we don't got to do that. If you see me in person, you wouldn't be talking like that. I guarantee it. I absolutely guarantee it. So there's no need to do all of that type of wrangling and tongue wrestling online with each other, calling each other out our names. Come into space and show and prove. That's all you got to do. Just come show, because that's what we at BTP, that's what we do. I had to block the Sisterella the other day. Another person that's just been hating on what we've been doing over here at BTP. And I just instead of going back and forth with these people, I just start blocking them. It's like, we're trying to do work. We are actually getting things done. We're getting things done. And you have these guys that are attacking the term freedman, and these people are okay with that because they want us to be owners of freedmen, so they could have something to attack just because they may not like us or like some of us. It's just lame. We're trying to do politics, family. There's no room for none of this street. I can't stand this word, but I gotta say it, this street nigga shit. There's just no room for that in here. There's no room for it. And that's what people want. They want this thing to descend into some BS. So they can say, yeah, them BTP dudes, they bad guys. Come on, y'all. Everybody, let's come over here and just talk about a bunch of whatever it is that we're talking about. And the whole time, all we're trying to do is get work done. I challenge anybody to prove otherwise. Hit that request button and jump up on the stage and show and prove. That's all. Hit the request button, jump up on the stage and show and prove. That's it. Brother Ali, you got something to share?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
All right, because my headphones are not connected for some reason. I'm going to try to get it to connect later. But yeah, I really don't want to talk about people, so to speak. I just really wanted to address a lot of the stuff that was being said, particularly on that last Twitter thread for the past couple of days. So when we get to that, that's what I want to do. I just want to address the stuff that you said.
No, I feel you. And I wanted to give the room an understanding of why we're doing what we're doing. And sometimes I'll call names and sometimes I won't. Sometimes names just gotta be called. We're just trying to work over here. That's it. It's like every other day we gotta see somebody trying to attack this Friedman status, something that is solidified. There's no need to, if you feel that it's wrong or off, just leave it alone. Do what it is that you're doing. You're not gonna win this debate. It's not. It makes no sense. You're not gonna win the debate. So what I want to do, Brother Ali, I mean, whenever you're ready to address these, the threads, the various threads, I may run through some of this stuff as well. Like I said, the brother is like now making videos, tagging me in the videos, and like, yo, it's this lame cornball stuff, man. Like nobody don't got time for that. Like I'm not gonna just get into a back and forth with you on Twitter where we cursing. I don't do that. I just don't do that. Can you show and prove? Yes or no? The brother made a video, tagged me, and said, "Yeah, I'm rocking with the Negro land, and this is the Negro land flag. It was the RBG flag, that the American RBG flag. Like, what is?" This stuff is nonsensical. And every once in a blue, we have to come out and address this stuff because it makes absolutely no sense at all, man. But it is what it is. Sometimes you got to address it. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up. I just walked in the door. My bad. I'm trying to get to his initial tweet, the guy that you're talking about. And so we can just I want to read it so that we know what we're talking about and why we're uh, making
All right,
points.
well, while you're doing that, this is what I'm going to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to pull up the legal definition of status, right, from out of Black's Law's Dictionary, 5th edition. And then after that, and I want the people to keep that in mind, right, as Brother Ali runs through. Yeah, mute out real quick, bro. I got a lot of feedback. Yeah, I want to read the legal definition, and I want you all to keep this in mind as we're running through, as Ali is running, because he's going to be the main one going in right now. I may jump in as as needed, but this stuff is just crazy. But I want people to understand what do we mean by political status? Like, what is status? What is that? People don't really, I don't think, have an understanding of what status is, particularly the legal definition of it. So I'm trying to find it in my Black's Law is right here. I'm looking right past it. So status, standing. It's the first word of the definition, and then there's a semicolon. Standing. What is your standing in this place, in the United States of America? Where do you stand? How are you viewed socially? Next, it says state or condition. Right, we're dealing with the American freedmen, those of us today who descend from emancipated persons. What state are we in? What condition are we in as a people? That goes with standing. Next, it says social position. For those of you who are familiar with the racist Chief Justice Taney's dictum in the Dred Scott versus Sanford Supreme Court case, his dictum, his judicial opinion, was not constitutional at all. He didn't interpret the constitutionality of the case at all. He just spoke to the social status of the Negro. Like, this is how people view them, and this is how I'm gonna rule because I view them the same exact way. Social position. Next, it reads, the legal relation of individual to rest of the community. So the United States of America would represent the rest of the community. Here we have white folks. If you break white people down into German Americans, Italian Americans, etc., y'all hear us break this down all the time. African Americans, as we're called in this country, are the second largest ethnic group in this country after the Germans, after German Americans. I put a screenshot up on my page a couple days ago on my Twitter wall, and you all could just look it up. Ethnic groups in the United States of America. A whole wiki page is going to pop up with the numbers, right? Racially, this fictitious construct, we're all black people. And as black people, well, we're only 14% of the population. I'm not going to get into that right now, but I just want to run through these definitions because I want to set the stage for the understanding of why this Friedman identity, Friedman status is so important. It says the rights, duties, capacities, and incapacities which determine a person to a given class. Well, felons, for instance, in the United States of America, they are a given specific class in the United States of America. Notice it said incapacities. And I touched on this before, but I'm touching on it again. What are the incapacities of most felons matter of fact, let's go with parolees, people that's out on parole. Most of them can't vote in certain states. They cannot hang out past a certain hour. These are stipulations that are determined by the state's laws or the judge that places it on that individual because that individual's capacities as a citizen are limited because of his or her state as a parolee. Like, this is simple, family. This is simple, but we're gonna go through it. Next, a legal personal relationship, not temporary in its nature, nor terminable at the mere will of the parties. Now, this is, to me, when we're talking about the American freedman status, this is the part that stands out to me. A legal personal relationship. What is our legal, as a group, personal relationship with this country? We were enslaved. That was a status. We had the status of slaves. Everywhere there was a state in this country, at least 5 states abolished the institution of slavery before 1865, the 13th Amendment, or before Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. In New York, for instance, we bring up New York all the time, abolished slavery in 1827. Large plantations were in what's known as Brooklyn, New York today. Very large plantations. Manhattan brought slaves through its ports, in its harbors. You know, a lot of people don't know that, but you know, for those that do, I just want to reiterate that as we go through this. And so those people who were freed, they became freedmen. They became New York freedmen or Massachusetts freedmen or any northern state that had freed slaves before it was federal law. Then we get the Emancipation Proclamation, and we get the 13th Amendment of the Constitution for these United States of America, and abolition becomes the supreme law of the land. And those 4 million slaves, you want to call them black, you want to call them Negro, African, Ethiopian, it doesn't matter. They were Americans, were released from bondage by this constitutional provision. So that is our legal personal relationship, that we got this new status. Freedmen, from the old status, slave. It says not temporary in its nature, nor terminable at the mere will of the parties. Now, y'all hear us,
Powerful.
right? Y'all hear us all the time speak about how this status is transferable. But because it wasn't a term that was used by us over the past several generations, and we always break down why, and I can get into that in a few. I'm trying to hurry up so my brother Ali could go in. But in one guy, the gray king dude with the Wakandan Black South strategy that we don't rock with over here. We don't rock, but we stay out those people's way. We don't get on the threads and try to go at them and what they're trying to do. We invited them into a space, Brother Logic and I, so that we could have a discussion on their particular Black South strategy and ours. See where they differ. See where they align and how can we work together. The brothers declined that conversation. Now they want to call themselves descendants of contraband and go at the term freedmen. And in doing so, they gave us something that happens often when people are trying to, debunk what you stand on. You go back and you read it for yourself and you see, wait, hold up. This actually, this actually helps us. This doesn't hurt us. I don't know if this guy has proper reading comprehension skills, but
No.
thank you. No. Another jewel to add into our treasure chest, where the courts had ruled in one of the 1883, I think it was a civil rights case from 1883. I'm not sure if it was one of the 5 civil rights cases that was lumped into one case that the Supreme Court heard in 1883. I believe it was. But it said that this term freedman was generally applied to, matter of fact, let me read it so that we don't
Yeah.
have no, let me read it. It says that this is from that court case. It says the term quote unquote freedman was one generally applied to the lately emancipated slaves and their descendants. This is the judicial laws speaking here. The judicial branch of government speaking here, which has equal power with the legislative branch and the executive branch in this government. Today,
That's
you
right.
find terms like Cherokee freedmen, Chickasaw freedmen, Choctaw freedmen, Seminole freedmen, Muskogee freedmen. Why? Because this status is not, as the definition says, temporary, nor is it terminable. Meaning you can't just terminate it at the will of the parties. It just doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. So I wanted to set the stage with that, Brother Ali. If you found the tweet.
Yeah, I found the initial tweet. It's like a whole
Mhm.
thread. Anybody who was
Yeah, it's a
following it
bunch of
knows that
BS.
this, yeah, it was like a whole gang of screenshots and links and all of that that this guy was posting. But here's the initial tweet. It reads Friedman thread, right? Like it's an alert, like everybody come check this out. Then he says, there's nothing confusing here. Cherokee Treaty of 1866, enslaved Black Americans were still considered freedmen by the United States / Roman law. Roman law. Then he goes on and he says the United States negotiated for full citizenship of freedmen to become full citizens, no longer freedmen. Exclamation. Puts a screenshot up that says after the war, the United States forced the Cherokee Nation to sign the Treaty of 1866, which they did. The tribe's 1839 Constitution, affirming previous laws, has stated that Cherokee citizens must be descended from Cherokees, not their Black slaves. But in this peace treaty, Cherokees agreed to make their former slaves full tribal citizens. So, problem number one, I had to explain to him that this was completely irrelevant to us because you have in this country 2 groups of freedmen. You have what we know as Indian freedmen. Then you have what is known as American freedmen. We've explained this a number of times, right? And people see us using the terminology American freedmen, American freedmen. I first saw the term American freedmen in some literature from the 1800s. It's not a term that we made up, right? We just adopted the term. It's an old term that really applied to those emancipated persons who were freed by the 13th Amendment nationally in this country. That's what the term American freedman um, is relating to, is referring to, is referring to these people. However, what he's posting immediately out the gate is stuff about the Cherokee Treaty of 1866. Mind you, our freedmen nationally begins in 1865. Okay, 1865. Some people say the Emancipation Proclamation, but that wasn't a law. That was an executive action that had the force of law. The actual law, the supreme law of the land, is the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution. That comes in 1865. And that was a national thing that covers the entire nation, not just certain states. So immediately he's posting stuff about the Cherokee Treaty of 1866 and the United States negotiating for full citizenship. And so like I said, I had to explain to him, listen, that has nothing to do with us. Those are Cherokee freedmen, AKA Indian freedmen. Our people are American freedmen. We were enslaved under two different jurisdictions, two different political bodies. The Cherokee Nation is its own political entity. Even though it became a dependent nation at a certain point, it's still its own entity and was treated by the United States as such. Same thing with the Creek, the Seminole, the Choctaw, and the Chickasaw. So those people are their own distinct set of freedmen and women. American freedmen is something completely different. So that was the first mistake. He's confusing all of the freedmen and pretending as if all of these people are the same and as if all of our uh, political and legal circumstances are the same. And that's just not the case. We weren't freed by way of treaty. Our people were freed by way of an actual physical war and the 13th Amendment. Then he goes on with a bunch of other things where he talks extensively about the Treaty of the Cherokees. He goes into the Justinian Code, right? Now, mind you, this is some like he's going into ancient Byzantine and ancient Rome and all of these things like that. And I'm like, you know something, man, you're talking about stuff that really is not germane to American jurisprudence, right? It's not germane to our plight in this country. Oh, well, the thing about it is Roman law informs American jurisprudence. Okay, fine. So does British law. So does the common law of England. But the fact of the matter is the laws of the United States are their own independent, separate body of law. It's not the Justinian Code. There's not any of the codes of any ancient Roman Empire or anything like that. 13th Amendment is pretty clear. So what it really all comes down to is this. I'm going to just explain what his argument is in brief. His argument is that we are not freemen, and Naheem actually touched on this already when he went into the definition of status. We're not freemen because we in 2022 are not those people who were emancipated in 1865 by the 13th Amendment. So because we're not those particular people, we are no longer freedmen. We are instead United States citizens. That blew me. I'm like, wait a minute. Did he just cross citizenship up with the fact of one's emancipation status? How does citizenship negate or cancel out the historical actual fact that there were a group of people who were emancipated in this country from slavery into being freed men and women? How does citizenship take that away? It doesn't. It doesn't. There's no such thing. So he's making stuff up. He's making up stuff. And I hope this guy is in the room. I hope he's listening. This is what was happening. He's making stuff up, right? And this is what tends to happen with people when they really don't have um, any standing or any leg to stand on. They start improvising and making things up. There's an old saying that we learned in a certain school of thought, says people, some people are truth and falsehood strangely mixed. And what you wind up having with a lot of these people is they'll post a lot of things that are true, and then they'll mix in their ideology with it, which is the falsehood, because they don't really understand what they're doing. And a lot of them are really in truth dealing with confirmation bias. So they're finding things that they believe confirm the positions that they're taking when in actuality it doesn't. And like Naheem said, he actually pulled up something and posted at least two things from one case that supports exactly what we were saying. And this is another problem. People are using things that they don't even read. And if they read it, they don't understand what they're reading, or they're being disingenuous about it, and in the hopes that other people are too ignorant to actually understand what these things are about, or that you're too lazy to actually go ahead and read the stuff that they're posting, which is what I do. I've been practicing that for years, from dealing with a lot of pseudologists over the past 15 years. They'll post things, particularly court cases, because they know a lot of people assume that Black folks don't like to read, number one, and number two, particularly, they don't like reading court cases, or they don't like reading legislation, things of that nature. But I'm different. So when you post a court case, I immediately start digging into it. What court is it? Number one, right? Because every court doesn't have authority over United States law. You gotta understand that. Some courts are regional, right? Most courts are regional. Obviously, the Supreme Court is the final arbiter in this country. So they'll post sometimes Supreme Court cases, but there'll be state Supreme Court cases, and they'll do that in the hopes that you don't recognize the difference between a state Supreme Court case and a United States Supreme Court case. However, this particular court case, which was in fact a Supreme Court case from the state of Connecticut, actually supported our position in recognition of the general application of the term freedmen to not only those people who were emancipated, but also their descendants. Once he posted that, that was basically the end of the dialogue. So we'll see, you already proven our point. And it goes to support the point that Naheem was reading when he was reading reading the definition of status, that it's not something that is terminable at the mere will of an individual. If the slave status, understand something, I want people to think about this, because people are always questioning us. How is this freedman status inheritable? How? Well, you accept, generally, Black people accept that the slave status was something that was inherited. But the status of a freed man and a freed woman is not something that's inherited. Some kind of way, there's some kind of blockage in the comprehension ability of certain people. So what I would love to ask this brother, right? Because using his logic, you're not the emancipated people in 2022. So therefore, you're not freedmen and women. Well, I am also not the original person who was called Black by Europeans. Yet you think that I'm a Black person. So how did I or you and the rest of
Or
us
or or Negro. Or Negro. Don't forget Negro.
Negro, we're not the original Negroes or the original Black people, right? We're descendants. This is this argument. We're only descendants of freedmen and women. We're not the actual freedmen and women. So we're not the actual original Black people, the original Negroes. We're not the original Indians. We're not the original Americans. We're only descendants of Americans. We're descendants of Black people, and we are the descendants of Negroes. We're not really Negroes and Blacks. We're not really Indians. My last name is Harrison. But hey, I'm not the first person who was called Harrison. right? So I'm not really a Harrison. I'm really a descendant of somebody named Harrison. This is the logic that these people are using. So if you want to apply some kind of ill logic like that without fully thinking it through, that kind of thing or that kind of game, if you want to play that, can be played with a lot of different things. We can do that with a whole bunch of stuff. How did you become a black person? Because see, you wasn't the original black person. Is blackness transferable? How is blackness transferable? Through DNA? Is it a birthright? That's something that you got through birth? Blackness? Your mother gave it to you or your father gave it to you? Who gave you blackness? Who gave you Negro-ness or Indianness or whatever it is you claim to be? Where does it come from? Your last name, like I said, your family last name. How did you get that? Says who? Says who? You're not really the things that you're claiming to be because you're just a descendant of those things. The original things are long gone. It's foolishness. It's foolishness. And the point that I want to really get to with the status piece is like this. You guys hear us all the time talk about the legal and the political fact of the freedman status. This is a fact. It's not something we made up. It's not something we made up. What makes it legal? The 13th Amendment is what makes it legal. That is the supreme law of the land that created that status nationally. The 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution makes freedmen a legal standing in society. That's a fact. Can't nobody change that. But at the same time, like the brother was reading, one of the synonyms for the term status is the word standing or social standing. Another one is the term reputation. Look it up. Look it up. A synonym for the word status is reputation. Social standing and reputation. So freedmen is not only just just legal and political, but it is also social. Because in this society, your reputation is that of a group of people who were formerly slaves and are now free. That ain't ever going to change as long as the history of this country is taught, as long as people know the history of slavery in this country, your status or social standing or reputation in this country is always going to be that of a group of people who were emancipated at a certain point in time. That's your condition. That's who you are. It ain't going nowhere. So freedmen is your social standing in society. It is also your reputation. And like we always say, like that old saying goes, your reputation preceded you. It was there before you was even born. It's really that simple. So when he pulls up the court case from 1883, the Connecticut Supreme Court case, the judge says the same thing that we're saying, that this term freedman was generally applied to not only the people who were emancipated by the 13th Amendment, but their descendants as well. It embraces both. We've been trying to tell people that for the longest, simply based on the understanding of status and the fact that status is something that is not merely terminable at the will of the individual. But it's hard for people to understand that. And here's the key. Two important things I said to the brother. So we worked with our family in California. Shout out to the family in California because they are trailblazers. One love to them. They are trailblazers. I don't care what anybody has to say. They're trailblazers in this space because we're all in uncharted territory. Ain't none of us ever got reparations for nobody before in life. Ain't nobody ever did this before. This is all uncharted territory for all of us. So ain't no know-it-alls nowhere. None of us knows it all. We all trying to figure it out based on the information that's been provided to us over the years. A lot of great information, a lot of powerful information. All the information we need to make it happen is there. So we're using that, but we're trying to figure it out. And those people in California, the task force, the sister Camilla Moore, Chris Larson, Chad, Friday, Tiffany, all of them, These are trailblazers. These are trailblazers, and I love them. And they asked us to assist them on something. They asked us to assist them with the language of this particular piece of disaggregation legislation, and we jumped in. You know, we were honored to do it. We were honored to do it. And what we did was help them to get passed in that state legislation that would be used for the purpose of disaggregation. We just have to duplicate that everywhere else, and particularly the federal level, Office of Management and Budget in particular. We have to duplicate that. That's what has to happen. Like, we're trying to do real stuff. This is important. Why is this aggregation important? Well, the guy asked on the thread, one of the guys asked on the Twitter thread, have you all consulted with a constitutional law professor about what it is that you're advocating? And to me, when I see, because I've been involved in conversations long enough, legal conversations long enough to know that when people start talking about, have you consulted with a constitutional law professor, they're basically tapping out. They're tapping out because they don't run out of arguments. Now it's an appeal to authority. That's another fallacious position. Like I said, again, we're in uncharted territory. I don't give a damn what no constitutional law professor has to say about every single thing. You know why? Because none of them has ever gotten reparations for Black people before. That's why there's such a thing in this country as precedent. If there was no such a thing, there would be no room. There would be no room to make new maneuvers. There would be no room to be able to construe things in different ways. There's such a thing as precedent. There's such a thing as discretion. Let's keep it 100. Europeans are trying to get us to think inside of certain boxes. And I get that because they are anti-reparationists by nature. They don't really want to do what it is that we're looking to do. So they're going to come up with different things to try to box you in. They're going to put you in a racial classification, abuse you based on the fact that you are placed by them within a certain racial classification. And then when you complain about it, they want to tell you that you can't use that. It's called European psychology. Well, this is what we called it. European psychology, or Elijah Muhammad called it tricknology. But the fact of the matter is that's what we're dealing with. And so when he asked the question, have you all consulted with a constitutional law professor? The answer actually is yes, not us directly, but our family out in California has. He actually, if I'm not mistaken, Brother Naheem, he actually gave expert testimony to the task force as they were working on whether or not to have this thing be lineage-based or race-based. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Erwin Chemerinsky, who's considered the top constitutional law professor in the country, especially with regard to this issue.
Yep, that's a fact. That's a fact.
He has been consulted. They've talked to him on a number of occasions. And like I said, he gave testimony regarding race-based versus lineage or whatever. The whole reason, people, that we found it genius to go back and attach ourselves to the terminology American freedmen was because of the stuff that Erwin Chemerinsky is saying about the unconstitutionality of race-based legislation. We understood that. I actually understood that even before this is something that we've been dealing with for a long time. Like, people that know us, friends with us on Facebook, different things, you'll go back and find us talking about the 1866 Civil Rights Act back in 2016, 2015, 2014, long before the Byron Allen thing came up. You'll go back and you'll see us talking about the Office of Management and Budget. You'll see us talking about its Federal Directive 15 for years. We've been talking about that for years, long before there was an ADOS. Because we understood the importance of these fictitious racial classifications and how they're used against our people. We've been knew that. And we've been talking about that. So for us, when Erwin Chemerinsky is saying stuff like race-based legislation is unconstitutional, we already understood that. We already understood it. And so it wasn't hard for us to look for another way around it. So when the other thing is, people are talking about delineation and disaggregation of blackness. American Freedman is the perfect disaggregation of blackness. It is not something that we came up with. It was already there. It is the perfect disaggregation of blackness, and it has a historical standing in this country already. We didn't have to prove no points. It's already there. The United States government acknowledges the term freedman. When it came to the 1866 Civil Rights Act, when you go into the legislative, the legislative intent, which you will find in the Congressional Globe. I think at the time it was the Congressional Globe before it became the Congressional Record. You look into the debates and proceedings of Congress, when they're talking about the 1866 Civil Rights Act, all you see is them talking about the freedmen. They didn't put it in the language of the text, but that's what they were talking about in the actual debates. Same thing with the 14th Amendment. See, Thaddeus Stevens, right? And I have posted some stuff from Thaddeus Stevens a while back on Twitter. Thaddeus Stevens and John Bingham, who we talked about. John Bingham was another powerful radical Republican. Thaddeus Stevens, John Bingham is another one. I can't remember his name off the top. But these guys were really trying to take the head of Satan off, so to speak. That's another another phraseology that we got from an old school of thought of ours, to take the head of Satan off. So this is what Thaddeus Stevens was trying to do. If there was a political John Brown, Thaddeus Stevens would have been it. That's how critical it was for him and his approach to disabling those whites who attempted to destroy the Union and overthrow the United States. He was trying to take the head of Satan off, right? But you have to really look at what they were doing. And you read this stuff, when you go into the Congressional Globe and you read what these people were saying, you see how powerful it was what they were doing. The 14th Amendment is a powerful piece. It's a powerful piece because people think the 14th Amendment was put in place to give Black people citizenship. False. That's false. It gave white people citizenship, but they flipped that on us and try to make us think that this was about giving us citizenship. No, what it did was secure the citizenship of the people who were already citizens and loyal and who had just fought, as Abraham Lincoln said, without the help of the Black freedmen, the war against the South would have been lost. Secure their membership and their place in the society. That's what the 14th Amendment did. Section 1 was to clarify how citizenship is acquired, who is a citizenship, how it's acquired, period. But the other sections, if you read them, actually disable white people who tried to destroy the Union. And the adoption, the states having to adopt and ratify those Reconstruction amendments is what brought those white people who left the United States to join another sovereignty in their mind, another sovereignty called the Confederate States of America. Those people are the ones who had to be brought back into the Union, not Black people. Black people never left. Black people never left. You had states full of white people who had left the United States. So no, the 14th Amendment don't give Black people citizenship. Yeah, it clarified the issue of how citizenship is acquired and who is a citizen, because the Dred Scott case muddied the waters. But don't let them fool you. So at the end of the day, I'm going off. I'm getting off the subject. At the end of the day, the reason I even brought up the Reconstruction Amendments is because the 14th Amendment, the 13th Amendment creates freedmen. The 14th Amendment protects freedmen. The 15th Amendment was supposed to protect freedmen. The 1866 Civil Rights Act was supposed to protect the freedmen. The 1871 Ku Klux Klan Act was supposed to protect the freedmen. This is what it is. This is what it is. It's not just them people that was emancipated, but them and their descendants, as it was said in that Supreme Court case from 1883, Supreme Court of the state of Connecticut. This judge is telling you that this is the general application of this term within the United States. It's not just some people who was emancipated, but their descendants as well. And Brother Naheem, if you could read that definition of status, the part of it where it says that it is not terminable at the mere will of an individual.
I'm gonna start from the beginning, right, and go to that part, because everything you just said, and that's why I wanted to read the definition in the first place before you started. And for those who missed that definition, I want to start from the beginning. This is the legal definition of status: standing, state or condition, social position, the legal relation of individual to rest of the community, the rights, duties, capacities, and incapacities which determine a person to a given class. A legal personal relationship, not temporary in its nature, nor terminable at the mere will of the parties. Period.
Right there. Right there. It's not terminable at the mere will of the parties. So I'm hearing an echo. What? So here's the thing about that, right? This is why this is important, because people take white folks at their word when it comes to law. People take white folks at their word. And white people said that the slave status was an inherited status, that it can pass from the parents to the children, to their children, to their children, right? But somehow the status of freedmen is not an inherited, it's not an inherited status. Of course it is. Of course it is. And it's not something that is terminable at the mere will of the individuals. Like I said to this guy, he tried to say in one of the tweets that when he was talking about you're no longer freemen and because you became citizens of the United States, I said, first of all, there's no law that says any such a thing, right? You're making that up. Number one. Number two, if there is a law, and as a matter of fact, Naheem actually said this to him, but we were talking about it on the phone. If there is a law that says that Black Americans are no longer embraced by the terminology freedmen, produce the law that says that, and then name the white man who wrote the law and explain why he would write something like that. Because the why is important.
No response. No response. I said there was no response.
That's right. There's no response, because when it comes down to it, and this is a conversation we had with Dr. Darity about some stuff we were working on before. What this all comes down to is the whims of white folks. Whatever it is that they feel, we're supposed to run with it. That's what it's supposed to be. The Dred Scott case was a prime example of the whims of certain white people who sat in positions of power and used the bench of the Supreme Court to advance their prejudice and biases about Black folks. That was based on nothing but their own opinions and falsehoods. Pure falsehoods. That's why to this day, the Dred Scott case is considered probably the worst Supreme Court decision that ever came out of that court. As a matter of fact, Justice Curtis, who gave the most powerful dissenting opinion in the Dred Scott case, actually quit the bench. He left the court after the case came out, after the ruling came out. He left because he knew it was lies. He knew that whole thing was based on lies. A lot of people don't know that Justice Curtis actually quit behind the Dred Scott decision. He quit the bench. That's how bad it was. The Dred Scott decision is one of those things that is considered a lead up to the Civil War. That's how bad it was. It was so bad that there was northern states that refused to acknowledge it as actual as anything that they needed to respect. Northern states politicians, the people, because a lot of them were of the position that there are black people in our state and in our society who we consider to be citizens, who acted as citizens, who conducted themselves that way, who we treated that way. And for them to make that kind of decision that these people are not citizens was just completely erroneous and went against the history of a lot of those different localities and states. So the fact of the matter is, what we're saying is that status is very important for a number of reasons. Number one, because it's not terminable at the mere will of the individual, as it says in the legal definition of it. Number two, the judge in that Supreme Court case of Connecticut actually agrees with us that it's not, and that the term embraces not just the emancipated people, but their descendants as well. And number three, to deal with the issue of race-based legislation as it pertains to any kind of a federal reparations program, this is the way around it. Number three, this is the way around race, is to use the status of the people. And number four, it's the perfect disaggregated, as it has historical significance. It has historical significance, and it does the job perfectly. This is the best way that I could, really explain it. It's like there are a lot of black people in the United States, right? Some of them are Nigerian Americans, some of them are Jamaican Americans, some are whatever, right? Trinidadian Americans, you name it. You got a lot of different kinds of black people. But the fact of the matter is, all those people are not American freedmen. That's the difference. And the American freedmen thing allows us to cut through the black thing without having to deal with race. So, that's my position
And
on
you
it.
see, the problem. You see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just look at that joint that Naheem put in the jumbotron, and you the one reclaiming my destiny. Look and see who's liking that. I seen the dude, some familiar names. I'm not gonna call none out specifically, but we see them. We see some people that got YouTube channels that always want to push back against anything that we try to do for ourselves. A lot of times those people are they're really, they may not want to come and say it, but they're really trying to undo or try to stop us from disaggregating, because they benefit off of continuing to be cloaked underneath the big big N word, as as our brother Tariq be saying. You know what I'm saying? They want to keep being one big N word, and because that's where the benefits go. And so that's a problem, man. It's like, look, you get to be Trinidadian American, Jamaican American, Nigerian American, Kenyan American. You get to be all these, but when we say we American freedmen, then there's a problem. It doesn't. You don't get to have it like that. And the problem was it stemmed with us. We talked about this a lot. It started with us, right? Us being welcoming and us being trying to uh, you know, align with everybody and hey brother and hey sister, like that's our culture. And when other people come to take advantage of that, it took us a while to wake up, and a part of that was through the whole African identity, like it's one Pan-African people ideology. But I mean, that's over now. Like that's over, and it's nothing wrong with you being just be Nigerian American. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with if you want to be Jamaican American. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want to be black, there's nothing wrong with that too. But when we say we American freedmen specifically, that's also nothing wrong with that. So you just got to get used to it. You got to get used to it. Like, you can't just eat when somebody says like, you eating your food, then you come and eat my food too. When they say no, I need to eat my food, you eat your food. You want some more food, go get your own food. Don't eat my plate. Like, you can't be. You gotta. I mean, how are you gonna be like, nah, I'm gonna keep eating your food? Okay, well, it's gonna be a problem. So that's what we're seeing. We're seeing people who don't understand the fallacy and don't understand the level of taking advantage of people and abuse in some kind of way, of taking advantage of our of us being welcoming, and us looking for people that also want to join in the fight for justice and for reparations for our people, and we don't understand that. I mean, we understand, but the masses of people are just now kind of waking up to what we're saying, and we're seeing the pushback. And like I said, when you look at all the likes and the retweets, it's most of these people are coming that are doing that are these people that want to keep us under one big N word. What you got, Naeem?
No, it's funny because I was just looking. I didn't even think to look through all the people that liked that guy's tweet. And Ali just, basically put a bundle of dynamite under his whole thing, lit the fuse, stepped back, and blew it to pieces. But I'm surprised. Some of the people that I see, some people, there's no surprise at all. Of course, I'm not even going to call her name, but and it's a couple sisters on there, couple of the brothers that I thought was, more in this reparationist space. See, we don't deny being descendants of Africans, right? So I don't understand, a lot of these arguments that these people are making when it comes, particularly those that are shooting at us, right? We don't deny that. I asked the question, how did we become Africans? Right? This dude, the highly random guy, just me, these guys never ever want to come in spaces. They always got an excuse. He said, what makes us a freedman? What do you mean, what makes us freedmen? I said, what makes us African? Right? What makes us who? Ali perfectly broke down. Black became a name that was given to us, that we accepted. Until this day, you can look at your clearly brown skin and see that it's from the darkest of chocolate browns to the lightest of tans, and yet you're still going to call it black. When you compare your brown skin, and I'm not making a skin tone argument. I just want to really accentuate the point that Ali was making earlier. When you look at your brown skin and you compare it to a black object, find the blackest object that's nearest you and compare your skin tone to it. And then ask yourself, how did I come to call myself black? Because my parents and their parents, et cetera, especially here in the United States of America, called us that because white people, Europeans called us that. Okay, how did we get the name African? Several rumors come about the name Africa. One is it comes from the Afar tribe. Some link them to old ancient Canaanites or Hebrews, etc. Some of the scholarship that I've pulled said that the name came from a man called Malik Yafrik that led thousands of black people out of Arabia into the northernmost portion of that continent, and that the Europeans gave that region the name Africa after Yafrik, or in some it even said Yafrika. This is in my research. This is in the scholarship that I have, and we're talking about a centuries old source. And even if it's the Afar, etc., it's still a name that was given to the whole continent by European people. If it was the Afar, that was not the name of the continent before the Europeans gave it that name. I touched on earlier, the one brother, and I'm going to say it again because it's just that ridiculous, that said that Africa was once called Negro land and that we brought this term over here with us to the United States. And we, because of such, we came up with terms like Negro spiritual and the Negro Leagues, etc. It's nonsense. See, these people make these claims that they cannot stand on at all. When you flip the questions back on them, you get the one guy, what's his name? Talent Overhype. They start tweeting at you, cursing, trying to disrespect you, stuff that they wouldn't say to you in person, basically, to try to get you into back and forth derogatory shit show on Twitter. Cornballs. This is that lame stuff. We're doing scholarship and we're doing politics over here. And we hope that everybody that has come into this space has learned something tonight, has gained a better understanding of the terminology of Freedman. And anybody want to come up and ask any questions, please do so. But before we do that, I want to read something that my brothers and I found. Ali actually found this years ago, man. I don't know what year this was, 2012, 2013, 2014. I don't know. But, he was mentioning people like Bingham, etc. And this comes from the Congressional Records. These were because the brother tried to say the Gray King guy, Blabber, whatever his new name is now, descendants of contraband, the Appalachian, Black South, Wakandan dudes. He tried to say that when what was it again, Ali? We became citizens, we were no longer freedmen or something like that?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what he said.
Okay, so that implies that we weren't citizens prior, right? And I want to read this, right? This is from the U.S. Congressional Documents and Debates. I'm gonna put it in the jumbotron. 1774 through 1873, from out of the Congressional Globe, House of Representatives, 37th Congress, second session, page 1639. So, if this was the 37th Congress, Ali, remember, when we're reading H.R. 29 from 1866, if my memory serves me correctly, that was the 44th Congress. That's if my memory serves me correctly. This is from the 37th Congress, which means that this discussion took place years before the 13th Amendment. So let me read.
What Congress is this one?
This is the 37th Congress. If you looking that up?
Yeah, I'm trying to see what it is.
All right, I'm gonna wait for you then before I read from
1861.
1863. Okay, so still some years before the Emancipation Proclamation, and these are the Northerners debating with the Southerners. This is the sentiment that Justice Curtis and Justice McLean, the two dissenters in the Dred Scott decision, also used when they absolutely destroyed Chief Justice Taney's racist dictum at the time. It says, but sir, if the right to the elective franchise is to be the test of citizenship, right? Because you can't vote if you're not a citizen, well, unless you live in New York in 2022. But I think the Supreme Court of New York overturned that or something like that. It says, I beg gentlemen to remember that when the Constitution was ordained and established under which we legislate, it was ordained and established through the suffrage of persons of African as well as of European descent. That's for the guys that try to, make it, huh?
So, that's
They try to make it seem like we got this problem with the term African. We don't. They got us confused. But, they found the right ones over here, which is why none of them want to come into space. They just want to make tweets for likes and shits and giggles. But let me finish reading. Through the suffrage of persons of African as well as of European descent, notice they're not even using the term black and white here. They're using more descent names. Let me start that part of it. It was persons of African as well as of European descent in the majority of the states of the Republic. They assisted. They're talking about our people now. Those people of African descent who are now citizens in this country in these northern states. They assisted in the election of the very persons through whose agency the Constitution was finally ratified. If you read the dissent of Justice Curtis specifically, he breaks this down in no uncertain terms. Our votes help secure the Articles of Confederation, which then becomes the Constitution for these United States of America. The Constitution is a modification of the Articles of Confederation. Let me read that again. They assisted in the election of the very persons through whose agency the Constitution was finally ratified. Look at the records of North Carolina for information on that subject. He's directing them. Look into the legislative records of Maryland and Delaware, and look at the records of the New England states. And you will find that persons of African descent did enjoy the elective franchise and had a voice in the adoption of your Constitution. To this day, they hold and enjoy that right in several of the states of the Republic. You cannot, as federal legislatures, prevent the exercise of this right by the colored citizens. You cannot help it. The Old Bay State, true to her sacred, her immortal traditions, recollecting that her soil is holy ground marked with the footprints of the apostles and martyrs of civil and religious liberty, has held to her ancient faith that rights, even political rights, are inseparable from manhood and citizenship, and in no wise dependent upon complexion or the accident of birth. I gotta put this in the jumbotron for the people to like this is stuff we found 7-8 years ago, family. And it's all relative right now, and it goes to show that people are making claims and they don't know what they're talking about. They just don't. Any of the bros want to go in on this? I can't see the screen at the moment. I'm about to get to it. I'm trying to screenshot and put this in.
I'll say this.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that we ended up with.
Echo is terrible.
Mm. The thing that I ended off with on that Twitter thread was the fact that the trump card for us is we're not just sitting around on Twitter creating arguments with people, right? I'm not interested in that. I don't care what you think, what you want to call yourself. I personally don't really even care. You call yourself whatever you want. But the truth of the matter is the trump card is that we already have a state legislature who acknowledges exactly what it is that we're talking about. That this particular term, for their purposes, as is used within that particular piece of legislation in California, right? I'm not going to broaden it to say that this is some federal thing, but the fact of the matter remains that there is a state in this country that acknowledges American freedmen the way that we said it should be acknowledged. Okay, it's really that simple, and so that's the trump card. So you could argue with me all you want. The fact of the matter is, it stands the way it stands at this point in time, at least in the state of California. You, on the other hand, are just making arguments on Twitter.
And that's it.
Yeah, I want to say something too. Hey, I remember Brother Grimm was on here. I don't remember, it was a few weeks ago when he was like, you know, people got a problem when Friedman become. We kind of made Friedman exotic. That's he said. He was like, everybody get to be, oh, you Jamaican, oh, you know what I'm saying? Oh, you from here, you from there. So those people have kind of been made like, exotic or otherized, where we just like what's the dude named Toby, that rapper from
Or like a
Nigeria?
Chickasaw Freedman, right?
Yeah, exactly. And what is that dude? The Toby, I don't remember, it was the Nigerian rapper. But he said, I'm not. Y'all thought I was regular black. No, I'm Nigerian. See, like we just regular nigga. We just regular bottom of the bottom. Nothing special at all. Never mind that we whooped the Confederates and earned emancipation and earned the status of freedmen. We created that status. Never mind that we created civil rights in America. Never mind twice or on multiple occasions. Never mind we, built like the country. Never mind that we dealt with hell, and never mind we even got the immigration through the civil rights movement. The Immigration Act was passed that allowed other groups to come over. But then when we trying to say, well, no, Freedman is actually something to be, it's a status that's noble, that's high, something to be proud of. It's almost like they trying to beat you back down. No, you regular nigga, and so I feel like that's a lot of the energy that's coming from people that are attacking the term freedman. You just want it to be regular nigga, but like we're tying this for multiple purposes, really, because it's our rightful status. It's the status that our people have we fought for.
Fought for that role.
And then Lincoln says if it was not for the black freedmen, then the war against the South surely could not have been won. That's documented. That's the National Park Service records. It's in the Museum of African American, I think it was U.S. colored troops. Like it's a fact, okay. And so when we are seeing pushback against this, it's like people are trying to beat you back down into being at the bottom, regular nigga. It's instead of like understanding that, hey man, everybody got their own thing. You got your whatever you got. You from Haiti or something. You proud of that history. If you should be, or what, that's your thing, whether you are or not. But what we're saying is, our people are are American freedmen. And our ancestors did what they did to get us here, and really to get you here. So, you shouldn't have nothing. You shouldn't have nothing foul to say on that. And if you do, we already know what the energy, where that energy is coming from. Hey man, like it's almost like there's a bottom. There's a if you want to say black is at the bottom, they want to put freedmen, the people that's responsible for everybody else being over here, like keep beating freedmen to the bottom of black. Now, and that's why you hear terms like regular nigga and people using. Come on, man. Like, look, we got our own distinct thing, and you got to get over it. You got to get over it. And guess what? Another thing is, ours is also tied to a claim for reparations in America. That's another thing that they're not going to come out and say, but it's like people are hating. Like that we're going to get up off that reparations will represent we're getting up off the bottom of the bottom, and they don't want that. In a similar way, where you know, in a similar way where you see other groups like the Mexican Americans and you know some of those, nobody wants to be at the bottom. You know, and if they look, a lot of the recent and new immigrants and stuff like that, it's at the bottom. They come from like, you know, poor class. They get over here and they're like, well, damn, I don't want to be these Negroes. They at the bottom. I don't want to be at the bottom. So it's the same thing when other groups come over and you see they silent hating and pushing back. And the thing is, most people don't know the background of the people that they interacting with on Facebook. Not Facebook, on Twitter. So you're just seeing people have an issue with us using the term freedmen, and you don't know these people are not going to come out, and all of them not going to come out, and they're not going to put their country of origin or their flag or whatever. They're not going to put that in their Twitter profile. So you're not going to know why this energy is coming from. But hey, man, a lot of it is there. Now, there's some of it people that just want to be contrarian, and some of them, there are people that actually are the freedmen themselves that, you know, they came up under some other ideology. But for the most part, when we start talking about reparations is owed to us, so we start talking about that we need specifics from the U.S. government, that we are owed these things, and other folks, frankly, are not. You know, they've already been granted. Their people have been granted citizenship. They've been granted all kind of. They've been allowed to access minority contracts, things that were put in place to try to recover for the damages that freedmen experienced being locked out of opportunity, whether it be school, whether it be government contracts, employment, etc. So they've still been allowed to take advantage of everything that was rolled out for us, and us at the bottom getting the least amount of that. So what you mad for? Like, let us eat and support that. Go
We're
ahead.
gonna eat. They can't stop us. They can't let us. And I understand what you mean, but I just want to, like, you know, they can't stop anything. This thing is growing exponentially. Let me just say real quick, Josh. It's not something that, like I said earlier, it's not something that we own. I can't tell you, like the people that run the ADOS cult, right? I can't tell you that you can't be a freedman if you're not a part of what the BTP or the United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen are doing. If you descend from emancipated persons in this country, you are absolutely American freedmen. Point blank, period. You can't make us own it if you try. And that's what they want to do, because they want to attack us. They want to attack us. So in doing so, they attack the term, which is just, I mean, it shows your lack of education. I see some of these people that get in these spaces and they start spaces. Every once in a blue, I'll dip in and I'll listen. And I'm like, what are these people talking about? I dip out. I don't say anything. I don't try to get it. I don't try to castigate them. I don't try to go on their stages and be like, look, man, y'all don't know what the hell y'all talking about. I just say to myself, hopefully they'll figure it out. And that's it. That's it. So, Josh, if you wanted to finish,
Yeah, I just wanted to ask.
when you finish, go to the Sister Phoenix.
No doubt. I just wanted to ask real quick.
I think
Did you already bring
actually
up the?
Freedman Sister for Life was waiting for a while, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
go ahead.
she jumped off. She had to jump off real quick. She'll raise her hand.
I just wanted to ask real quick. Did y'all already talk about the Connecticut joint, the Connecticut Supreme Court?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
If the Sister Freedman, Sister for Life, is ready to speak, she can. She could go because she was up here first.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'm in a car. I don't know if there's echo coming.
You got to mute Abu because you getting that echo.
Okay, let me check something.
No, you should be good
Can you
now.
hear
It's
me?
just when Naheem is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, just real quick, I didn't see much of that thread, but I think I just wanted to take this opportunity. Some people know who I am. I don't use my real name on Twitter, so we just leave it as that. But I just want to give everybody in this space, BTP, my family here in California with CJAC, ETM, ARC, NASDAQ LA, their flowers. I think a lot of people don't realize how much time everybody is committed to this and has been. And I think some people feel all this is new conversation because of Twitter space. These conversations been going on well before Twitter space, well before most people even had a damn YouTube channel. And some of these people, it's to the point it's frustrating being on this side and seeing the work that we're doing. Yes, it's California Pacific or whatever, but everybody's learning from something. And then I see people who claim they know what we're doing. I ain't never heard of them. You're not part of any group that I know of. You're not part of any meetings I have attended in our group, but you putting out information out there, not that you sharing information to educate folks. You're saying as though you the person came up with it. And like Ali said earlier, it's almost like you don't want to accept what the truth is. So let me say it different. Okay, let me say it this way. Even though it's written, is in a dictionary, you can read some of basic elementary, they don't want to hear nothing that you got to say. And sometimes I do wonder who gaslighted some of these people, because it's becoming louder with certain individuals and it's not making any sense. And I don't think it's supposed to make sense. I think if anything, it's supposed to allow us to see there are people like that out there. Many of us have said this offline. Some people we just need to leave behind. And that could be some of them people. But where you have to constantly defend something that is so simple to grasp. If you can read, why is it that you can't comprehend this part? That's the part I don't get, because you don't want to. And then who's your leader? It's almost like they're trying to make some kind of messiah complex out of that, just like that dumb shit. I'm just gonna say it. It's hot, so I'm gonna say dumb shit that was happening a long time ago in that Twitter space that Naheem had with Steven, and even what he had with Luke. And you asking, it's like you doing a screening before you let anybody talk. What do you identify with, and who's your leader? Who's your leader? Why are you asking everybody who's a leader? That shit is stupid. So at the same time, as somebody had mentioned before, when they were doing that and they were trying to do that with Tariq, that they don't realize you could put somebody in a situation that's beyond Twitter space by you sitting there saying, well, Naheem's the leader of such and such, Ali the leader of such and such, Josh. What the hell? Why can't we just be collective and work as a family for the greater good? Instead, we got to have a leader, and then here you go, somebody trying to attack somebody for what? And then you put an invite out, but they can't show up, but they real busy putting shit out on Twitter. To me, that's some punk shit. If they in there, oh well. If you figure out who I am, oh well. Yeah, I'm a sister, but if you come at me with some bullshit, you think I'm gonna sit back and not say nothing, you stupid. And it's a whole bunch of them up like me and brothers too, who gonna do it. You don't just sit there and say dumb shit and get mad because somebody's correcting you. And then at the same breath, oh, we all about reparations. Which part is it? Because clearly you're not with us. You don't even want to learn. And that's the part that's real frustrating when you see this and knowing the group of people that I'm with and have to look from the sidelines at times to see this mess go on. These people not serious. They playing games. They ain't got nothing else to do. You got a Twitter space for every fucking thought that come up in your head. That is silly as hell. You wasting time.
Come on.
Oh, well, what is FBA doing today against this? Twitter space. Then you got another Twitter space. What do? Are you working from home? Do you go to school? What the hell you doing? This shit is getting real silly, and they don't understand. There are a lot of people on the sidelines as well as way in the back you don't see. They don't have to make themselves known. But it's a lot of people who put in themselves their safe out there, their families out there, because you want to sit there and play fucking games. The shit gets real old. We've gone past stuff that happened with ADOS. Some of us come from that. We can get past that and other stuff. We're going to get past this. But this right here at this picture is silly. You shouldn't even have to keep on trying to educate people because they don't want to comprehend. I mean, seriously, like, are these kids that sat there and ate glue in class or something? Like, what is wrong with you? And even to the point, like, some of us, we got to say, watch that person. You're going to have to block them. It's really getting to that point. So, anyway, I said what I had to say. Thank you. But again, I don't think enough of you are getting your flowers. I don't think a lot of people understand how much is involved in this movement, particularly what's happening in California. A lot of people don't understand. A lot of people don't know that this is not brand new where we just, oh, it's Twitter space. Oh, I got a Facebook. Oh, it's a YouTube. Many of us been connected with each other for the last, 3, 4, 5 years or whatever. And it's been building up. And as you said, Freedman, we know who we are no matter what part of the country we in. We know who we are. I had to tell a sister that yesterday. And I told her, I don't know what your ethnic group is. I said, but I'm assuming. She said, yeah. And as we were talking, we realized we on code with each other. That's the type of family connection we all got. Y'all got something going on in another state, we support you. We got something going on with us here, y'all support us. That's what we do as family. All this other silly shit is old. It's getting real old, and it's making me wonder how old these people are coming in these spaces talking about shit because you read something. Did you really comprehend what you read? You just pulled something out, just like Ali said, like you piecing all these different things, and here you go. And then they got enough people who bored just like them late at night. Yeah, you right. Yeah, they up there doing this. It's silly. It's real silly. And unfortunately, there's people who are listening to it, but it's not a lot of them. Because I think it's the same people we keep on seeing over and over. So anyway, with that, I'll end there. But again, I just wanted to give that. I don't think a lot of people realize how much you all do, how much you do in terms of research and educating people. There's no price on that. All this is valuable. Just these little spaces we have is valuable. It's adding to our basket when we out there talking to people. This is how you educate more people. So with that, I don't want nobody to think, let me just fall back because there's so much chaos. No, keep on pushing forward. As I told somebody, we are the last generation to do this. This is not passing the baton to your children or anybody else. We are the last ones. We don't have time for this fuck shit. It's getting real old. So y'all have a good afternoon. Thank
Fire.
Fire.
Thank you, sis. And people needed to hear that, right? They needed to hear that raw frustration. We look at these as we look at these attacks as opportunities to educate more and more, pull out more information, touch on some things that we may not have given detail to before, etc. I spoke about a person, this one sister earlier that's in this space that I blocked her, right? And I'm not going to call her name again. If you want to know who I'm talking about, go back and listen to the beginning. I just blocked her the other day. And I remember when we had our first interactions. And, she was cool at first coming into the spaces, listening, jumping up, maybe jump on the stage, ask a question or two. And then once the clout chasers, we have to call them what they are. Once the clout chasers started doing things and there was this push against BTP, then this person went over there. Didn't know what she was talking about. I asked this sister, I said, I've been doing this for years. For years. Like, we had a political party that I tried to start in 2012 called the Moorish American Party. That's how me and Brother Logic first got cool in 2012. Like, so I said, how long have you been doing this? This sister said, if my memory serves me correct, I've only been in this space for like 4 months. Like, what?
Mm-hmm.
You trying to come? You've been, could you imagine somebody that been boxing training for 4 months? Then they try to go in the ring and step up and fight somebody that's been boxing for 10 years. I'm like, what? And these are the type of people that make enemies out of you, and it muddies the water because they talk so much in Twitter spaces, as our sister Friedman, Sister for Life, was just saying. People think that they are authorities on something. I'm like, what the hell are these people talking about? But anyway, let me pass it to Sister Phoenix and then Brother Fairness.
Peace and blessings to the room. Thank you so much for hosting this room. And Friedman, Sister for Life, thank you so much for your feedback on all the nuttiness. It's nutty. I just want to say, I'm driving too, so I'm sorry if I sound a little distracted. But I just want to say as well, like, California has already started the process of disaggregating the data removing the flat blackness away. And it was necessary, and it's going to be necessary for the nation. We as freedmen, I just want to say, we're reinvigorating and bringing dignity and pride to our ancestors, right? Our ancestors built every trench, dug every trench rather, laid down the railways, erected all the monuments, all of the state capitol buildings, 50,000 patents, stolen, and probably more than that, in addition to the great creations and inventions that we did get past. So using the term freedman is honoring our people and honoring and remembering what freedman excellence is. And so it's bringing that memory back to us and to our kids and grandkids and so on and so forth. So I'm Freedman, a sister for life as well. Number 2. So in addition to that, if they can't get with Freedman and understand, you bringing this scholarly primary sources of information to the discussion where it cannot be disputed, then I just feel like if you don't want to be a part of Freedman, you can opt out. Go on and sign the opt-out waiver and not be a part of the repair that Freedmen are due. So just go on and sign it and go on about your business, because we're not going to keep fighting and marching and stomping and strategizing and meeting and spending hours upon hours upon hours of dedicated time. We could be fucking our time off too, excuse my French, but the passion and the restoration of our people is way more important. So we don't need to waste any more time with them, and we can just go on and send them a waiver. And to the part of freedmen, migrating to the South, which I can jive with that picture, but I just want to talk about the reality of, our elders, moving. And then I want to also talk about the rights that we have to enjoy every square mile of this country that is ours, that we built. We can enjoy protections if we need them as freedmen everywhere we want to be in this country, because it's our land, it's our soil. I don't have to be boxed into one area. No, or I wouldn't mind, but guess what? Some of the elders won't, so they need to be protected too. So we need to look at this. I know we are. I'm preaching to the choir, but on a broader, larger, big picture scale. And again, if people cannot understand the status of freedmen and they want to just get stuck and be stuck on some race-based stuff, then just sign the waiver. And then we're good. And I land there. Thank you. I love you.
Indeed,
Love
sis.
you right
Love you
back.
right back. Love you right back.
Yes, indeed. All right. I got Brother Grimm is on. I gotta go to Grimm first, unless he's gonna pass it, and then we'll go to you, Fierce.
Peace.
Peace.
Can y'all
Can
hear
y'all
me?
hear me?
Please, good.
Echo.
Yeah. Greetings to everybody that's in this space. Man, I appreciate y'all. Peace and blessings to everybody here, And I apologize for being late. So I know that everybody covered a whole lot of information. So I'm not gonna be long. I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna let everything progress. And I want everybody in the room to understand this, and I want everybody in the room basically to keep this as a mental note. I wish those guys would have came in this space. I don't know if they came in or not, but
But
No, they didn't.
the bottom line of it is, nobody wants this heat that BTP and the United Sons and Daughters of Free. Now, all of y'all, everybody on this line, they don't want that heat. And on my particular statement on this thing was this: when the man put the post out there, and these guys been following us for a long time, trolling around our space, watching our show, hiding in the dark, hiding in their little mole holes with dirt on their head. And I'm gonna try to stop cursing, y'all, so I'm not gonna curse like I want to, because I'm trying to stop cursing. But I know that we could beat these guys down with the knowledge and things of that nature, but so that part don't upset me. The fact that somebody disagrees with me don't upset me, or disagree with us, all of us. That don't upset me. That's natural. And you present your points, I present my points. And then we just go from there and see who have the strongest argument, submit or no submit, beat down or no beat down, as far as the information and scholarship is concerned. But my whole problem is that those guys are disingenuous with what they're doing. So not only just the American, what they call it, the black state or black homeland guys, you know, uh, those guys have been jocking and imitating a lot of the things that we've been doing for a while. We start using the Juneteenth the
Mm-hmm.
red, white, and blue flag. Now they use the red, white, and blue flag. And I want everybody in here to know and understand that this stuff that be coming against BTP and the United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen, a lot of these attacks are unprovoked, and it's based in jealousy. So, it's no need for me to come on, because I know Naheem and Ali and Josh and everybody here basically then broke this thing down already. But I don't have nothing scholarly to say, because them guys don't deserve our scholarship. They don't deserve because nobody was talking about this whole contraband thing being the origin of the whole Freedman concept. And I hope Josh had covered this, because we was talking about this in on the line the other day about the term contraband and why the term contraband was used. Did y'all cover that?
No, we didn't.
Yeah. So my whole thing is this. Now, when you go to prison and you have a cell phone, or you have a something that you're not supposed to have, what do the people who run the prison call that stuff? They call it
Contraband.
contraband. So, to make a long story short and to make the point, just by the use of the word contraband, in terms of the use of human beings and the use in a military and in a paramilitary sense that they was using it as the U.S. government, in using that terminology, basically acknowledged, and I need y'all to understand and digest this. Those people basically acknowledged the fact that the Confederates had something that they were not supposed to have in the personage of human beings. Just by using the terminology contraband, say that this human being that you call a slave is something that you are not supposed to have. That's why the term contraband was used. So the person in question, I can't remember his name, but the Black Homeland, Black State Strategy, the bottom line is that these attacks were unprovoked, and they are based in jealousy, because the bottom line is that they have been pushing their Appalachian, and move everybody to Appalachia or whatever they say. They've been pushing that ideology. We never attacked what they were saying, whether we agreed or disagreed. A lot of the things some of the guys would post, I would click like on it and read and take interested. So basically, I never knew that these guys had this disdain towards Freedmen. And if they did have this disdain toward the way we were using the term Freedmen, that's all it took was a message and a phone call. And we could have all got on thing and bait. But what everybody do, instead of talking to us, they think that they could get across to try to destroy us by posting first. And posting an attack, just to clout chase and stuff like that. And it's childish, and it's stupid, and it's ignorant. And the bottom line of it is that, man, if these type of low character, low moral, illogical, hateful, and jealous things, if we keep doing this to each other as people in groups, we're going to be spinning our wheels for the next 40, 50 years or more. And that's the bottom line. I don't want to say nothing else except that those guys are jealous of BTP, the research, the level of research, the level of knowledge that has come out of this school, right? They are jealous of it, and people, and they want to do any and everything in their power to undo the workings of their own ancestors, because they hate Naheem so much, because they hate Josh so much, because they hate Ali and Ibrahim so much. So these people, and you watch your enemies, dear Freedman, because they are the people that will put you right back into slavery.
Come on, bro.
And that's the bottom line. So this the last thing I'm gonna say, and Fearless, you can have it. So what these guys, they are so, for you, a freedman that may be on the fence, that may be a little new to this knowledge and may not be secure and rooted, if this is the right thing for you. See, these people play the games, so they'll go grab a whole bunch of links and just throw it in the tweet, like they did their research or whatever, like they gathered information to undo us. And if you don't read carefully, and we read carefully over here, you'll be tricked to think that, they got Naheem, they got all the Freedmen, and the bottom line, the brothers already addressed it, man. So I'm telling y'all, watch y'all enemies, Freedmen, because they the ones that undo your divine and national movement.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right. So mute out real quick. Can you mute out Sister Fina? I know when I'm talking, for whatever reason, I'm getting a feedback. I don't know if Sister Phoenix is muted. It's just showing that her mic. Okay, on my end, it's showing that her mic is open. And before you go, Fairness, I hope people really understood what my brother Grim was just saying. And I said earlier, right? We don't own this Freedman thing, and people attack us We can't call it anything but jealousy. Grim, we don't agree with those black homeland people with that Appalachian stuff, but we leave them be. Grim said he even clicked like on that. I don't click like on none of that stuff. I don't click like on nothing that I'm not feeling. Point blank, period. That's just me, right? I'm for the peace. I'm not for all of this beefing as we get closer and closer to trying to build ourselves up politically or as a political power in this country. But you know that's a good gesture to click on something like on something that you don't agree with, and the whole time these people are harboring ill feelings towards you, and instead of just hitting you in the inbox or on the back channel, they try to just bring down the whole thing. It's just like the first tweet that I have in the Jumbotron with this brother. Let me see, what's his name? Reclaiming My Destiny. His Twitter handle is at lamb_Jabari. Let me read what he said real quick. We're not African. We weren't born in Africa and our generations removed, end quote. So he says his response is, why weren't you born into slavery? You weren't born into slavery. You never experienced the Civil War. You weren't emancipated. Your generation's removed, so you're not freedmen. See, we don't make the attacks on Africanness, right? But I'm not an African. Ali, for those of you who've missed this and you just joined us, please go back and listen to the beginning. Brother Ali destroyed this argument unequivocally, without doubt, destroyed this tweet, destroyed it, right? And he broke down how, then are we black? Right? How did we get that term? How did we even get the name African? These are terms that were accepted and passed down. When you're trying to confuse a political status with the identity of a people, and that's what the guy is doing on the thread right now, the highly random guy who has the screen name Just Me. These people's comprehension skills are lackadaisical at best. They're lazy. And we have to call it out. And, sometimes we ignore it. And other times we do spaces like this so that we could just bring out information and education. Like the stuff we touched on today, we didn't even read most of the stuff that's in the Jumbotron. Some of the stuff we just posted in there because we touched on it in the conversation. Again, we don't own it. We're trying to build something moving forward. Our sister Friedman, Sister for Life, came up here, and whatever else Ali did, like Otis said, she basically it's like you burn something to ashes and then you just get rid of the ashes. That's Ali burnt it to ashes, and she just came and just got rid of the ashes, poured water on it and swept it down the drain somewhere. You see, so just with some real talk outside of the scholarship, because it's nonsensical. We should all be working together in some degree or in some capacity because we are moving for our political future. If you disagree with the term Freedman, cool. Just go do what you do. If you try to come at it, we're going to step up and you're going to lose every single time. I know people that, because they found out that BTP was the ones that resurrected the term, they just stopped using the term. Like, what's wrong? What's wrong with these people? And then I tell myself, we are a damaged people. And I tell myself to be patient. And that's it, and that's that. So go ahead, brother Fairness.
Yeah, what's going on, family? Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I think highly. That's what you just said. The damaged people, man. We are, man. We are really damaged and don't even know that we're damaged, and just have taken the grape Kool-Aid over grapes. But when you said, I think Ali or either you said a while back about the European psychology, it's based in reverse psychology, and we see that in the OMB Federal Directive 15 of like the disclaimer. They have race and they show forth all the races or as what they have, but it's not based in anthropology or like the lineage, that so to speak.
or science. It
Yeah, or
says
science. Yeah,
science. Yeah.
yeah.
that's right. It
So
says these classifications are not based on anything scientific or anthropological in
right.
nature.
Right.
So it's like, as European psychology has it, they throw up a truth, but then they cloud it around with ambiguous things, stuff that doesn't even really need to be there. And they bring out race, but they have you to be in a race of the haves and the have-nots. And that's what they put us on, as being the have-nots. So now we're looking at now with just like our own people, like 40 million deep, not even counting immigrants and stuff like that. You're looking at how you can't even think about, like, in that thread that you had posted, what the brother was saying about the term freedman, and had you consulted some law. It's like, yo, man, can you just understand your last name? Can you understand that when you was born, you didn't know your last name was whatever it was, but you was of that last name. That's a lineage. That's your lineage of your family that has transferred something to you. That's a residual. You know what I'm saying? And it's like it's like common sense, logical things, rationale. People are not even grasping, and they're putting up arguments for no reason, and don't even know that they're showing their DNA of, you're really confused. And I'm not saying that because we're being a damaged people that we can't show ourselves up now, because we're doing a greatness right now, man, to bring out Freedmen and all the intricacies and details of it, because it's like it's not just based on just Freedmen. We got a vast of laws and mutual aid societies and things that was going on around the time of the 19th century that was still in the archives. And it's still like, how come it hasn't surpassed to be in the 20th century more, or to be in the 21st century now, which is now. But it's like we have gotten away from just researching and the historical narrative, man. And just like I say, man, big ups, man, all day. And we out here, man. We out here in these streets, man, for real. Cause look, when I'm out here in these streets with the hats on, hey, look, we get it. I get it. And people, they come on an attack like it's a black thing. I said, nah, brother, this is something that's really in legislation right now. It's like, and that little bit of, I would just say, is dropping the seed. It's like, man, he talking about legislation. Like, wait, they'll say, well, you still black. I say, bro, hey, man, peace out, man. Just because it's like, it's like they're showing me that they're damaged. And it's not nowhere near about what I just explained to you for the last 5-10 minutes. Ain't nowhere near about no black thing. It's about your status, man, that you need to get up with and demand that status, and demand all that's with that name, with that status. So all right, man, I'll land that.
No, definitely, man. And I just want to stress what I said earlier as well. I mean, if people are entitled to identify the way that they want to, period. You can't get mad at me because I don't choose to identify a certain way. I'm not going to get mad at nobody because they don't choose to identify themselves as freedmen. That would make me just a fool to be in a petulant child to be pouting about somebody not wanting to use the political status that was given to our ancestors and passed on. We put it in the jumbotron. That's on you. That's not I mean, we don't do that over here. And anybody that's accusing us of that, they could just simply come through. These people never come through. We put out these spaces so that we could have the debates. And even if they put out spaces for the debates, we go in. I go right in their rooms. What do? Mute you, start trying to clown you while you're on mute, cut you off every time you go to speak. We let people come make their arguments, show and prove. I was born a 5%er. I was born a 5%er. And that was one of our major tenets being a 5%er. Show and prove. That's why I stopped being a 5%er once I hit my 20s and I start researching. I'm like, hold up. I don't think nobody could show and prove none of this stuff right here. And I got some questions now, and I wasn't getting any answers at all. And I was born into that. So this thing right here is not some ideology. It's not some group, clique, gang. I say it all the time, and I'm going to continue to say it. It's a political status. You can choose to identify with it or not. It's not going to change the fact that if you have ancestors that are emancipated, that are descendant of those who were emancipated, then, I mean, you're a freedman, whether you want to accept it or not. Let me read the court case again. This is from the 1883, I think, Connecticut Supreme Court case. Is that Connecticut? I think it's Connecticut.
Yeah, it was Connecticut.
It says the term freedman was one generally applied to the lately emancipated slaves and their descendants. Like, so we have freedmen in the judicial branch because you'll find it in Supreme Court holdings. You'll find it in the recent Supreme Court holding of Justice, what's his name?
Clarence Thomas.
Clarence Thomas, right? You'll find it in the recent. He cited the freedmen. He used freedmen. It's as if he knew that this movement was out here. I'm not saying that he did. I wouldn't dare say that. I'm just saying it's as if he knew that this freedmen movement was springing up, and he went back into the freedmen.
You know, I'm going to say it,
Naheem. You know, he went back into the freedmen. His whole opinion was centered on the freedmen and their right to carry guns and why they had to carry guns because of their status. Earlier, I read the legal definition of status right out of the Black's Law Dictionary. I centered the argument for Ali to come in and just, I sat it on a tee so he could come in with the baseball bat and smack it out the park. It's as simple as that. Just go back and listen to this space from the beginning, family, for those of you who missed it. Brother Friedman Media, you are up, and then we'll go back to sister. Oh, no, hold on. I think Net was up first, then Friedman Media, then we'll go back to Sister Phoenix.
Nah, you was right.
Oh,
Freedman Media.
Okay. Go ahead, brother.
Good afternoon, family. I really wasn't going to come up. I was listening for a while I was on the road, but I was actually one of them people that was trapped in one of those rooms. And when I say trapped, I wasn't trapped like I couldn't get out, but I was trapped because I was in a bucket with a bunch of coons, and I knew it. And they had already come at you, Brother Naheem. And my thing was, I was just in the room, and I guess me being me, I ain't never innocent about nothing, but I was innocently in that room just trying to share dialogue with the brothers and sisters. And they let me build for about 20, 30 minutes. I cooked for about, I don't know, 10 or 15 of those minutes. And then they start coming back with some posts that you had shared with someone. And then I'm gonna put the name out there. It was that Irie nigga. And then I forgot who the sisters were, and then there was another dude who came in talking about some stuff that happened in 1865, and it was all a trap. They was just laying a trap. And what I've learned is these people aren't really trying to build, and they're not really looking forward and towards reparations. I believe a lot of these cliques are coming from other platforms like your clubhouses and things like that. And they in these Twitter spaces because this is the newest and the hottest thing. And what they did was they basically tried to put me in that frame of, well, this is what they were doing for freedmen, and this was for poor white people, and this was for this, and it was, they were basically taking everything out of context to make it more advantageous for them. And as I told them, they weren't going to be able to twist my words up. I'm the old nigga in the room tonight, and I knew I wasn't always, and I'm not always. I respect people like Brother Otis, Brother Arthur, any of these brothers, that's got them calendars on me. But y'all, a lot of y'all is younger than me. You know, a lot of y'all, and I learned from y'all, you know, and it has nothing to do with years. It's about education. And I always, you know, show my reverence to y'all in my cast, on other people's casts, and I let people know these brothers are teaching. And they're not out here ridiculing. As we know, there's been some people out here who feel like, you know, if you don't have a certain level of education, or if you didn't work in Washington, D.C., and y'all know exactly who I'm talking about, these people, you know, they edify themselves. And anybody that sits around and just edifies themselves, they're definitely not for the people anyway. And y'all have done everything 100% for the people. Y'all could have went out there and did some clown shit, and y'all would have 100,000 subscribers, and y'all would have these crazy super chats and all kinds of stuff, but still be talking about Friedman stuff, but just be doing some clown shit. Since y'all doing the real work, nobody really wants to hear the real work without the sensationalism, without the salacious bullshit. I believe what you're doing. I believe in what you're doing. And I think everybody else who's still in this room does. The mother clown ass niggas, they falling apart. Because the one thing that I do is I surf these rooms. I don't necessarily go into them, but I surf them. And I'm starting to see that a lot of people that were riding with them just 2-3 weeks ago are not sitting in their rooms anymore, but they're sitting in other rooms, and pretty soon they'll be sitting in this room. So y'all keep doing what you're doing. Just like Friedman's, it was really difficult not calling her by her name. Just like Friedman's sister for life said, y'all doing the work out here. Everybody knows y'all doing the work out here. And those who want to know, they coming. Those who don't want to know, they just gonna keep sitting on the sidelines and everything. And I really didn't have anything else other than to say, just keep moving, y'all. Y'all just keep moving, because as I said on my cast a couple of days ago, and Brother Grimm was in there, I was close. I was damn near ready to be like, fuck this. You know, and I would have worked more or less behind the scenes, but I really wasn't ready to speak on it publicly anymore, because I just got so tired and frustrated, because I know I can be good out here. I can feed my family. I can provide for my family. But this ain't about my family. My family knows that this is a labor of love. This has nothing to do with money. This is about our generational wealth in the future, not now. Anything that I build now is for now, but I'm talking about my grandkids and my great grandkids on down the line. And I know this is why y'all doing it. If we was all doing this for now check, we'd be with them other niggas, Narc and N Cobra and all them other ones. But that's not what we're doing this for. This is for our future. We've seen our past. We live in our present. This is for our future. But see, they talk all that crazy shit and they be like, yeah, but I'm gonna be getting my check. No, you're not. No, you're not. You won't even know when it comes. They don't even understand. They won't even understand when it comes. And that's why they don't understand what's going on in California. They think you got to live in California. You go to get your reparations. No. These people are laying a blueprint for us to be able to use in the other 49 states. They laying a blueprint, but they don't want to talk about that. They just want to be on that clown shit. But I'll land there. But yeah, y'all just keep moving, man. Y'all keep doing your thing.
Honest, man. Honest fire, man. Shout out to everybody that came up and spoke today. You know, this is a labor of love, right? And we don't get no money from this. We, like Brother Shannon, we don't get nothing from this. Our satisfaction comes from going in a space and hearing other people breaking down this Friedman history to, you know, the people that they're talking to in that particular space. That's satisfying and gratifying to me. They're not trying to be on no cornball clout chase stuff. They're just serious about this work, and they understand what's needed for us to move to the next level. And this is work that our ancestors put in. And that's all we're doing is carrying on that work. Like Brother Ali said it, we found a way to put these people in a trick bag when it comes to reparations, when it comes to justice. That's why we did the space on the 13th Amendment. I don't know if we did it as a space or if we touched on it on our YouTube channel. We may have done both. And how powerful the 13th Amendment is for us. These Reconstruction amendments, they call it the overthrow of Reconstruction for a reason. The efficacy of these three amendments that are in the United States Constitution faded from us just like the name Friedman did, family. We got to think about that. Now, everybody is trying to use Reconstruction amendments to their benefit, and they have been using it. And we pointed out the Harvard law professor, Lisa Crooms, I believe her name is, who wrote an article on NBC or MSNBC online talking about how pro-abortion people need to use the provisions of the 13th Amendment. We went right on there and bust that. See, they would have been able to get away with that 20 years ago. They can't get away with that now. We're here. We can file counter lawsuits to let it be known we will not allow the amendments. And in the future, we're going to do that. DACA and immigration and things like that, the immigration policies, that stuff shouldn't fall under 14th Amendment protections because the 14th Amendment was not written for those people. Period. And we, in time, we will, as a group, as a collective, we will address all of it. All of it.
And Naheem, I'm going to follow up just 1 second. Yeah. And basically, just to follow up on what you said about those Reconstruction amendments, and just to prove to you all what Naheem saying is correct, you basically go back and listen to this. You can't just say, oh, this.
Hey, you breaking up, bro.
I'm breaking up.
Yeah, you breaking up bad.
I just wanted to say, you gotta go back. Yeah, you hear me now?
Yeah.
You hear me now? Yeah. I just want to say real quick, you have to go back to the original intent of the legislators in regards to those Reconstruction amendments. And that's basically how the law works. When you interpret law, you have to go back and say, well, what did the original architects of this particular thing mean, and what did they want to accomplish with this legislation? None of that stuff. That's why we call it Reconstruction.
Right. Grim, you breaking up bad, bro.
Nah, good. I'm good.
Indeed. Basically, I was able to hear bits and pieces, but basically what Grim is saying is we got to go back and look at the intent of those Reconstruction amendments. We like to call it over here our personal constitution. This was our personal constitution. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment was written specifically for the freedmen. The intent is there. So we're going to go to, I don't know if I'm going to say this correctly, Net or Nettie.
Hey, yep, it's Net. Do I have the floor?
You got it.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to come to the stage. And thank you for all that you do. I just wanted to come in and address that tweet from that dude. That tweet, and I know you all addressed it, and I apologize if I say something that's already been said, but that tweet makes absolutely no sense. And what I think is, I find with a lot of people, especially those that want to be attached to the continent of Africa, is that there's some sort of coping mechanism in terms of separating themselves from the Black American experience and the enslavement and attaching themselves to Central and West Africa, whereas what they're failing to bring forth is that the modern day Central and West Africa, even over the past 100 years, is not the same Central and West Africa pre the transatlantic slave trade. So you're attaching yourself to a new colonized people that you really, you may find some cultural similarities because some things lingered on, but that's a whole new set of people with a whole new sets of cultures that you're attaching yourself to, while denying the more relevant culture, which is that Black American experience of who you are. So you're attaching yourself to a group of people who they themselves over in Central West Africa aren't connected to that same history in which we are now hundreds of years detached from because of the transatlantic slave trade and how people were, how many people were left after that and what happened culturally when the colonizers got there. And to bring it back stateside to here in the United States, to deny the fact that we're generations removed from freedom makes no sense. Also, because of what you just said in the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, those amendments there, that legislation alone, along with other anti-Black laws that were put into place, is what helped shape our ethnicity and our culture here in this country. So to say that we're separated and removed from a system that still exists and that was built as a result of us, that's nonsensical. That makes no sense. I'm sorry if I'm being redundant with my words, but as a result of and he says that we're removed from the Civil War. We're not removed from the Civil War because of the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment and all the other legislation that came in as a result of that. And you all in this room, you're familiar with the convict leasing, the peonage, the vagrancy laws, all these things that help shape us culturally, that our parents, our that was passed on from our greats, depending on how far you all go back in your lineage to that time in the 1800s. I'm only 5 generations removed from 1832. So it is a part of me, if that makes sense. So and then for those of us that have grandparents and parents that all grew up in Jim Crow South, those are all descendants of freedmen. Those are children, and in some cases grandchildren of freedmen. So we're not far removed from that. We're not generation removed. We are descendants of freedmen, and we're still living the same freedmen experience. It's just been repackaged differently, and we're attacking it and approaching it differently. But we are still freedmen. So I just have to say that tweet makes absolutely no sense, especially when this person identifies as Gullah Geechee, whereas the Gullah Geechee culture was shaped in this land as well. It's not something that was rooted and based on a continent of Africa. That is a culture that was shaped here as a result of being Black in America and the anti-Blackness here in this country. So when you acknowledge that you're a Gullah Geechee and ethnically and culturally that's who you are, what you're saying is you are also a descendant of freemen. You're a descendant of what it is to be Black in America, and you cannot accept one and deny the other when they're all related and rooted in the same foundation that was, again, to be, dehumanized and remove us from anything that was Central and West Africa at that in what 16, well, when the Portuguese got there in the early 1400s. Shit done changed. It's not the same. But again, I'm not being anti-African. I'm not saying that many of us are not descendants of those from the continent of Africa. What we're saying is that we're not descendant of what currently right now exists in current day Africa. We're not the same people. They're not even the same people. With that, I'm landed. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Indeed. Yeah, everybody bringing fire tonight. I love it. I love it, man. Let's go to. All right, we got
Phoenix.
All right, let's go to Phoenix, and then we'll come to our brother Freedman, Justice and Equality.
Hey, thanks for having me back. I'm just going to keep it brief. I just wanted to make a statement or observation that I feel about the dissenters of the Friedman status. I feel like, yeah, there may be pain there or trauma or what have you. I don't know, but actually claiming Friedman and bringing it back to life is kind of healing that trauma. But in addition to that, I feel like that some of their paperwork ain't gonna line up, and that's why they want to stick to those general basic Black terms like Negro and or Black or what have you, because I guess when they do their lineage, something might be some holes in there somewhere. So, and I'll just land there. I think that it's not good intentions. I don't think it's based on ignorance. I just think it's based on being a detractor, having some holes in your argument, or just wanting to be contrary to a movement that we're all fighting for. And especially in California, I mean, really, just if people just want to get, it's the best case study ever for a case for reparations. And you can look at and get every step to the claim. It's all right there for you. Even, with YouTube pages, you have all the task force meetings that you can refer back to. And then that very heated one when it became lineage based. And the arguments are there, the professional, scholarly, whatever you want to say, it's all right there. So people can really just go do their research, and it ain't far, or not. So if you're not going to do it and you're going to have the arguments, then at the same time, you just are contrary and something ain't right with you. So I'm gonna leave it there. Thank you.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you, sis. Thank you. Go ahead, brother Prime.
Salute, salute, salute to the gods, the BTP, be the power gods, Naheem, Steve, and Josh Friedman, and also the Fraternal Order, Brother Grimm. I appreciate y'all. He hit it right on the nail with the legislative intent of laws and legislation specifically and exclusively for the American freedmen. Legislative intent. What does that mean? The purpose that these laws were created. What was the reason? The spirit of the law. The spirit of the law. 1866 Civil Rights Act. It was not for the 10 immigrants that was in America in 1866. It was for the American freedmen. It was for the American freedmen, and we called it the Reconstruction Amendments or the Reconstruction Acts, whatever you want to call it. Reconstruction was for the reconstruction of the American freedmen, specifically and exclusively. Why are folks attacking the term freedmen? I'll tell you why they're attacking the term freedmen. Because when you say freedmen, now you have to do some goddamn work. You got to do some work. And from what I can see, due to the SB 189, that's Friedman language, AB 3121, that law and policy that exists today is for the American freedmen. So I think, if you ask me, it's a little biased here because since Be the Power, they created, or y'all created or y'all recreated or resurrected rather the Friedman language and philosophy, because I guess the social media world or just certain people, whoever they are, who don't mess with y'all, rock with y'all, because they are biased in their position or disposition of y'all, they don't want to use Friedman, even though the other groups are talking about the Freedmen. The other groups are talking about the Freedmen, FBA, all those other groups are the American freedmen, and the right and exact term is the American freedmen. So I think it's a bias, and they're attacking the term because they don't want to do any real work. It's so easy to come onto Twitter, click on two buttons, and talk shit. It's so easy to do that. Anybody can do that. Anybody can do that and be horrible at it and get 200 people in the space, or be good at it and get 200 people in the space. Because when you're on Twitter and you're just talking, you're not outside organizing, mobilizing, and galvanizing the American freedmen and doing the work of delineation. You're not doing the work of reparations. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, that's why I think they're attacking the term. I think they're attacking the term because people don't want to do work, and people are just biased towards the information. People are people worshipers. Sadly, I guess that's just a part of the human condition, and human nature is undefeated. Human nature is undefeated, which is why history constantly repeats itself. Until we elevate our consciousness and elevate ourselves to become something greater, then we're just going to keep saying the same thing. But I think the American freedmen are at the forefront in that elevation. We are at the forefront in that elevation, and we will get what's owed to us by any means necessary. Thank you.
Indeed, indeed. We got fair this up, but before you go fair this, I just want to give a recap for those that are new to the room. We held this space because there are several folks that are attacking this I call it a status name, right? Because that's what it is. Even when you look up the term freedman in the online etymological dictionary, the first word that pops up is libertine. It's the first word that pops up. And well, do some research on the term libertine. You'll see that it's a word from uh, from the Roman, it's an anglicized word from Old Roman, and it means the same exact thing, a freedman. In the Bible, you'll find that term, I forget which chapter and verse in the New Testament. I think it's there on several of occasion, the term libertine. In New Standard English versions of the Bible, they actually use the term freedman, right? So it's an old term, but the term freedman with the D is more specific to the United States of America. That's one of the things that it shows in the online etymological dictionary. So when translators and transliterators, is transliterator a word? I think that's a word. Transliterators of, huh?
Yeah, it's a word.
Okay. So when they're transliterating and translating these texts into the standard English that we use today, you'll find the word as freedman as opposed to freeman. So if this was, before 1865, without a shadow of a doubt, the term in the literary sense would have been freeman, a person that was freed from slavery, right? And this is what is shown in the online etymological dictionary. But because of popular usage, texts like the revised editions of the King James Version Bible will use the term freedman with the D because it's a term popularized in the United States of America. And we had a guy that made a post. This is one of the Black Homeland guys. I should have put that in the Jumbotron as well. I wasn't even thinking about it. I had to unblock him because I just blocked him yesterday. Yeah, what you said, bro?
No, I said no.
Right. I want people to see what we're up against, right? That this guy made an argument that defeated his own argument. This is how, at least the first tweet that I have in the Jumbotron, if you don't know what to look at, you might read that and say, that was a good point, right? Like, because that was what a lot of people said on that thread. Oh, we had some of the Afrocentric cheerleaders jumped on there. One of them is listening in right now. The Just Me brother, right? One of our main antagonists, right? And what that guy did, the guy that promotes the Black South, his version, I call it the Wakandan version of the Black South strategy. They emailed me and Logic their book, and we was reading through it, and I was like, what is this crap? This is it's just a bunch of nonsense, right? But we didn't openly deride these brothers. We asked them to come into a space, have I'm giving a recap for those that are just joining. We chose to just let them be. Just let them be, and we don't bother them. We don't say it. We just don't promote their version of the Black South strategy. It doesn't make any sense to us. What we're saying makes sense. We're not trying to carve out states in the South to create a separate nation. We're saying, let us concentrate our numbers in certain states in the South so that we can have political singularity. So for the first time in this country, we'll be able to elect, not that it'll be the first time that we had majority numbers in the states, because at least 3 states before the first wave of the migration out of the South due to domestic terror by the clans and other groups, there was it South Carolina, Louisiana, and I want to say Alabama, I believe, was the 3 states that we had numerical majorities in. When the Confederates got back into the Union and they saw that they could be outvoted, they initiated a campaign of pure sheer terror against our people. Not only our people. That's right. Not only our people, but the northern whites that that said no. You know, the Negroes have rights too. Again, get the book, The Bloody Shirt. We reference it all the time. That book details how they were murdering us wholesale and whites from the north, murdering them. I mean, it was just crazy. They were killing us and collecting our skulls, mostly for the fact that we just wanted to vote and have representation in this nation like every other citizen. We touched on status. We read from Black's Law Dictionary. Ali, absolutely went in and deconstructing this brother's tweets. We deconstructed the one tweet that you see in the Jumbotron. And, you know, we wanted to do this space again to show, y'all know I don't curse much, but to show y'all can't fuck with us. That's number one. These detractors. I'm talking about the detractors. People don't like, you know, our bravado, but we're men. And I mean, I'm going to be a man. If you don't like how manly I am, then I don't know. Don't listen to the space. It is what it is. But anyway, you know, they can't mess with us. So stop. Do what you're doing in your space and in your circle. We're not attacking you because you're deciding to use the term Negro. If you hear an argument from us, it's because you're saying F Friedman, this term Friedman, we're gonna strictly be called by the term Negro. We invite these people to the space. Every single time there's one of these spaces, we invite them. They almost never show up. I got to give the Democratic Shield guy, Stephen, props for he came into the space. You know, we gave him an intellectual spank and we didn't have to call him out his name or any of that. We know how to fight fair over here because we know we got with the intellectually, we sharp with ours. We are, as we would say in New York, as young 5%ers, we swift with this. It's not to brag or boast. It's because we put the time in and study. Ali has put out so many different screenshots of information. We've put out hours of information on our YouTube channel, Be the Power. Go watch the videos, go subscribe, go to the BTP Media Group channel, watch those videos. So ground yourself in the information. That's it. We don't own it. You could go to Congress.org. Is it Congress.org or Congress.gov? Right now. Congress.gov right now, punch in Friedman and go scroll all the way back. And then just read through all of the pieces of legislation that was drafted for the Freedmen. Some passed, some didn't pass, but it's still on the legislative record. Still there. We don't own this. We don't. We cited the court case from the Connecticut Supreme Court. We spoke to how the Supreme Court used Freedmen. We spoke to how you find Freedmen in all three branches of this government and their descendants. And their descendants. I mean, it's clear.
Yeah, that's the key part right there, brother.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you wanted to touch on that real quick?
Yeah, and their descendants. That's the key part. Because, you know, I don't know if I came on a little bit late. My apology. But I was talking to Ali, I think it was yesterday. And I was like, yo, you know, what's your last name? You know, and he told me, and I said, okay, I don't know if he want to put his last name out there. I'm just gonna say Jones, right? Say your last name.
He ran through y'all whole conversation, but I want you look, it's fresh air. Wait. It's fresh airs in the room, so I want you to just reiterate.
Yeah. I was like, yo, what's your last name? He said Harrison. I said, okay. So you are Harrison. You acknowledge that? Yeah. He said, yeah. I said, okay. Now, what? So you're a descendant of Harrison's, right? He's like, yeah. So.
Got cut off.
You went out, Josh.
It's a great point that he's trying to make.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. I want
Yeah, and you bro, and if you want to, bro, if you want to just break that down real quick again, you know,
Yeah, my
because
phone had a
people need
call.
to. My phone had a call. Okay, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I was saying basically, you know, if you if your last name is, I'm sorry, I got to take this call. My bad, bro.
No, it's cool. It's
Ali, if you
cool.
can
Ali,
break
if
that
you
down
want
again, I got to call.
Ali, if you can break that down again,
yeah.
I got
So I touched on it earlier, but what he was saying was, if you're a descendant of Harrisons, but by these people's logic, you're not a real Harrison. You're just a descendant of a Harrison. So that would stand for anybody with whatever your family name is by the logic that they're using, because you're not the original Thomas, the original Harrison, the original Bradley, the original Williamson, the original whatever your family last name is. You're not really a Williamson. You're really just a descendant of Williamson. So this is the kind of warped logic, and this is what he was getting at, the kind of warped logic that they're using when it comes to the idea that you're not truly freedmen because you're not the emancipated people, but you're just descendants of freedmen. It's like saying it's all. I mean, the same thing. You know, you can apply that to everything. Africans, we're not Africans. We're descendants of Africans, right? Because we're not the original, and not for the reason that people think, but we're not Africans for based on this logic, we're not Africans because we're not the original people who were called Africans by the Romans or whoever. You see what I'm saying? So you can use that kind of warp logic with a lot of different things. And so that's the point that Josh was trying to make.
Indeed. I mean, it's nonsensical, and that's in response to the first tweet that you see in the jumbotron by this guy whose screen name or whatever it's called, Reclaiming My Destiny, Twitter handle, Reclaiming My Destiny. I mean, you know, these people are crazy, but it is what it is.
And
It
brother
gives us
Naheem,
the opportunity to teach. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
my bad. I had an urgent call, but I just wanted to see if y'all can bring back up that if you is that Connecticut Supreme Court joining the jumbotron?
Yep, it's in there.
Okay, I think it'll
Okay,
be
I
cool
think
if we can
it'll be cool if we can
go back through and read
go
that.
back through and read that.
I'll pull it.
I'm gonna
I'm
pull
gonna,
it.
I'm gonna pull it
I'm
up.
gonna pull it up. Yes, the third one from the right.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I got it.
If you can mute out real quick. All right, cool. So you can see in there it says a testator gave certain property to a trustee for the use of his widow during her life, and after death the income to be devoted to the education of the freedmen and paid over annually to the proper officers for the Freedmen's Association for that purpose by the trustee. The term freedman was once generally applied to lately emancipated slaves and their descendants. So I mean, I don't know, Ali, if you got the context of all this. To me, it really doesn't matter. They just the whole purpose of this excerpt that was sent over to us in with the purposes of of having the opposite effect of what we're demonstrating
Mm-hmm.
is just to show that this term applied to the descendants of the
What he was
people who were
trying to
lately
show,
emancipated. Yeah.
absolutely. What he was trying to show, and this is just goes to the way that people read or don't read. What he was trying to point out was the word descendant. What he was focused on was the fact that the emancipated people have descendants. And so that's what he was focusing on. He didn't actually even read the case. He just kind of like did like a Google search for descendants of freedmen and women. So he kind of like Googled that, and I guess this case came up, and or he put it into the Harvard Law Case Law Access Project, and it comes up, right? And so the terminology that he was concerned with was the descendants of these emancipated slaves. And so he's like, see, you guys are descendants. you're really just descendants. I'm like, yeah, but you didn't read the thing, right? Either that or you don't understand it. Like, I don't really know. I'm like, there's another one that says that's from that same case where it's talking about that the term freedmen encompasses their descendants, the descendants of the emancipated people. It encompasses. I'm like, I don't know, maybe he doesn't understand the word encompass. I'm not sure, but either he has a reading comprehension problem or he's just disingenuous. And a lot of times what I found over the years is that you have both things going on. Some people have reading comprehension problems, and then there are people who are just disingenuous and would prefer disinformation. I don't even want to call it misinformation, it's disinformation, because a lot of this stuff is being done on purpose with a specific intent to mislead people. You see? So that, that's all that is. It's really not even that deep, man. It's just a matter of actually reading stuff and understanding what you're reading. That's it.
Indeed, indeed. All right, so we got somebody new up. I know Fairness and Prime wanted to go again, but we have a new speaker on the stage. Let's get to that new speaker first. Lloyd Kelly, you're up.
Hey, Naeem, how are you?
Peace.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a quick question. Did I see Sandy Darity in this room earlier?
Absolutely. Yep. He was here.
Wow. Okay. I wish y'all could have got me up sooner because I just wanted to tell him thank you. But to the question that why are folks attacking the term freedman, I believe it's because we don't understand the term. So we don't understand the difference between our legal status in this country. If you are a descendant of an American slave, you are a freedman. And the law says your status in this country is freedman, Black, African American, B1, whatever you want to call it. Those relate to race, not status. So technically, anybody who descends from a person who was a slave is a freedman. That is what you are. An American slave. That's right. That's what the law says that you are. So what I don't get is why we're even, what is the point of having this conversation over and over and over if we all are fighting to get reparations for the descendants of American slaves? Why do we keep having this argument? What difference? You can call me a purple pig. Just understand you're paying me the money you're not giving me money. You're paying me the money that you owe me for the 40 million man hours per day that my people contributed to this country unpaid for 256 years. If we can focus on that point right there, because we all agree, is there anybody in this space that does not support freedmen getting reparations or descendants of slaves getting reparations? No, that's what we're all fighting for. So we can't all go into the negotiations with the United States government using 40,000 different terms because I want to be heard. I have a right to say. We have to have a cogent, well thought out, very understandable argument, or else we're going to be having these conversations forever. So I'm going to say one more time, I'm going to wrap it up with the reason people have trouble with the term freedman, they don't understand it. And maybe we can begin using the space to explain the differences. And I'll land there.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, right? And like I just said before you spoke, we've done countless hours explaining the term freedman, the status, what it is. We went all the way back into Roman times. We went into the etymology. I touched on just earlier how you can find the term freedman in today's standard English versions of Bibles, right? So the problem is not just a lack of understanding, because we've done the work. We've put in, like I said, hours and hours of legwork. The problem is people don't want to understand and don't care to understand. They only want to clout chase. So what we do from time to time is we'll host a space like this so that we can take their ignorance and turn it on them as a tool to use for educating the people, reaffirming and reassuring, particularly teaching those new people that may come into this thing and not have an understanding, right? Some people might have gotten on Twitter and they more recently, and they see the term Friedman, but they don't really know what it means if, nobody's really breaking it down. And if they see attacks on the term, they may be swayed. New information on an impressionable mind. I mean, there was people running around saying that they're Indians and stuff like that because of social media, etc. So, I mean, in such situations, we're going to take our time and we're going to host a space like this where we get a chance to teach and reaffirm why this American freedman status is, to me, as Brother Ali said earlier, the perfect disaggregator. So you can, people, like I said, people can call themselves what they choose. If your ancestors, if you descend from emancipated persons in this country, you're an American freedman. Point blank, period. You can deny it, but when we trace your family's lineage back and it goes back to a person that was freed from the institution of slavery, then you're just fooling yourself. So that, that's why we do what we do over here. It gives us the opportunity to teach.
Naeem, can I say something? Can I respond to that just a little bit? Here's the thing, and a lot of people may be offended. I don't care. I know that you guys have done a lot of work and put a lot of stuff out, information out there for people to get, and it's right there. All you got to do is go read it. However, keep in mind, the reality of our situation in this country is a lot of our people can't read. And even when they can read the words, they don't comprehend what it means. So, and I'm just saying it's true. That's true. That's a fact. So maybe we need to change the way we do our work to make sure that we can break down the information that we put up so that a third grader can understand it.
I mean, I think we've done an effective job at speaking in the plainest of language. I don't know how much of our content you've actually listened to, but, it's not like we're up here using a whole bunch of words that you need a dictionary and a thesaurus to understand. What we're saying is really, really simple. I understand and get what you mean, though, but what we're saying is simple. It doesn't require some high degree of basic general understanding. Were your ancestors emancipated from slavery? Yes, you're an American freedman. That's your status. Okay, you're on the fence about it? Wait, hold on. You're on the fence about it? Okay, let us show you how. And it's just that simple.
Okay, so now what you just said is total common sense. It's accurate. You can argue with opinion, but you can't argue with facts. So what you're putting out there is fact. So if you put it out there in language that you ask that question, do you descend from emancipated slaves? You are freedmen. Well, if you want to start coming with I'm this, I'm that, my question to you is, what is your agenda? Because clearly it's not getting reparations for our people, because you're you're creating arguments that take everybody off of the goal to argue dumb shit.
Yep.
So
that's what I was saying.
Exactly. That's a fact. That is a fact.
So when people
Yeah.
start doing that, I think if you've put it out there, and I, for purposes of transparency, no, I haven't seen a lot of your stuff, but I'm listening to you now, and I'm hearing that, yeah, we've done this question. It's two questions. Really one question. Are you a descendant of an emancipated slave? Yes. Then you are a freedman, point blank, is what you said. That's like about 8 words. Okay, if we're discussing something else now, you're trying to take me off my square. That means you are dangerous to this community. And we need to start calling them people out, because the one thing that is not going to happen where I'm concerned, and I don't have the kind of following that y'all have and all that, and I really don't care because I'm not in this to get followers. But here's the thing. You are not going to build your following off of me. You're not going to do that. I am certainly not playing into you harming this community with fucked up, information so that you can get Twitter followers. Really not happening.
That's right. I agree
And
100%.
that's all they're doing it for. That's all they're doing it for. Twitter followers. They want to be, I guess, the new head Negroes of something. And I don't know. I mean, we're doing our job over here, and I think that we're doing our job effectively. So, and only thing we can continue to do is teach and from time to time address some of this confusion.
Well, I'm going to say this. I have a background in politics and campaigns, and one of the first things that you learn is never mention your opponent's name. Now, remember, I haven't looked, and I don't know how many followers you have, but clearly by the number of people in this room, you have a big following. And every time you give them a platform to speak in a space, you give them an opportunity to put out bullshit. Just think about that. Strategically think about that. I know we all want to be fair and all of that, but if I figured out that you have an agenda that is counter to our people, then I have a responsibility to shut you down. That's or at least not to play a role in the miseducation of our people.
I cannot say I disagree, my brother. I can't. I can't. And that was one of the main reasons while I was speaking. I don't know if you heard it. I didn't even say the people's names. I'm not going to do it. And because I do get that. I get it. I understand that that's a big part of what this is clout chasing. Obviously, right? You got people they trying to grow their following, and Twitter seems like the place to do it right now. And I get it. So that's why I'm not mentioning their names. I'm just going to address or attack the issue, right? What it is that they're talking about, the problem points, the things that I have contention with. And that's about it. But you're absolutely right. I agree 100%. We don't need to be elevating kooks and crackpots and, cloud faces and all that kind of bullshit. You 100% correct.
I'm going to land right there and let somebody else talk, but I'm listening.
Indeed. All right, we got new people on the stage. I don't want to forget the people that have already spoken, but I just want to get to some of the new people first, and then we'll swing back around. Friedman Angel, you're up.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for bringing me up to speak. Peace and reparations to the space. Yeah, I can attest. I have been on numerous spaces where BTP and the Friedman Party and Friedman have faces going over this over and over again. Our status as freedmen and how that entitles us to reparations, and going through the Freedman Act and the Act of 1866, and I mean, it's just been numerous things. So I'm of the mind now that there are people, as been already been said, that just don't want to get it for whatever reason. It could be clout chasing and people trying to build up their following, or it could be just straight up agent stuff. Because why are people trying to muddy the waters? Why are you trying to make this complicated when it's simple? It's already been enumerated. It's already been laid out who the freedmen are and what we're entitled to. So why would we start calling ourselves something else? Why would we start calling ourselves Negroes? It doesn't say, the Act of '86 doesn't say, and the Freedmen's Act doesn't say that all these things go to Negroes. It says to the freedmen. So I really am starting to really get really suspicious and look at these people's side eye. And I don't think they're dumb at all. I think they're deliberately trying to be a distraction and muddy the waters for whatever reason. And with that, I'll land my plane.
Absolutely.
Indeed. All right. Marcus, and if anybody else raises their hand, we're going to go through to everybody that has their hand raised again, and then we'll come back to the new people. But go ahead, Marcus Farrell.
Amazing space. I have a long history in politics. My family, were enslaved in Mississippi, in Florida, and our direct lineage to South Carolina. I wanted to say this. Do y'all realize how beautiful the word freedman is? It
Yes,
is an
indeed.
absolutely perfect political operative statement. I've worked on so many goddamn campaigns. I never could figure out the perfect way to define American black folks who are descendants of slavery. And freedman is powerful. It's not scary. And literally in the word itself, I mean, let me be real honest with you. I don't like a lot of the shit that we do in this movement, man. I can't front. But what I do like is the word freedman, because we come from that shit. It's a direct statement about the things that our ancestors went through, man. We can't fight that. No one can fight that. Republican, Democrat, hater, conservative, progressive. When you say freedmen in this country, it means only one people were enslaved in this country. Black folks. So if folks are tripping off the word freedman, y'all, they gotta stop. And like, we have a real hard time like praising each other and loving each other. And there's a lot of hatred within our own movement. But the word freedman, man, that thing skips all over all the hatred we could possibly have, over all the bullshit that we talk about. It goes directly to what our ancestors went through. Freedmen. So I land my plane on that. I just wanted to say that. It's a beautiful word.
And
Man,
let me add real quick.
Go ahead, bro.
Because a lot of times people try to claim that freedmen is something that white people gave us. And it's it's important to understand, like the brother's saying, how beautiful the term is and what it actually signifies. It signifies triumph. It signifies the fact that there was a group of people that fought valiantly and triumphantly for their own liberation. It wasn't something that white people gave anybody. These people fought for that. They fought to be freed men and women. They fought for that. That was something they fought for. You see what I'm saying? That was no gift from white folks. They fought for that shit. You see what I mean? So that's not something to throw away. That's something to honor. That was a noble thing, that a noble title that they fought and got for themselves and their descendants. Come on, man. Come on. That's us. That's our thing. And it's the midway point to who we are now and what we used to be. Like you said, that term freedman, and I have made a tweet about this, that term freedman is a constant reminder to this country of what the hell we went through, but at the same time, who we are right now, and we're not there, we're not going back there, and y'all need to fix what happened. You never fixed it. Like we talk about.
Ali is the perfect term, brother.
That's right. Come on, bro.
And let me say, right, when we had the rally, the Freedmen's reparations and justice rally last year in Atlanta, we had a series of speakers that came up. One of them was a pastor. I believe his last name was Slaughter, I believe. And someone was speaking before him, and I was waiting to introduce him, and he leaned over to me, older brother. He said that term Friedman, man, he said it's so specific. He said, you know exactly who's being talked about. And the same way I felt that then, Brother Marcus, I felt what you just said. It hit me in my DNA, brother. And it is what it is. And people could fight against it all they want. But the historical records are there. We put out the information. Everybody that's not familiar with our platform, please check out our website, usadof.org. I'm going to put a link to our website in the Jumbotron. Brother Marcus, I see you're in Atlanta. I'm in that area as well. You're into politics. I'm into politics. We're trying to do some things in the state of Georgia. So, maybe we could link up where our interests align and see where we can move on this American freedmen front. So who? All right, let's go to some of the people that I can't remember who had their hand up.
Fairness.
All right, go ahead, brother Fairness.
Yeah, I wanted to just come back and speak about how the when you're looking at the term Negro, and I know everybody knows about the Negro and Negro spirituals, Negro League, and everything else, but look at how with what Barack Obama, the president, what he did 2016 with that House Resolution 4238, and how he now has put that term to, I guess like the attic now, just like how the Oriental term has done. And, they actually had a vote on that in the Congress. So I would say that's another thumbs up for the American freedmen for even right now, to where it's like you have to look at legislation now and look at how Freeman just stands out even more. It puts more accolades on our ancestors and all that we have done. And one of the things that even to bring it for the family, for Lord Kelly, is like, if you, I mean, why would you want to be called something that you already completed? Like, just like school. I mean, simple school. Even like a child that graduated from the 8th grade and now they're in the 9th grade, they're not going to want to be called in the eighth grade anymore, because they've completed that. So why would you think that you're just to be called something that you've already done? You have to demand your status as far as your name and what you've completed and what you are obtaining to be of in that present grade. That's just simple common knowledge right there, though. And it's just simple. Like I say, man, we have Freeman just speaks. It speaks so much into what it can be in the years to come. And it had, just like almost, I guess, like people are not realizing that, it's like a freight train that we're going. And it's like, you gotta at least you gotta say, look, you're gonna have to be getting on, or you're gonna have to just stay off, because we got a lot of work to do. A lot of good work, I would say, good work to do. So I'll lay my plan on that.
All right, definitely, brother Fairness. I'm gonna put you back in the audience, and those that have spoken, because people are trying to come up and
Go
I
ahead,
can't
bro.
approve them. Go ahead. All right, definitely. I can't remember who was after Fairness. I'm guessing it was brother
Can I
Prime.
get in?
Get in?
I was next.
Who? Wait, Prime. Who had just said that?
Nat, I can go
I can
after
go after
whomever.
whomever. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yes, I just
Yes,
wanted
I
to
just
say
wanted to
this.
say this.
I'll make this
I'll make
quick
this
just to
quick
go
just
on
to
to
go
the
on to the
topic.
topic.
And we
And
probably
we probably
address it,
address
but
it, but
people are
people are
selfish,
selfish.
they're clout
They're clout
chasers,
chasers.
they're
Hold up,
code
hold up, hold
Code
up.
switching,
switching.
You
they're
got the
They
coon
echo.
got the
switching.
echo.
Is somebody echoing?
You guys
Go-
need to mute your mics.
Yeah, somebody has to mute it. Okay. So yeah, they're selfish, they're clout chasing, they're code switching, they're coons, they're attention seekers, and they're not objective. And if you can be objective, everybody would be using the word American freedman. But unfortunately, people want to worship other people and idolize them. To answer the question of the topic, they get paid to be disruptive. They get paid to be disruptive. White supremacy pays their coons and the disruptive people to maintain white supremacy. They're reparationists, obstructionists, like the homie Ali said. They're misleading. They're liars. And another reason is the lack of knowledge of our history. The American education system is trash, and they never teach American freedmen history in its right proper context. Pan Africanism, this Pan Africanist reparations is not it. Um, Non freedmen attack the term because they don't meet the standard. They don't meet the lineage standard, and they don't meet the self identification standard. They don't have the lineage. They don't have our history. They don't have the shared experience. And they can't latch on to the culture and the contributions that the American freedmen have made. And in that blackness social construct, they can't reap the political benefits once the political barrier of American freedmen gate is up. And let me say that again. They can't reap the political benefits once the American freedman status, once that barrier is put up. Um, People attack the American freedmen because it is the political answer for our people. I want to say that again. People are attacking the American freedmen because it is the political answer. And in a system of white supremacy, you're not interested in a solution because you want to maintain the status quo of anti black racism and white supremacy. But here in this space, we elevate the information, we elevate the message, and we damn sure elevate the American freedmen. We prioritize us. I want to say this: it's not about race work, it's about power. It's about political power to self empower the American freedmen, to create and own our own institutions, to protect and dismantle and destroy and put white supremacy on its ass. But it starts with power here with us, with the American freedmen. Um, we elevate freedom, justice, equality, equity, and power for the American freedmen by any means necessary. I'm done. Freedmen on motherfucking deck.
Indeed, no doubt. Um, I don't know who is next.
Net, Net, and then I'm going
Net, and then I'm going to. Okay, go ahead, Net.
just quick fast.
Just quick, fast. I think
In addition,
in addition,
I got an echo. I'm sorry. Oh, in addition to what he's saying, I think for those that are descendants of chattel slavery or free descendants of freedmen that are not accepting of the term, I think what happened is through our trauma, people like to highlight and recognize white America and become anti-America in the process. But what they're failing to do, especially if you don't understand our rich history and you don't know Black America and all that we contributed and how we helped to shape this country and how, you know, it's rooted and founded on us, people disregard that and they just have this huge hatred for white America that they throw Black America in there with that, and they fail to study our history. They fail to, you'd be surprised, even me with a degree in Black studies, I'm still learning so much more. It's entirely too much to even get through in my lifetime. But people are failing to embrace our history and our contributions to this country, and what they're looking to is the notable leaders that we hear about all the time that refer to themselves as African American or Afro American, even in this 18th and 19th century. But what they're not doing is, and I'm not saying that these individuals, the sung and the unsung, did not recognize or acknowledge and African descendants, that we are descendants of Africa. I think that anti-Blackness, the rejection from white America, not continuing to dehumanize us and not allowing us to have access to civil and human rights, people said, well, fuck it. I mean, F it then. We're African in America and we're looking for these rights. So they coined themselves with the term African just to acknowledge that, hey, we are not being accepted into white America, into what America represents, which we're fighting for. So we're going to call ourselves African as a result of that, because we ain't got no choice. We've been rejected by white America. And that has just been historically happening. Is if you look at, I don't know if any of you are familiar with T. Thomas Fortune, he has a letter. I don't have the book right now, but he breaks down the difference between the Negro and the Afro-American. And he wrote this, I believe it was in 1892. And he stuck by that all the way through. But I'm saying this to say that we have a bunch of notable leaders that sit up there and help you to understand how it is we define ourselves or identify under different terminology. And because even in in the southern United States and the northern United States, even their response to anti-blackness and to white America was slightly different, although again rooted in the same dehumanizing conditions. But I'm saying what to say is that if people took the time to study and got familiar with certain, of our history, then they can embrace Black America for what it stands for, and then they'll be more comfortable in appreciating the fact that we are freedmen and what it means to be a descendant of freedmen, and to be able to live in that resiliency that comes out of that we are putting forth right now today. So to all of those that are descendants of Black, descendants of slavery, freedmen, FBA, however we want to identify, I implore you, please pick up some history books. Look at the 19th century tells a whole lot. It's not the whole story, but you'll find a lot there. And tell you, a lot of people go to Douglas, they go to Du Bois, they go to Booker T. Nobody picks up T. Thomas Fortune. I promise you, if you pick that dude's books up, a lot of people view themselves and identify in a way that's more positive for us as a lineage. I'm Landon, and thank you.
Wow, thank you. I think who was up next was Namobi and then Sean. And then Marcel was after that.
All right. I was gonna go through the people that spoke already again because they was waiting so long to speak again. So
Okay.
I just let's just go to Phoenix and Freedman's sister again, and then we'll get to Shah and Marcel.
Okay.
But I don't remember who had their hand up first.
I can go real quick. Twitter
Twitter.
been acting up, I think, for a lot of people, so that's why you're seeing us go in and out. I think one of the things is probably a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people here is to understand some people just don't care. They really don't. I'm at a point of call a thing a thing. As I stated earlier, it's some people who are here who want to learn and some people who don't. It's the same people who pop up, whether it's in this space or some other space. It's the same rhetoric that they talk about. I do feel many of them are being gaslighted in a private setup, Patreon. I'm not going to go further into who may be doing that, but all of a sudden these people coming up. The other thing of what Marcus touched on, and I think even what Lloyd and not Ali, but Naheem was speaking on it. You've been doing this for how long? People gonna get what they want to get. And at some point, it is not my responsibility that y'all ass can't comprehend. We gonna move on. It's really getting to that point. If they want to be so elementary about your shit, okay, fine. You don't get it, whatever. But how many hours do you need to spend on this? If you don't have the time to rehash everything, hell, go to YouTube. Look at that shit. It's still on there. Twitter Space is going to give you what, about 30 days, if you record it. These people acting like you didn't talk about this, or you don't have a full discussion, whatever. The other thing is too, something that Marcus was saying about the term Freeman, or just the beauty of Freeman. If you really, really look at it, this is the one term or identifier, I must say, that other people cannot latch on. You even have people latching on African American, even Black American, and and especially when I'm looking at them, like, I know damn well you ain't from here, but you saying it. I don't care if you first generation coming here, born here, second, or whatever. I know you ain't from here, but this is the first time folks are like, wait a second, you just changed up the relationship. What you mean you want something different? And we looking at it as we're elevating. We know who we are. The other parties that we had the relationships with, and I'm just using this as an analogy, they don't like it. They're not comfortable with it. So now you acting different. Yeah, we acting different. We about us now. We not about what y'all want to do or whatever. Well, what is a freedman? They don't like it because they cannot identify with it. It's not whether they don't want to understand it. They understand it enough to know that they ass ain't freedmen. That's all I need to know. So again, as I stated earlier, continue to do the work that you're doing. Everybody else that I spoke of earlier, continue to do the work that you're doing. Don't just rely on Twitter space. Go to Be the Powers YouTube, BTP Media Group. Go to ETM Media Group. Go to NASDAQ LA. You have everybody doing reparation work that you can go back and utilize that and then add on your own research and studying. Share it with your family. Share it with these young kids. People really want this learning. They just don't know where to get it from. If you got to be a broken record, then be that damn broke record then. But at the same time, let's call a thing a thing. Some people don't give a fuck. Seriously, as harsh that may sound, some people don't. And you know what? That's okay, because I don't give a fuck about you either. I give a fuck about my people. I'm not going to waste my time on you don't understand what Friedman is. You don't understand this. You want to sit there. Oh, we're going to throw a chair. Okay, we're going to throw a whole bunch of chairs in the table at your ass then. Now what? Sometime it get to that point, we ain't got time for that, like I said. And them fools, because we're going to call them that, I do feel there are batteries being put in some of those people's backs because it's the same people that keep on popping up. So again, call a thing a thing. We want to be kumbaya and we just hope everybody, we make it more simpler. You already made it plain as it need to be. How much plainer can you be? This is Friedman talk that y'all doing. How much plainer can you be from that? The reason why they don't understand it because they're not Friedman. It ain't made for them to understand it. And that's okay. So I'll land there.
Oh, honest is definitely. All right, we're gonna go to Sister Phoenix, then Shah, then Brother Marcel.
Thank you, Naeem. I'm gonna keep it brief because I've spoken many times, but I just want to say this, and we're unapologetically freedmen, and it's about unapologetic power. We need to be powerful in this nation. We need our status to be reinvigorated. Listed sources, and they can go to YouTube, and I mean, there's just so many different, avenues to get the information. So that just means that you don't want it, and you just want to be opposite of Friedman. So we are unapologetic about seeking our restorative justice, and we are unapologetic by taking our status. If you do not want to be a part of the status and the restoration, we will get you an opt-out form. And that's all I have to say. I'll say it again. Brother Naheem says that, you can't, deny being a freedman. We can't, no one can take that away from you. And that's great. But if you're not down with it, then that's okay too. Just go ahead and opt out and stay over there while we do the work. And I land there. Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed. Brother Shah.
Greetings, everyone. Family, I just want to say this. I come into these spaces to try to offer whatever I can from my experience, from my knowledge in the space. And I do it with the purposes of us building, us having a better life, us being better off is my goal. Now, I have my I guess generation time that I come from and everything, but I'm learning in these spaces. I learned about Queen Mother Moore, I believe her name was, who started reparations back in the 40s or something like that. I never knew about her until these spaces. I come from the 80s. In the 80s, they passed, I was at this big conference or meeting, whatever it was, and they had a little clipboard going around to sign up for a petition for reparations. Back in the 80s, I signed a petition, and they were talking about reparations. And I believe that that petition actually led to the advancement of us being able to get reparations into the place that it is now. It doesn't matter
Doesn't
who
matter. Wait. Which petition you speaking of?
I'm speaking of a petition that was, I think it was this sister who was part of the New Black Africa or some movement like that. I was at a conference, at an African Centered conference, and the sister spoke about reparations and about a petition and the whole, what it was and what the whole process of it was, what the petition was for. That was in the 80s. Okay, that was 34 or 35 years ago. I don't remember the details, but I know that I signed it. I know that a lot of other people signed it, and I heard that they had gotten enough signatures to do something with this in a legal matter later down the line, many years later. And I felt like, oh damn, that my little signature added to that. So I'm saying the questions of these things that we're talking about and identity for some reason is the biggest. Well, we know what the reason is an issue for our people with our unique history and family. And these nuances, these terms, these names that we call ourselves, I'm not saying they are not important. They are important. And it gives us perspective about who we are, where we are. And, that whole thing is important. It may change in your lifetime. When you get my age, you may have a generation, redefining what we call ourselves. Then and you may be like, oh, no, that don't make sense because of this and that and the other.
Yeah, well, let me jump in because I don't want anybody to be confused about. Hold on, real quick, brother. Hold on. Let me mute you just real quick. What we're doing here today is not about just what we want to call ourselves, right? We've called ourselves a lot of different things over the years. What we're doing here today is addressing specific attacks against the term American freedmen. This was our political status after slavery. This status, as we shown earlier, is one that is transferable, which is why it is resurrected in these days and times. And so long as we have progeny in this country, it doesn't matter what they choose to call themselves 30 something years from now, their political status in this country will be American freedmen. So I just want to, clarify that. I don't want nobody to misunderstand the purpose of this room. We're not having a debate about what people want to call themselves. Our debate is against the people that are trying to go at this term freedmen because they see that it is spreading like wildfire and they wish to jump in front of it for various reasons. Clout chasing, uh, they may be a part of some other group that's pushing something else, et cetera, et cetera. And they have to say something against the term freedman because their cult leader is saying something against the term freedman, et cetera, right? That's what this particular space is about. So I just want to clarify that before you continue. Go ahead, brother.
I'll land it up and clear in what the conversation is in the room today. I will say I'm gonna drop down and listen more for a bit, but my point that I'm trying to make simply is that whatever the goal is of Friedman, that as folks that I don't even know what to say without being, I'm not offensive, but about who I am. I know who I am and where I come from. but it begins to become kind of like just weird or something to not want to sort of say the wrong thing, but I'll just speak from my own point of view. Whatever it is that we do, and this is my whole thing is what Freedmen should be about, and FBA should be about, and ADOS should be about. And to me, that's it. At the end of the day, as long as we're doing stuff that is progressing us as a people, and that we have the same basic values, I'm with it. And I'll land right there.
Indeed. And I want Brother Marcel to come on. But I just I want to stress this point before Brother Marcel comes on. This Freedman is not a group. This is not it's not a clique. It's not a social media thing. It is an actual political status. The people that call themselves FBA, ADOS, et cetera, these two are American freedmen. I don't know if that's why these spaces are important, in my opinion. When we get to address certain people and the claims that they're making, we then get an opportunity to not only teach, but to further inform the public about what this Friedman thing is and what we are trying to push politically with it. So I'm just hoping that nobody sees this as some type of clique or group or hashtag move, because it's not that. It's not that at all. So with that said, go ahead, Brother Marcel.
Oh yeah, y'all. So I first of all, I think one thing that's going on is that more and more people are coming in contact with the reparations movement every day. So some of them are probably not obviously familiar with the term freedmen, and they see all these different hashtags being thrown around, and they think that freedmen is just one of the quote unquote hashtag groups, and that's not what it is as well, because the thing that distinguishes freedmen from all these other hashtags is freedmen is actually something that has congressional precedent. It is actually recognized by the U.S. government. It's a political status. You cannot say that for any other hashtag. ADOS, no. FBA, which is a social term, is never, no one's ever said it was congressionally recognized, so you can't say FBA. So Freeman actually has congressional precedents. We've actually received legislation underneath the term Freeman. So obviously, someone coming into contact with the movement who's new, they don't know that. So we may always have to have this conversation to some extent just because of that. But as far as why are people attacking it, the people I see attacking it are people that know very well that Freeman has congressional precedent. They know it's a political status. And I think someone already said it to me. It's just everyone wants to be this new intellectual leader because they may feel that, to be honest, y'all are getting credit, quote unquote, for bringing the term back into usage. So now some people want to get credit for discovering something that they feel that of which we were not aware. We should always want to expand our knowledge. And I don't agree with any of us just taking someone's word for something. We should always do our own research. There's a difference between doing our own research and then posting a bunch of nonsense really in reality that actually doesn't say what you're saying it says and actually proves why Freeman is the term we should use. So I just think it's a bunch.
Yeah,
I really think
my bad. I want to ask you some questions real quick, Brother Cato. When you was on a BTP channel several times, right? When you heard this term Freedman, did you just accept it, or did you say, I'm gonna look into this thing myself and see if what these brothers are saying is right and exact?
I looked into it myself, which is embarrassing for me being in South Carolina because this is the state where the Freeman political classification took root. Like First Freeman School, right there. First Freeman Town, right there. First Freeman Bank, right there. Like I pass by these things almost every single week. So I said I was going to look into it, and it just made perfect sense. It made perfect sense.
So I'm just saying, we didn't manipulate. You're a pretty smart brother. Everybody knows that. We over here at BTP, we didn't manipulate you or try to wring you around the neck and say, "Yo, man, you better call yourself a free." We ain't do none of that, did we? We just you looked on you was able to look at it yourself and say, "This makes sense." I just I know these questions are rhetorical, but they really do deserve answers though, because we didn't twist nobody's arms. And before you go, brother Marcel, I want to stress this point: we don't own it. That's the beautiful thing about it. We can't tell. You know who we can tell is not a freedman? A person that's not a descendant of emancipated persons here in the United States of America. We can say that. I can say that, Marcel. Everybody on this stage and in this room could say, "Where you from? You from Nigeria? Your mother's Nigerian, your father is Ghanaian? Nah, you're not a freedman." I can't tell nobody that they're not a freedman if they have ancestors that descend back to an emancipated person in this country. I can't do it. I wouldn't dare do nothing like that. My bad. Go ahead, bro.
And there are people who have had legitimate questions about it. And now and like I said, it's not usually people who are becoming newly acquainted with the reparations movement that are asking these questions. It's people who have already had it explained to them, okay, ad nauseam, and they have had sources. It's not just I said it or you said it. It's been proven to them, and they still insist on trying to muddy the waters. And that's when I start looking at people suspiciously. I know there's confusion between racial classification and a political status, but we've clarified that. And we've also talked about the dangers of using racial classification for reparations. That's the quickest way to make it unconstitutional and to make sure that reparations never has it. So yes, you could be a Negro, but so can a guy from Nigeria. So can a guy from Barbados, but they cannot be freemen. Freemen actually deals with your lineage, your political classification. You have to have paperwork to be freemen. And I respect, this is no shot at anyone, but for people to argue over semantics, oh, it's descendants of freemen, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, especially when you have Maxine Waters, who again, just 2 weeks ago now, just used the term freeman again to refer to people who are descendants of enslaved of people who were enslaved by America, because she called the Native Americans back to Congress to get an update on their treatment of freemen. These are her words. Clarence Thomas, as you posted, he just used the term freeman again to refer to Black Americans who are descendants of American slaves. It is not a term that when people are unfamiliar with. It's not used on a day-to-day basis, and hopefully we can change that. But I think people want to get credit for being an intellectual leader. And my thing is this: everyone's going to have their time to shine. Okay. Everyone gets their time to shine at some point in some capacity, but you don't have to try to push some disingenuous argument against a term that is actually recognized by Congress, actually has precedent, actually gives us our own identification, where you have to have paperwork to be a part of this group in order to get out. And last but not least, I've heard some absolutely ridiculous arguments against it. I heard there was this white group called Freeman, not Friedman, but Freeman. And someone was like, well, I wouldn't want my people to be called something that white people were calling themselves too. I said, okay, I'm sure at that time in the 1800s, they didn't want to be lynched. They didn't want the land. So there's plenty of things our people probably didn't want to happen that happened, but they embraced Freeman. And I say, even after the Freeman's Bureau was closed down, our people continue to use the term Freeman to start organizations, to start assemblies, to start conventions. So they embraced that term Freeman. And the reason why white Americans, especially white Southerners, were so fiercely against it is because they realized us having that classification was a political infrastructure for us to get the restitution to which we were deserving. And I land there.
Oh man, excellent. Excellent, man. And I did a post, and it's in one of the posts, it's from a thread, is in the Jumbotron. We're gonna come to Sister Roz next. But I wanna go to this post that I did, right? Oh no, man, I didn't put it in the thread. My bad. But it was a post that I did and I was touching on how we get the term contraband, right? And the contraband were self-emancipated persons, right? See how we rename this stuff because it makes sense using specific type of language. So what would a self-emancipated person be? One who was able to either purchase themselves out of slavery, which occasionally did happen, or one that escaped. And the people that escaped, that went to Fort Monroe in Virginia, it was three brothers. I'm going to try my best to memorize their names. And it was a piece of the history that we, in our group particularly, had overlooked. These three brothers, they... Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I could give you a name of a contraband. My great-great-great-grandfather, Quash Fripp. You can look him up right now on Google. He escaped to Otter Island, which is right here off the coast of Edisto Island. He swam from St. Helena Island off of Rice Plantation, and he was at a contraband camp for 3 years. According to the records, the conditions there were no different from being enslaved. But he was enforced into one of the infantries of the Civil War. So I'm very familiar with the term contraband because my great-great-great-grandfather was one, and you can find him on the roll listed as contraband on Otter Island, South Carolina. If y'all look it up, Otter Island.
Oh, no doubt, powerful. And the point was that because the brother tried to, that's his new name now, is Descendants of Contraband, right? And one of the things that I was able to show, and I don't know if I put that in the Jumbotron, but one of the things that I was able to show was that the term contraband, I'll put it back up in there if I didn't, that the term contraband, right? And I'll just put that in there. It says, this is from an article, a rare phenomenon, it's actually an excerpt from out of a book, a rare phenomenon of philological vegetation, the word contraband and the meanings of emancipation in the United States. It says the federal government never nationalized Butler's contraband policy, right? And that's important because they didn't want to recognize our people by that name. The legal name was refugee. The term contraband stuck as a colloquial term, particularly among these camps that history records as contraband camps. It was a colloquial term. The original term, the legal term was refugee. The general at Fort Monroe, I forget his name already, but he was the one that said, and Grimm touched on this earlier, that these Negroes are property of the Confederates and they're being used against us. So we're going to take them as contrabands of war. We're gonna use their labor against the Confederacy now, right? And that's how the thing grew. One of the abolitionists from New York said that these contraband, if they are able to enter this war, they'll turn the tide of the war. After this is when we get the legislation that freed all of our people. And then this term freedmen replaced contraband, and many of those contraband camps turned into outposts for the Freedmen's Bureau. I mean, it's in the history, family. This history is not hard to look up. It's right there. We put a lot of it out. We're going to do more detailed pieces on the Josh is correcting me. He said colloquial. I've been saying colloquial for the longest. I could be saying that wrong. Thank you, brother Josh. Thank you. Colloquial, tomato, colloquial. All right, I'll make that. I've been saying colloquial for the longest, but definitely. All right, so we're gonna get to Sister Roz, and then come back around to Sister Freedman Angel, who's back on the stage.
Yeah, it's colloquial, but how you doing tonight, brother Naeem, brother Josh, brother Ali, brother Cato, and family, everybody in here. Wow, Sister Kelly. Just basically want to step in here for a second to say that Freedman term, the American Freedman term, is our term. It defines us. It's basic. It's simple. I think the reason why people are going off because they want to, like Brother Promise said earlier, is really clout chasing. It's like right here on social media is where you really don't have to prove yourself, right? You don't. If in the real world, if I think I'm a faster than you, I have to do what? I have to prove it by going out on the track or something and racing and running faster than you. If I got say I can better hoop than you, I could go out on the basketball court and got a hoop better than you. It does it. If I can swim faster than you can or longer, I can go into a pool and prove I can't do that. I cannot do that online to show the relevance thereof. And another thing, when we start using Freedman, yeah, you don't have necessarily control of Freedman, but I just see a lot of people using the word Freedman who haven't, to me, and I'm very jaded because I see a lot of clout chasing since in about the past 4 or 5 years. I see a lot of people just using the word freedman so recklessly, so recklessly. And it's a very honored term that we need to understand and be able to use. With It's like something that should be lionized and not just used out there any old kind of way. And when we're talking about freedmen, people got to understand that that's not something you just throw around and you don't play with it. It's very serious. It's very serious. You can't just throw it around, and you have to look at it. I keep getting calls. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get ready to land, but you can't just use it any old kind of way. And you have to be able to understand who it's for. A gentleman was on earlier that was talking about 30 years ago, the signed piece of paper. Yeah, I remember that. We have to understand that um, when we're talking about what was done then, it's not specifically for the American freedmen of today. And on that, I'll take a breath. Thank you.
Indeed, indeed. Josh, are you able to unmute? Yeah, I think Brother Josh is having some technical difficulties right now. So we're going to go to Freedman Angel, and then we're going to start winding it down after this.
Hi, thanks for letting me come back up. I just wanted to answer the question that there was the gentleman, a couple of people before, he was talking about the organization that he signed a petition for. That organization, I believe, was the Republic of New Africa. And the reason why I know it because my father was actually a member of that organization. And yeah, they were talking about reparations like in the 80s, even actually in the 70s. So they were one of the first organizations to put reparations forth as a real issue for Black Americans. And of course they've been dismantled. The FBI, did to them what they do to all our Black organizations. They, killed them and put them in jail and everything else. But yeah, that was the name of that organization. I land.
Oh, indeed, indeed. Yeah, I think I kind of picked up on it after a while. I was like, I know what he's talking about. And that's kind of what I spoke to earlier with the One Brothers that's pushing their own version of the Black South strategy. One of the people that just came out and started attacking the term freedman. Like, this is just crazy to me, man. Everybody can, yeah, Josh, I don't know what's going on, bro. It's not letting you. I'm gonna remove you from the co-host and see if that'll work, and then just send another request, and maybe I'll be able to bring you back up. But all right, there you go. So hopefully you'll be able to.
Okay, yeah, I'm on now.
All right. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say,
I wanted to say,
I think it's a couple of things. One second, baby. A couple of things. First off, this is gonna be, when we look at our YouTube channel, Be the Power, and you look at the number of subscribers and you look at the number of views on the videos, as much as we do on these Twitter spaces, and the content is much more in depth and heavy and media rich on those YouTube broadcasts. So I would love for for the masses of people to be able to go on. 1 second, baby. I'll answer your question shortly. I would love for people to be able to go in there and get the in-depth information that we presented over the years. I mean, we've gone in on pretty much every topic. Like in any given Twitter space is a combination of like 10 to 15 programs that we done in the past, and that's countless hours, right? But unfortunately, we just don't have that many people that have gotten on to dive into that information. So I understand that it's going to be a whole lot of um, rehashing of old things that we broke down in the past, and so that's why like it's key that that this information like disseminates and everybody gets solid in this information that we're sharing. Go back to our YouTube page, and maybe we need to do some things better in terms of uh, getting some information out, getting information out, presenting it, and making it in more bite-sized, palatable formats. But at the end of the day, man, this is going to require a large number of people to understand and have the depth of knowledge. So we're not here just to be like some know-it-alls and all that. We're here to we want everybody. Like, I wish we had more resources. One of the things that we would do was start a Friedman University. That's what you see. Brother Naheem, he rocks the T-shirt, and I think some others got it. And the hoodie, I think we got the hoodie, the fitted hat. I mean the snapback. That says "Free You" on it. That's really like we want to have. Like, you think about the information that's necessary that needs to get out. We need to have a resource of people. Like, that's one of the things that we would do if we had more resources. We would have something place for people to go to click and just get this information in depth. And some people have taken initiative and put that out on our website, USADOF. We got a little bit on there, but really we need to go in. So that's one thing I wanted to say. The second thing is, you know, it's just a shame that people, instead of wanting to build, instead of people saying, you know what, I'm going to make a long set of tweets, and I'm going to actually use that information to build, to solidify, to add to the conversation, to see how we can further teach on this Friedman thing. It's all that information, all the energy was instead put into making a long thread of misinformation and not well thought out information. Really, it's lazy. Where people like the brother didn't even understand that a lot of what he was trying to share on that thread was actually he was teaching. So it's like, man, if you would just put the time and attention into like researching to help the cause.
To help the cause. Josh, he helped us, right?
Yeah, but
He gave us a couple jewels for trying to debunk us. I'm like, thank
oh
you,
yeah,
brother.
appreciate
You
it.
don't even know you're defeating your own argument.
Yeah, exactly. But that's my thing. Like, look, instead of trying to fight us, like we like, you're not gonna win like into the intellectual debate, or you're not. Instead of trying to do that, how about you just put the same type of energy into helping the collective? Because this is not us. This is not Naheem and Josh and Ali's Grim and Logic, this and everybody else. This is not us. You know what I'm saying? This is like, we're just speaking and we do everything we do is for the people. You know what I'm saying? It's for the freedmen. So if you could just put that same energy that you're putting in trying to reinvent the wheel that's already been rolling and that's already established congressionally. That's the state of California is already solidified this. So instead of you're not going to put in the work to undo that. And why would you? Why would you? So take that same energy and put it to good use for the people, for the cause. And if you're not going to do that, you got to understand, like, let's go back, Brother Naeem, this is probably one of the most quoted pieces that we bring up, talking about the provisional Governor Perry in the bloody shirt, when he talks about um, so long as the Negro is now protected under the 13th Amendment is the supreme law of the land, and the Negro is now protected under his new protected status of freedmen. And so you got to understand, if you are trying to use sources from South Carolina, of all places, where they are trying to legislate to remove that protected status of freedmen, or make it not apply to the descendants and all this kind of stuff, why would you big up that? That's like the same. That's in the same spirit of the Dred Scott case, trying to say that we're not citizens and all of that. You got to understand, why would you, just to go against us, get in that same type of Confederate spirit? That's a problem. So you got to look in the mirror on that. And I would just say, look, take that energy and put it to good use for the people in advancing what we're doing as freedmen, not trying to obstruct. And that's all I got to say, brother.
Indeed. We're going to go to Marcel and then Clarice Huxtable. Go ahead, bro.
So I didn't know that there was another new term now trying to be spun, black descendants of contraband. Now that's absolutely ridiculous, because like you said, a simple Google search will show you that contrabands, like you said, were enslaved people who had self-emancipated. And like I said, I put in the Jumbotron my great grandfather who ran away from Fripp Island and made it to Otter Island. He was considered contraband. But that term, like you mentioned, was colloquial. It was almost an offensive term used by anti-Black Union Army members to refer to enslaved people that they had taken in, and they horrifically abused them. That was never a term that was legally recognized. And the majority of our people, even though we definitely fought hard and eventually did win our freedom, we never were able to self-emancipate. That's why eventually a civil war happened, and thanks to Frederick Douglass, Robert Smalls, giving Lincoln that strategy of making it involving the issue of slavery directly into the battle. That's eventually how slavery was able to come to an end in this country. But if our legislation is just limited to people who are descendants of contraband, then that right there just kills the reparations for the majority of our people. Because the majority of
Hold on, Cato. You just killed them again. Because the contraband only counted 500,000 in number, if my memory serves me correctly. I was just looking at it the other day. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Go ahead and continue. I just want people to understand how ridiculous some of these people are. They're not even thinking this stuff through because they refuse to study. Brother Cato, Brother Marcel, obviously he studied it. So he can come back and like I said earlier, we didn't twist his arm and give him this. He went and did the research on his own. And that's what you're hearing. And I didn't even think about that. You just cut damn near everybody. Go ahead, man.
And boy, especially someone with roots in states like Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, especially South Carolina, that means the majority of people who have lineage in those states, which would be you, which would be Ali, which would be me, we would definitely never get reparations, because South Carolina, 67% of families in South Carolina enslaved at least 1 to 10 people. That's just 1 to 10. If you start going higher in number, the number expands. So the majority of our people in states like South Carolina never were able to self-emancipate because slavery there was such a huge part of the infrastructure. So contraband would definitely exclude the majority of Black Americans. The majority of us did not get our freedom until the end of the Civil War. But be that as it may, when the Civil War ended and the freedman status came about, that applied to contraband as well, to people who had self-emancipated. They all became recognized as freedmen. And I also want to say, even when we've had disagreements, it's one thing for us to not get along with each other personally and maybe have arguments, but we can't. And this is separate from the descendant of contraband hashtag. This is just about how we move in general as a people. Even if we're angry with each other, don't take that out on the facts. Like if I'm mad with you, Naheem, or you, Ali, and John, I'm not gonna say, okay, well, I'm not using Freeman anymore because y'all just made me mad, so I'm not gonna come on my own term. You see, you like that?
Wait, hold on again. Hold on again. There was a time when there was a low beef, right, between us, right?
Exactly.
We could tell the people that now. We didn't speak on it or make a public issue out of it, but the facts are still the facts. You didn't just stop running with the facts because we had a little issue with each other. People are ridiculous, man.
Right, and that's the thing. We have to, even if I disagree, like I don't care for Pariah Carey, aka Yvette Carnell, but I still, if she says something factual, I'm still going to use it because it's factual. And I'm just not saying that she's the purveyor of all the knowledge like she likes to think, but I'm just saying, as an example, if she were to say something that was factual, I'm going to use it because it will be stupid of me to jeopardize our movement, our platform, because I'm mad with you. That's emotional immaturity. And I'm not saying with the contraband hashtag, that's what this is about, but with some issues, that is where it comes from. Some people get mad and want to then go off. It's almost like what they do here in South Carolina, especially in rural South Carolina. I see it happen all the time. When my great grandmother used to be a part of church, someone in the church will get mad and they'll go and start their own little church. Then someone in that church get mad, they go and start their own little church. And then they'll start remixing their interpretation of the scriptures, and then they'll start fighting with the church next door. It still happens here all the time. We can't have that Southern church mentality. Well, I'm mad at you, so we're going to start a church, our own little church, and have our own little special teaching just to say I'm different and get members from your church to come to me. That's not how this works. We can't jeopardize the movement. And I invited a black state majority to come to the room just so we can have intellectual discussions. I do think it will be healthy to have that.
Yeah, I mean, I tagged him, the first guy that's in the Jumbotron, what's his name? What's his name? I know Ali don't want to just say their name, but I mean, I'm just saying, I tagged them, reclaiming my destiny.
He's not going to come.
Okay. Yeah, I tagged, regardless, I did tag him. We have good conversations. I don't care what type of rhetoric we're saying on Twitter threads. When we get in this space, when I'm ready to go in, I could talk a bunch of shit all day. But when it's time to put my intellectual cap on, you best believe I'm coming to serve you up. And you better have your stuff in line, because I'm not going to curse with you or do no bravado chest beating with you in no Twitter space. If push comes to shove, when we see each other, then that's when we can do that part of it. Like the guy the talent over hype guy that's posting on my wall, calling me all out my name, stuff he wouldn't say to me if I was standing in his face. I would hope he would, but let me stop. Anyway,
he said he's trying to come up. I don't know what's going on, but he's in the room.
Okay, well, I can't see him. Josh or Ali, can y'all see him?
Who is it?
Black State.
I don't see him. Nah.
No, I don't see.
I don't see him.
Yeah, and let me just say this, man. Like when people get on spaces and when people make tweets and statements and all that, I don't know none of these people. Like I don't build with none of these people. I never had a conversation with none of these people. Like, so I don't really care about like it, to make it anything personal. It's just when you stick your neck out there and you do something damaging for the collective, it's our duty and responsibility to clean you up. So if you don't want that to happen in the public space, then don't do it in the public space. What you should do is hit us on the DMs and ask questions instead of come out and making ridiculous statements or statements that you like. Let me tell y'all this too. When we come out and say things, we're not shooting from the hip. You're getting refined information, and it's put through certain filters. It's put through the filter of not only doing our own research and understanding how to vet information, we also put it through the filter of each other's understanding and try. We try to get the information disproved, and sometimes within our own circles, stuff is like, all right, well, nah, that ain't right. We need to leave that alone. So when we come out, we put out information and education that's refined, that is already gone through, some level of scrutiny, and so when it comes out, and it's also coming from years of research, years and years and years, decades of collective research. So it's not just something. So when you just want to come out with something that you just Googled real quick and didn't really cross-reference or get any type of in-depth context of what you're talking about, and you want to think that that's going to disprove something that's people that we've been building on for years. Come on, man. Like that's disrespectful to the craft of even trying to do some research. And your people deserve better than that. So yeah, if you want to do that in the future, hit us on the inbox and ask questions instead of putting this stuff out.
I think Clarice has her
Yeah,
hands up.
yeah.
Shalom.
Shalom, fam. Shalom.
Peace. Sorry. Reparations to the people. I just wanted to say thank you so much for this space. I have been listening and I've gained so much information, and I just like it. I like being in spaces like this where it's productive and it just continues to add to each person in the space and elevate each person in the space. And I really appreciate that. And to everyone that spoke before, thank you so much for speaking. And I just wanted to definitely say that I appreciate it. I really, really do. And I agree with what the brother was just saying about giving refined information. And it made me think of integrity, and it made me think of self-care, because for someone to do that, they have integrity for themselves and they have self-care for themselves so they can do it for other people, whoever they come in contact with, whether it's a group or whether it's one-on-one. And that is something I think a lot of people are missing nowadays. So sometimes when I say that to people, it's like a foreign language, but I just appreciate knowing that that there are people that are still operating in that integrity and that self-care. Again, thank you to everyone in this space, and I'm gonna land my plane. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sis. Marcel, what's good?
Hey, y'all, Black State Majority is trying to get up. You may have to find him in the room and send him a direct invite or add him as speaker directly, because he's DMing me saying he's trying to get up, but y'all aren't seeing it. But I see him in the room. Y'all may just have to click on his avatar and then send him a direct add as speaker invite.
Hey, if you got him blocked, Naheem, he can't come up.
Nah, I don't have him. I unblocked the one guy earlier. So I don't have, and that guy I don't think calls himself Black State Majority, the one I blocked, the other guy.
I'm looking for him. Let me see. Somebody requested. Oh, that's Glenn. I don't see.
All right, this is what we're gonna do.
Is that state power?
You see him, Grim?
Yeah, I see somebody called state power. I don't know if that's the person.
Is that him, Brother Marcel?
No, his name is Black Majority State, and his tag is GRY. Gray without the A, King without the I, Black without the C. State.
Yeah, I unblocked him early. I don't see him in the room.
What you got to do is go to his DMs. You can go to his DMs and send him an invitation. That's the way you bring them up directly.
Y'all bear with me. I can't bring him up. This is what I'm gonna do. Josh, I'm gonna remove you real quick from the co-host. I'm gonna add Marcel as the co-host, so he could bring him up, and then I'll bring you back as the co-host. Because we're trying to have the conversation today, family. All right, Marcel, see if you could bring him up, bro. Okay, he up. All right, I'm gonna add you back as a co-host, Jaws. Hold on. All right, so we got the brother that made the post that we were speaking to in this room. I'm glad you're up on the stage. All right, what did I just do? Oh, Josh, you disappeared, bro. There you go. All right, so we earlier on we dissected your tweets that you made. We showed that the tweets that you made in trying to attack the term freedmen, they were not well thought out. They actually, in our opinion, they defeated the argument that you were trying to make. Hell, we didn't have to really post anything. The stuff that you posted on your own was defeating your own argument. So with that, I'm going to give you the floor.
Okay. Thanks for allowing me to speak. I was invited here by Marcel. Thank you, Marcel. I'm not really sure what the confusion is, because it's very clear, even in and Mr. Ali, who I give much credit to. We had a really respectful back and forth through that thread. No personal attacks at all, but we talked about the facts. And in that South Carolina Supreme Court case, the majority opinion judge laid out very clearly their opinion of what a freedman is and what a descendant of freedmen is. And they highlighted the fact that between the time of enslavement to full U.S. citizenship, there would be born descendants of freedmen. Even in 1878, they were classifying the newly born children as descendants of freedmen. And that freedman status, I have nothing wrong with it in terms of this reparations thing. I get it. And there was someone who posted in the California Reparations Task Force, they do mention the fact that freedmen and the freedmen descendants are entitled to all of this particular status designation. So there really isn't an argument other than the fact that I am very, very, very clear that the freedmen were those 4 million Black Americans who existed in that very limited time period, and everyone after them are descendants of those people. That is the clarity that I was making, and it wasn't an attack against you or your group or reparations at all. I was in another space, and I announced it. I said I have two controversial things to say. I can't even remember what the other one was, because this one has taken precedence over that. And then when I laid this out, the host started muting my mic and a whole bunch of things like that. And then I went into creating this thread.
Well, Ali, I'm gonna let you go in, because my responses were very direct and very blunt because I see it for what it is. And if it's not that, then I see it for what I interpret it to be, which was an attack on the status name Friedman. Because in my opinion, there was just no need to. I went through most of the tweets. I'm like, what is this guy talking about? This is not. Anyway, go ahead, brother Ali.
Yeah, I want to
Hey, can I
speak.
say something real quick before I leave?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Glenn.
Yeah, just real briefly. I just got a question for the brother. I don't want to have no long diatribe because I want Ali to cook. First of all, have you ever seen any of us post anything publicly about what you gonna have going on in regards to your philosophy? We're trying to dish you or side dish you and your philosophy. Have you ever seen BTP do that? Simple question. Yes or no answer.
I do not follow BTP. I see Naheem's tweets every once in a while. I like them. I repost them, and that's about it. But no,
I'm gonna call you a liar on that one because just the amount of information that BTP put out, we the ones that was talking about contraband. That's all in your Twitter handle descriptions and all of that good stuff. A lot of the stuff that you posted on that thread was information that we had already hashed out, but you took the very information we revealed, right? And you tried to make it look like you had done something legitimate. So basically, your answer was a deflection. You said every now and then, Naheem is probably one of the most followed people on this thing. So I'm pretty sure, and he posts very often. So I'm pretty sure you see a lot. So I'm gonna tell you if you can't clearly answer. No, BTP has never said, or the United Sons and Daughters have
let me
never
ask you
said
this, sir,
anything.
sir,
No,
sir.
no. Let
Let
me
me ask you
finish.
this.
Let me finish. Let me finish because I gave you a chance to take this conversation up. So let me finish. So I'm gonna make this short. I'm not disrespecting you. I just want to finish my points. My point is that we probably have more in common because we both believe that some type of southern migration should occur amongst freedmen, right? So, but we never came out publicly, right? So, what's so intriguing about what we doing to where you have to make a public statement, right? A bogus public statement, a non-scholastic public statement. Your post didn't even verify what you were trying to display against the term freedman, man. And so I'm going to call what you did just disingenuous. And a lot of people like you are actually jealous of what we do. That's why you had to address the term Freedman and what we doing when we didn't even come out publicly to try to address what you doing. I'm gonna leave it at that. Ali.
All right. So what I want to talk about is the South Carolina Supreme Court case that you brought up. Did you actually read that case? That's my first question.
Yeah, I read through the case. Let me say this. I posted a contraband thread on April 4th of this year. I did a Twitter space about contrabands. I don't even know how long ago, a few months ago. I've been talking about this because I am a migrationist and I believe wholeheartedly that the contrabands, the self-emancipators, were also migrationists. Identify with that group because that is the
Okay.
movement that I am spearheading. So I don't know why you think I'm getting this information from you. I am not.
All right. So here's the thing about the South Carolina Supreme Court case that you posted. In the screenshot that you posted, the section of the case that you show is trying to determine the meaning of the phrase all colored children. They're not trying to ascribe any legal meaning to the term freedmen or to the term descendants of freedmen and freedwomen. That's not the intent of what they're doing. The term descendants of freedmen and freedwomen is there as a description of the people who were born to them or the grandchildren or whatever the case is. Those people who were not born into slavery. That's the only reason that they're talking about that, is to make that clear distinction between those children born to slaves, born to former slaves, as opposed to the children or grandchildren born to free women and free men of color, free Negroes, free blacks, whatever you want to call them. But that was the point of the case, was not to ascribe any legal meaning to the word freedmen or the term free, the descendants of freedmen and freedwomen. It was only being used to describe the two different types of offspring, or the two different types of descendants that would be encompassed under the term all children of color. So what they were trying to legally construe was the term all children of color and who that term encompassed, whether it encompassed the children of free people and whether it encompassed the children of freedmen and women. That's what they were trying to determine as it relates to the particular law that was in question. It wasn't just a general thing that was even being discussed. It was a specific law which was in question, and the wording in that law was not freedmen and freedwomen. The wording in the law, in that language of that law, was all children of color. And what they were trying to do was determine and construe what that terminology meant and who it encompassed. So when you say it's very clear that there's descendants of freedmen, everybody knows there are descendants of those 4 million emancipated people. They had children, they had grandchildren, they had great grandchildren, they had great great grandchildren, they had third great grandchildren. The descendancy doesn't stop. It doesn't stop with any legislation, which is why I asked I think it was one of your partners, I asked him if the definition of descendants change, show that. If the descendancy of these people stop, if black people stop being freedmen and free women by way of some act of legislation, then produce the legislation that says that black people are no longer freedmen and free women. That's all you have to do.
Okay.
And then show, yeah, you can answer, but show us the legislation that specifically says that, number one, and number two, name the white man who wrote the law. Go ahead and answer that.
Okay, so in my thread, and this actually is the second or third thread that I did about this, but because in the thread I talk about Roman law, I talk about English law, and I talk about American law, and they are all intertwined. They are built on the foundation of Roman law, and in each time these issues come up, you are an enslaved. That is a status. Then you become a freed person, freedman, freed woman, freed person. And then once you become a citizen, you are no longer a freedman and you are no longer enslaved.
Okay, stop. Show the American law that says that. Don't talk to me about Roman law. I don't care that Roman law and the common law of England influences American jurisprudence. I'm asking you to produce the American statute, the American law that says that once you become a citizen, you are no longer a freed man or freed woman. Just produce the law, brother.
Yeah, so Title 8, Section 4 of the U.S. Code was omitted, and I stayed up all night trying to
What
find
does
this.
that mean?
That
I
part,
have the actual law. I have the law. But what does that mean?
I would love to see it.
Okay, let me explain to you what omitted means. Omitted doesn't mean that the law no longer exists. The law still exists. They just don't have it listed in the United States Code anymore. It's been omitted from the code, but it's still a part of the statutes of the United States. I have the actual law. Been posting that law.
Yeah, so like I told you, I do not. I honestly, man, I'm following like 5,000 people. So stuff that comes across my timeline is very rare where I get even anything from Naheem that comes across my timeline, or Tariq, or even these huge platforms. I very rarely
Okay, I feel you, brother. But let me just tell you, because you're saying you don't know, and I respect that. If you don't know, you don't know. You never seen it. That law doesn't say anything about black people no longer being freedmen and free women. Doesn't say a thing of the sort. Nothing like that. And I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you. So my thing is this: when our status changed from slave to freedmen and women, it was very clear, right? The intention of the 13th Amendment, the supreme law of the land, was very clear in its intention. You read the legislative intention by way of reading the Congressional Globe to see what it was they were trying to do. We know what they were trying to do, and the language is clear. So if there is a law stopping the status of slave for our people, eradicating the status of slave for our people as Negro chattel slaves, then there has to be a law. If you're going to say there is, then you need to produce the law that says black people are no longer freedmen, just like they were no longer slaves. You got to show it. Because we read the definition of status. Brother, if you could read for him the legal definition of status once again. Now you
All
got to
right.
hear this before you speak, brother. Listen to the definition.
All right, hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me pull that back up. Uh, you know, this is what we do over here, family. All we do is show and prove. For those that follow our platform, y'all know that we posted that Title 8 up. I mean, we've been sharing that on BTP for well over a year now, and I've posted it here on Twitter on several of occasions. So let me read status. This is Black's Law Dictionary, 5th edition. Standing, state or condition, social position, the legal relation of individual to rest of the community, the rights, duties, capacities, and incapacities which determine a person to a given class. A legal personal relationship, not temporary in its nature, nor terminable at the mere will of the parties.
So it's not terminable at the mere will of the parties. At what point does citizenship eradicate the historical fact that a people were freed from slavery?
And before you answer that, let me just break this. Let me ask these questions. What year was the Freedmen's Bureau established? What,
1865.
1865? Okay.
1865. Yep.
And what year did the Freedmen's, just use the Freedmen's Bureau because that's the official government um, agency that was put in place that recognizes as freedmen. And what year did they close that down? It was the mid 1870s, right?
Yep.
1870.
1872.
Okay. Now, what year was the 14th Amendment put in place?
1868.
Okay, 1868. So what you're saying is because a lot of people contend that was the 14th Amendment that made the freedmen citizens. So you're saying that after the 14th Amendment was ratified, we were no longer freedmen. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, let me say this. The Freedmen's Bureau and all of its legislation was under war powers, the War Department. When we got our citizenship under those Civil Rights Acts and under the 14th Amendment, we became citizens under the U.S. under civil law. And in any society, being a full citizen is the highest status that you can have within a society.
So how did the descent nature of a person how is that related to uh, how is that related to a citizenship? Like when we use the term freedman is also talking about You are emancipated from slavery. So, so how does a citizenship status erase that? That's what we're trying to understand.
I I don't think it erases it. I think the clarification I was making, and it's already in California law, and if every other state copies that model, I believe it's fine. Again, I wasn't attacking any of this. They mentioned descendants of freedmen. That's the status that I believe every single offspring of that group of people, 4 million, would be designated as descendants of freedmen. The law says it's the same thing, which is fine. So that doesn't mean that you have to change anything that you're doing. This was an intellectual conversation between me and another person. And I did post a thread because I posted another thread about it a few months back. And I just wanted to make it clear for those that I conversate with when we're having the discussion built around that so that they understand. That's it.
Can I get in here for a second? So first off, this is you guys are damn near geniuses when it comes down to policy around this thing. But I want to say something. I believe right now we're putting the cart before the horse. So I'm gonna put my political operative hat on real quick, right? And as a slightest thing on my head, what I'm thinking is we don't have reparations right now. We don't. And since we don't have reparations, I think one of the most powerful things is name ID. And name ID right now, the most powerful thing that we can get and have is literally the word Freedman. Ain't damn conservative can change that. Ain't damn Democrat, Republican. If we want 60 votes, or if we go down to the statewide level, if we want a voter referendum in certain states, name ID means a lot. How the fuck do we pass a reparations bill, right? So and I'm not dissing what we're talking about right now, but I think we are putting the cart before the horse. Gentlemen, we have to utilize. So this is why Friedman and the statement Friedman is important, because it is the easiest and most recognizable ideology for people to grasp onto, whether white, black, Latino, whatever the fuck you are. My job as an organizer is to actually get laws passed, is to actually get people elected, right? And so when I look at this thing, I'm looking at this thing like, well, what's the easiest pathway to victory? We can get into the schematics of what things mean, and I'm not dissing nobody again, but what we need to understand, the basic argument is name ID. I don't give a fuck about what it meant then. What I give a fuck about is what they're going to vote for now, what they're going to support now, how we're going to get this thing across now. And if we get too caught up into the small things, which is deserving, we're going to forget the bigger picture, which is what is the best way to get 60 votes in the Senate.
Let me just jump in real quick, brother, because I hear you. And I really wanted that particular debate to finish out, because I know my brother, and I know where he was going and how he was going to basically close down the argument and shut down the debate. But what you're speaking about is something that we've touched on, and I don't know, I could be saying it wrong. I heard Cato say it earlier. I say ad nauseum. I could be saying that wrong as well, right? But so we touch on the policy aspect, and insofar as things that we propose, et cetera, and how we move the needle forward with or underneath this Freedman status term. What this is right now is what we perceive as attacks on the name because of what somebody else is trying to do with their own thing, like create a name like Black Descendants of Contraband, right? And so they attack the term freedman. At least that's what we're calling it. He might not call it that, but I'm going to continue to call it that. We could have the policy discussion. I mean, we could like really have a policy discussion. Or about
Naeem, if I may, brother, I don't want to sit up here and act like that's not important, because policy is literally life. Policy is life. Policy is where the money goes. Policy is where the ideas go, right? What I am trying to get at, and I'm not trying to get away from this discussion needs to happen, right? But first, whatever name that you just came up with, if I go as a lobbyist and I go up to a moderate Republican, if there's anything like a moderate Republican left, and I say, hey, will you support reparations for freedmen versus would you support reparations for what did you say, my brother? What's the
Black Descendants of Contraband?
Yeah, descendants of contraband. A Republican is going to look at me, even a moderate Democrat is going to look at me and be like, hey, what the fuck are you talking about? We're not dealing with no contraband. We're not dealing with no descendants. We're not dealing with none of that shit. Get the fuck out my face. But when you say freedmen,
they know who freedmen are.
They know exactly who the fuck freedmen are.
Look, Justice, real quick, Justice Clarence Thomas just invoked the name of the freedmen in the New York Second Amendment gun law case. If I find the screenshots, I'll post them up. So they know exactly who the freedmen are. And that's the point of this space, Brother Marcus, that there's no need to try to fight against somebody's mic. There's no need to try to fight against the term. It's just no need.
And also, Brother Knight, I want to make my job easier. As a political operative who supports reparations, I want to make my job easier. And I'm starting to get pissed off because this movement is a hot mess at times when it comes down to fundamental things, and nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about when it comes down to passing fucking laws. It's driving me crazy. And because I've done this shit before, I've seen this shit before, I've lived this shit before, I've lost money because of this shit. And so when we start changing names and making it harder for folks to understand a basic name, man, it's a waste of fucking time. And I don't
That's right.
that shit.
I'm sorry, Brother Marcus. Just let me in for a second, because this Grim, you're absolutely right. Now, here's the thing with the black majority state migration thing, and this goes back to the disingenuous. I'm not gonna be alone. I'm gonna say what I have to say, and then I'm gonna give it back. The whole thing about the brother's post is that he was presenting this thing, or he's presenting this thing to us and trying to convince us that it was an intellectual thing. And I've already said that even some of the stuff that he posted basically verified what we over here in the United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen, BTP, and most of the freedmen teach for the most part. So if I can't stress nothing else on black majority state migration, that is this, man. I am sorry that your thing was so like, let me give you an example. You started talking, because there's a lot of people who listen to BTP or YouTube channel. You're even disingenuous in the fact, sir, that you listen to us, because we talk about all that Roman law, the civil law, even in the Bible concept when it comes in term for freedmen. So you are still getting your information from our research and acting like you're talking about these things because you did it. You heard those things from us, and you trying to turn it around and making it look like you're making a point against the word freedmen as opposed to descendants of freedmen. And for information, for your information, even our organization is called what? The Sons and Freedmen.
United.
So what are United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen? If we say that we are the sons and daughters of freedmen, we saying we descendants of freedmen too. But we are saying that we are also freedmen in actuality. And to speak to the brother Marcus' point, to kind of follow up on what he was saying, the continuity is there because like the brother said, you people come up with this stuff, and what you're coming up with causes confusion. And even people who that jump on your bandwagon is people who don't like Naheem. Like one of the brothers cursed Naheem out earlier. And it's just the science of the detractor, brother, that you are dealing with. You should be building with us. You're talking about going south. We talking about living and going into the south. You could have easily contacted the people who are putting out the Friedman philosophy and say, hey, I disagree with this, and we could have been hashed this thing out. So I'm the main one that be talking about the Roman law stuff. So I know you be following us, but you be pretending like you. Oh, I got so many thousands of people. I don't say, bro. That's disrespectful, man. And I don't really have anything to say. I'll leave it to Ali and Naheem to debate the merits of the points you made. But the main point that I'm making, bro, is that we'll never get behind if we'll never get ahead, bro, if we always trying to discredit each other. And we not saying that we ain't making this up. We've been dealing with this information for years. Some of this stuff you talk about, oh, I did been talking about it since the beginning a few months ago. Some of this stuff, man, about the freedmen, contraband, say, bro, a lot of this stuff we've been talking about since before 2016. And I'm gonna give it back, Naheem. But I just want to talk, man.
Can I land my plane real quick? And Frat man, thank you for saying that because you're right on point. But like in my like how I work in my mind, because I've been doing reparations work a lot longer than people really realize. How I look at this in my mind at the highest levels of politics, when I sat down with that crazy ass nigga Tim Scott out of South Carolina, and I had a conversation with him about reparations. And here's the thing: at that point, we weren't saying freedmen, but Tim Scott can't even say he's not a freedman. Like there's people who we need for votes who might be conservatives, who wouldn't support reparations, who might be moderates, who don't support reparations, who might be whatever the fuck they are, that they can attach themselves to a basic ideology of freedmen. Shut the fuck up. I'm done. I land my plane.
No doubt.
Hey, I want you to go in, Ali, but let me say we have several conservatives that follow our pages. We follow each other's pages, and they speak to Freedman ideology. We got a sister out of Indiana that was on Revolt TV. Our brother Ibrahim out there, one of our BTP brothers, schooled this sister up. She went right on Revolt TV and was talking conservative, black Republican sister, and was talking this this Friedman philosophy. So, we're definitely building a brick at a time. I don't know if Tim Scott would, but maybe it's about how we package things up and how we present it. And it's just as simple as that. And I think that
This Friedman philosophy, man, is impenetrable. To follow up on what Brother Naheem just said, right? And kind of in conjunction with what Brother Marcus said. But let me say something about the Friedman philosophy as opposed to the black state majority thing. See, and I'm gonna say this only because you attack the Freedman philosophy, right? What you are teaching is basically kind of in your language, brother. One of them is sovereign.
You're breaking up, Graham.
Damn. I want to hear what he got to say too.
The
You're
sovereign.
breaking up
Hey,
some, Grim.
bring it back, brother. I'm sorry, I'm not the host, but bring it back because we missed you.
I'm breaking up. Yeah, let me step out.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
number two, can y'all hear me?
No, start.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can
start
hear
from
you
the
now,
beginning.
but you breaking up bad, bro.
Okay. Yeah. How about now?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Start from the
So
beginning, Grim.
I wanted to say this. I hear things when one of the things is that a lot of your ideology seems like rooted in a lot of the sovereign citizen ideology. Look it up. We broke that stuff down. The second thing, basically based upon
Graham, you
Black
breaking up,
Republic.
bro.
Black Republic. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Graham, you breaking up.
hold on. Hey, but you turn that down a little bit. You turn that down a little bit. Yeah. Turn that down a little bit, Osman. Yeah. Hello.
Go.
Yeah. Go ahead, unmute, Graham.
He's got like a bad connection or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Ali. And we're gonna start winding this
All right.
space down after a while.
So one of the things that he posted, right, and this is very important, was another Supreme Court case, and we touched on this at the very beginning of the conversation. It was another Supreme Court case from the state of Connecticut, 1883. And in this case, one of the judges in this case specifically says that the term freedman was one generally applied to the lately emancipated slaves and their descendants. Now, descendancy doesn't stop with one's child. It continues on. Your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, your great-great-grandchildren, as I mentioned a few minutes ago. So the term freedman generally applied to the emancipated slaves and their descendants. There is no law that stopped that from happening. It is what it is. This judge in this particular case actually agrees, and I said this on the Twitter thread when he posted it. This thing actually agrees with what we're saying, that the descendants are encompassed inside of the term freedman. There was another section of that same case that he screenshot that actually uses the word that these descendants are encompassed inside of the term freedman. So if they're able to see that, even back then, if they're able to see that, if Maxine Waters and the United States government are able to see that these people that they refer to as the descendants of freedmen, they also call them Chickasaw freedmen, Choctaw freedmen, Creek freedmen, Cherokee freedmen, Seminole freedmen. Till this day, they call the descendants of freedmen Chickasaw freedmen, Choctaw freedmen. If they're able to see that and operate under that, with that in mind, then it's not hard for anybody else to understand that the term American freedmen, the way we got them to lay it out in California, along with our brothers and sisters out there in California, the American freedman is a terminology that comes out of the 1800s. We didn't make it up. We got it from the literary works of the 1800s. That the American freedman terminology is going to encompass not only the 4 million emancipated by the 13th Amendment, but also their descendants, just like this court case says from the Connecticut Supreme Court. So we're not off base with what we're saying. It's very easy to understand that, like I said, they still refer to the descendants of Indian freedmen as Chickasaw Freedmen till this day. Till this day, they are called Chickasaw Freedmen. That, as a matter of fact, I had a conversation with a Chickasaw Freedman a while back, maybe about a year or so ago. And one of the things that he told me was very interesting that they do that we don't do, and it's something that we need to think about, is the fact that they use the term Chickasaw Freedman as their actual ethnic identity. It's not just the status for them, it's also their ethnic identity. This is what he told me. Now, whether he's lying or not, I don't know, but this is what an actual Chickasaw Freedman told me in a conversation I had. So, no, we're not off
Ali,
base.
I just wanted to remind you of something that you were talking about yesterday. And you were talking about, we're talking about a legal status, a political status, and a social status with Freedmen.
That's absolutely correct. And I explained that earlier. The brother wasn't in the space, but I said, yeah, not only is Freedman a legal and political status, as you've heard us say on many occasions, but it's also a social status because it denotes the social standing of our people in society. One of the synonyms for the word status is the word reputation. Look it up. Look it up. Your reputation in this society is that of a formerly enslaved group of people who were emancipated. That is your history. That is who you are. That is never going to change. That's your reputation. That's why people from Africa can come here and tell you, y'all was a slave. You all were slaves. They'll point to you in your face. They'll tell you, you was a slave. I wasn't. They're telling you that because that's your reputation. That is your status. That's your standing in society. It is what it is. It doesn't change. So that's my spiel on it. And I'm not moving from that because that's, to me, is solid understanding of the actual facts.
Before you go in, Grim, let's let the brother respond because he
Okay.
and then go in. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, thank you again. Yeah, Mr. Ali, I respect you. I've been in spaces with Josh. I've never had an issue. I respect the Naheem, the host, right? This fraternal guy, whatever. But I'm gonna read something from the High Country News, I'm sorry, and the author is B. Toasty. And in this article, she says this: anyone who has Freedman ancestor is Freedman descendant. Freedman status is an official designation. You are part of a designated class and limits or extends your rights accordingly. Not everyone of Freedman descent has Freedman status. That is the quote. And this is from 2021.
Now,
Brother
next
Black,
question.
if I may real quick. Look,
Hold on, brother Marcus. Hold on, brother Marcus. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Go ahead, Ali got to address that. Go ahead, bro.
The next logical question is, how do you acquire Indian freedman status? Because understand something. What you're talking about applies to those groups of freedmen. It's not about us. So for them, how does a descendant of freedmen who doesn't have the quote unquote political status of freedmen with regard to the Indian tribe that they have some relationship to, how do they get that status? What is the process?
I will tell you, it's because this is the reason why they've held on to this freedman status for so long, is because they have not been given full citizenship. The woman,
that's not what I'm asking you.
Her name is Marilyn Van.
That's not the question, brother.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you for a descendant a descendant of a Cherokee freedman or a Chickasaw freedman, whichever one she's talking about, who is an actual descendant of those freedmen, but right now, as it stands, does not possess the freedman status. What does that person need to do in order to acquire that freedman status? What is the process?
That is a great question. That is a really good question. I know that this woman who is now on the Cherokee board, she got her full citizenship, and therefore she does not use the designation of freedman anymore because she's now a full citizen of the Cherokee Nation. That's all I can tell you. That's a very good question, though.
Hey, And I'm sorry for
Hey, can I say something,
interrupting
bro?
you,
This
Brother Ali.
dude, this
Just,
dude
I just
diss
have
me,
I
man.
got one statement, man.
This dude diss me, Naheem. Let me say something real quick, bro. If I
Uh,
may.
no, go ahead, bro. Marcus, we're
Yeah.
gonna come to
So
you, bro. And
so
we
so
gotta
so
keep this
so so
conversation moving. Go ahead, bro.
here's the thing. You can whatever you want, bro. But the bottom line is this. You are pushing an idea. And to you, in your little mind, sir, the Friedman philosophy in the United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen is a threat to your quasi-sovereign citizen black republic. I think one of the sisters brought up the Black Republic of the 60s when they wanted to inhabit these states, the new Black Republic. I can't remember the exact name. Your ideology is a mixture of sovereign citizenship stuff and that. And you see this, like Naheem said, this Friedman thing taking off, right? So you see fit to try to undo it or to try to co-opt it to what you saying and say, oh, you're not a freedman, you're not a descendant of freedmen. Like we were talking the other day, we gave Ali as an example, and his last name is Johnson, right? He's not just a descendant of Johnson. He's a Johnson. So just like the point that Ali is making, like the Chickasaw Freedmen and the Choctaw Freedmen, they still Chickasaw Freedmen and Choctaw Freedmen. They're not just descendants of Choctaw Freedmen and or whatever. So we are what our ancestors were without doubt and contradiction. So so you can try to diss me all you want, bro, but my whole thing is that the brothers are dissecting you, but I just want to call you out, bro, on your careless character and even having a conversation without saying this is my issue to a brother in a chat, a phone call, or whatever, man. And that's the problem that Negroes have, bro, is just envy, hatred, jealousy, and murder, bro. And you can say whatever to me all you want, man. But the bottom line, bro, is you're all disingenuous when it comes to your scholarship, because the post that you made after your initial tweet verified a lot of the stuff that we are already teaching. And Ali is breaking that down, man. And the bottom line now, for me personally, bro, like, and I'm trying to not to be emotional. I'm glad I didn't curse or anything like that. And I'm trying to be respectful as I can. But wherever I find y'all literature, I'm breaking it down and I'm going to destroy it, man.
Hey,
Yeah.
I want to apologize to you, Brother Ali. I didn't mean to interrupt you, my brother. Just real quick, man.
My man Marcus gonna get his words in. Go ahead, brother
I'm
Marcus, and
sorry.
then we coming to you, Marcel.
I believe that I say this right here. The fucking Tea Party is the closest thing in modern history to what the fuck we're trying to do right now. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. The Tea Party is the closest thing to what we're trying to do. But did you see any of these people actually supporting the Indian, black, and white folks that literally jumped on that boat in 17 whatever and put the tea in the Boston Harbor? No, you didn't, right? So, Brother Black, I've been in your spaces and I actually listen to a lot of what you're saying. But when it comes down to this issue here, we are freedmen. We can brand ourselves any fucking way we want to. And the reason why is because everybody else does.
Come on.
I'm trying to get reparations, guys. That's the main goal is to get reparations, right? And how do we get this thing across? And when you say like, and we talk about like sons and daughters and whatever other things, it messes up our messaging. We have to get our messaging on point right now as a whole movement.
All right, I gotta jump in because I don't know if that's in reference to our 501c3 because we have a
Oh no 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 no!
501c3
I'm sorry.
called
Let me
United Sons and
apologize.
Daughters of Freedom.
Let me
Okay,
apologize.
I didn't know, so I wanted to in
Yeah
and
yeah
say,
yeah yeah yeah. No,
yeah, it's just two
what
different
what I'm
things. But
saying.
go ahead, brother.
Yeah, what I'm saying is very basic, right? Like we are the sons and daughters of freedmen. But when we had like no one in Congress knows this at a high level at this moment. And anything else besides the word freedman is going to waste our time and it's going to take away what the fuck we're trying to do to get reparations. I land my plane. I respect y'all brothers. I'm actually going to join y'all shit because I like what the hell y'all saying. Peace out.
No doubt. My man Mark is like, I'm going to talk up in this motherfucking day. No doubt, brother. Let's link up, man, and let's build. And we got to build. And I'm glad people are seeing what we seen, what was that, 2 years ago when we realized like, yo, I think this, I think we should be using the term freedman, man. I think this is, and, we went through the whole process, like Josh said earlier, and I've repeated it because it's something that Josh had came up with our team. There's 4 or 5 of us, and we all 5, 6 of us, right? We run through a whole bunch of filters before we actually start putting information out. And all of us are very well studied. And we have our disagreements. We have some great debates. If I could record some of them debates, I'll sell them and pitch a pretty penny. I don't know why I got tongue tied on that. But some good debates. What's up, bro?
You know how we always say that if people could actually hear the
Facts.
conversations that we have with each other on the back channel, this just would be for the yo, man. If y'all could hear the stuff that we be going through before we even come, like, man, please.
And
Shit would blow people's minds, man.
The crazy thing is, when we do like the live stream, it never comes out the way we had the conversation about it, right? Because we're on live. We got to watch our language. It's not as free flowing. We got to pull up sources and references and show the people and read to the people. So it never happens the way it happens when we have these conversations organically. But go ahead, Brother Cato.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little confused. I'm not sure, and Black Speak Majority knows he and I get along very well. I'm just confused of what the argument was that was being made, honestly. Like the sentence of contraband, like it didn't seem necessary to me. And also I'm looking while y'all been talking, I've just been going through Google and I have found tens of freedmen conventions that were happening after the 1870s, 1880s,
Come on, man.
1890s,
Come on.
1900s. So our people were still using freedmen even after the Civil Rights Act of
Freedman
the
Hospital.
1800s. Right, and like Roz, who I know is probably going to say this, I think Roz said she was born in a freedman hospital, and Roz is only in her 20s, so that wasn't so long ago. But my thing is, so we're freedmen, so Black Speak Majority. I need to understand because people always, you know this, and you've been in spaces, and when I go on interviews, especially now, a lot of them are adversarial. They're not necessarily nasty, but they're always trying to catch me in a gotcha moment. So I need to understand if there's something that I don't understand. What is the against freedmen? Because I'm Gullah, right? I'm Gullah because I was born into it. My parents are Geechee because they were born into it. Okay, technically I'm a descendant of a Gullah Geechee person, obviously, but I'm Gullah Geechee. So it's the same thing with freedmen. We are obviously
Brother Cato. Brother Cato, real quick. I'm glad you brought up them associations because Brother Ali found a 150-year-old freedmen religious organization that's still in existence to today that we didn't even know existed up until recently. Those people It's called the Freedmen Baptist Association, or the Freedmen
Wow.
Baptist. What? Right. So it's 150. They just had, and when Ali, when they show you how divine this thing is, when Ali basically founded the information, basically it was like a couple of days after they had their 150th anniversary. So the existence of that organization alone shows the continuity on, and we, you know, we in right now, we trying to contact and talk to the people to build and get some historical information. But this a lot of the, like what Brother Cato had mentioned, a lot of those organizations may not be any, but we found one that's showing the continuity of the usage of the term freedman, man. I'm
153,
sorry,
bro.
Cato.
Actually,
153,
153
I'm
years
sorry.
old. They just had their anniversary. The Freedmen's
Just
Church.
had
It's
the
in Louisiana. Yep.
right. Yep. And
And
one
we
of
don't even have to
our
go back.
brothers is researching it. Go ahead.
No, and
I'm
I'm
sorry,
no,
Cato.
thank you. Now, we don't even have to go back that far. We know that Kamala Harris, they were trying to do the Freeman's Bank Initiative, and they had no problem using our history to promote it. They made it very clear who the Freemen were. The issue was they then tried to pivot to Hispanic and Native Americans and Asians, and it caused such a backlash. We don't give ourselves enough credit. It caused such a backlash on social media. You notice how they started getting quiet all of a sudden because we was like, hey, that's our history. You're not gonna take it from us. And notice how they kind of quieted down and it's kind of
Yep.
evacuated. So they know who the Freemen are. So Black Sabbath, I want to hear from you if I can. I'm not trying to take over and dictate the room, but I'm just curious, what is the argument here? Because I'm just really confused now.
Yeah, I want the brother to go ahead. I want him to explain it. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. Yeah, so I sent to Mr. Ali that question he had. It's answered in that in the news article that I sent you. So I really don't. I heard you talk about descendants of contraband. That is a designation that I explained, that they were self-emancipators, that I feel that I align with that. This migration, this movement aligns with self-emancipators.
So can I
It
stop
has
you real
nothing
quick?
to do with
Can I say something real quick?
reparations.
I just want to be real quick.
Um,
Even
so
people who were contrabands became freemen once they were only contrabands because they had escaped from slavery that was still in existence. But once slavery ended, they got the freeman status too. And I'm speaking from experience. Because my great grandfather, his information is in the jumbotron. He was on a contraband camp, but he was only a contraband, and it was a derogatory term, first of all, that was used because contraband usually means things collected after warfare or disaster or during warfare and a disaster. He was contraband because he had escaped from slavery. Do you know what happened? They turned away a lot of black people who escaped from their plantations. The Union Army didn't want to take them, but when they did, they called them contraband,
Right.
and they put them in a quasi slavery state. But once slavery ended, the contraband status ended too because there was no slavery from which for them to escape.
yeah, so I disagree with your assessment that it was derogatory. In fact, it was the contrabands of war were recognized as weapons of war, and this
My son, right?
general,
He was
they
one.
were they
He
were
was one. He
designated as
fought.
weapons of war, and the
No,
general
he
who
was
did it
forced to fight.
used it as a
He was
way to
My
give them.
great grandfather was forced to fight in the Civil War. Like I literally have his records. My father and my sister-in-law, we went through it. Yes, contrabands of war, and yes, they were used as weapons, but they were forced to fight. He was literally forced to do it. He didn't want to fight. He shouldn't have had to fight for his freedom. He shouldn't have had the faults that he should have had. But you continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I'm sorry that happened to your grandfather, but of the 500,000 who did self-emancipate themselves, who were declared fugitives, and who did get this honorable badge of contrabands of war because they were weapons of war, and the general who designated them that did that for the sole purpose of moving our people from enslavement to eventual U.S. citizenship, and this was the only mechanism available to him. And as a matter of fact, the first time he did it, President Lincoln rebuked it, told him that you can't do that, and then months later, the president signed off on it. So this was a badge of honor for about 10% of our population who said, "I'm willing to die for my freedom, and I'm willing to fight for my freedom."
All right, let me just jump in real quick because I have something in the jumbotron, right? Brother Marcel is right. The term contraband was in fact the derogatory term. The government never recognized it as a status. Let me read. Let me read. This is from a piece uh, entitled "A Rift Phenomenon and Philological Vegetation: The Word Contraband and the Meaning of Emancipation in the United States." The federal government never nationalized Butler's contraband policy, law, and executive orders quickly quickly superseded his declaration. That was, if I'm not mistaken, the general at Fort Monroe, right? If I'm not mistaken. So this general at Fort Monroe, he didn't care about our people being free. He didn't care about them being free slave, but he realized, you know what? I can use these people. The people that escaped, and I have that tweet in the Jumbotron as well. And I want to say their names, because I want to try to memorize their names. These three men, these brave freedmen heroes that self-emancipated have been overlooked. I'm not gonna say by us all, but by myself and my team. And their name was Stephen Mallory, Frank Baker, and James Townsend. They were forced to build artillery batteries for the Confederacy. They escaped to Fort Monroe in Virginia in 1861. These three men were the first to be called contrabands of war. And the general's rationale was, well, if the Confederacy is using these people as property, as weapons, as tools against us, we are going to confiscate them under contraband. The government never accepted this term. This is why it's called the Bureau of Freedmen, Refugees, and Abandoned Lands. The legal term for contraband was refugee. That was the term that they got. And it's in the screenshot that I have up in the Jumbotron, right? But where our people, let me read that last sentence that I highlighted. Refugees from slavery. These were the people that escaped. This was before the Civil War. This was before the Civil War. Many people try to falsely say, oh, they was helping white people who was freedmen. So then when we debunk that, there's no white freedmen. They try to say, oh, the refugees. Well, hold on a minute. Hold on. Because those 500,000 that were contraband in those camps that were, called contraband, they were not contraband. They were called contraband in those camps. They got the status of refugees. That's why it's called the Bureau of Freedmen, Refugee, and Abandoned Land. And somebody correct me if I'm saying that wrong. I think I always get that one wrong.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Hey, let me say something real quick, and then I know Roz got to go, right? I just put in the Jumbotron, and this is I'm glad you sent me the article. I've seen this article a number of times, Gary, and I'm glad you sent it. Now, this is a great example of what I mean by my brother doesn't read things properly. And he's not the only one guilty of this. Okay, so from the High Country News article that he sent regarding this sister Marilyn Vann and how she became the first person with the freedman status to hold a governmental position in the Cherokee Nation. This is what it says. For over 20 years, Marilyn Vann has been fighting for the rights of freedmen. They describe these freedmen as descendants of people enslaved by members of the Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Muskogee, and Seminole nations, but they call them freedmen. She's been fighting for the rights of freedmen for over 20 years. Then it goes on and it says, Van, who is the president of the descendants of the freedmen of the 5 civilized tribes, worked for over 3 decades as an engineer for the United States Treasury Department. This month, when this thing was written, she became the first person of freedman status to attain a government position in the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma. So this woman currently holds a freedman status with respect to that Cherokee tribe.
Come
And
on, man.
she's the first person of freedman status to hold a governmental position in the Cherokee Nation. They're saying in this article exactly what we're talking about, that these people are still referred to till this day as freedmen. Cherokee freedmen, Choctaw freedmen, Chickasaw freedmen, Muskogee or Creek freedmen, and Seminole freedmen. She's the first person with the freedman status to hold a governmental position in the Cherokee Nation. This is what I mean. You got to start reading these things contextually. You have to read the stuff properly. No, people are not even reading things properly.
They're just saying words, man. They don't understand the meanings.
May I say something real quick? There's another freedmen organization in Texas. I just put in the Jumbotron. There's one in Houston, and what they do is they work to preserve freedmen history. And they still have, I forgot what they're called. I just put them in the Jumbotron. Houston Freedmen's Town. Y'all should look into them and make contact with them because they do a lot of work.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna be
Yeah, we working on that with Selvey.
Indeed. All right, Sister
Roz
Ross,
go?
and then Alexis.
Y'all got me out here eating pizza instead of eating popcorn. This is dope. Thank you, fam, for letting me back up here. Brother Cato, I don't know what happened. You just got on my mind wavelength because I put up 2 images in the Jumbotron from Houston also. The Mount Carmel Missionary Baptist Church specifically says on its plaque, the Mount Carmel Missionary Baptist Church has served as a vital spiritual and community institution in the 4th Ward since the congregation's organization in 1915. The church has always met in the historic Freedmen's Town district, founded by former slaves after emancipation. As the Freedmen Town district grew, churches became a vital institution serving as the center of school, educational, political, economic, cultural, and religious life in the community. And it goes on. That's on one of the plaques. So these people were meeting there. They also have a Freedmen's Library in Freedmen's Town in historic Houston. And it says founded on the banks of the Buffalo Bayou soon after the emancipation of enslaved blacks, Freedmen's Town became the center of Houston's African American community during its heyday in the late 19th and early 20th century. Freedmen's Town featured hundreds of houses, churches, and schools, and the Freedmen's Town largely formed on the basis for a strong and proud community identity. In addition, the neighborhood featured many businesses and institutions, including a high school, library, hospital, and newspapers. And just to clear it up, Brother Cato, it wasn't me. I was born in another hospital, but my younger brother was born in Freedman's Hospital, which is now Howard University Hospital. So what that did, it created a medical facility for not only us to come in and work, but also those freedmen who were there were able to acquire free education at Howard University. So that's the thing that that Freedman and Freedman Town is doing in 2 cities. I think I got that in under 3 minutes. And I wanted to just give a big shout out to our brother Marcus Farrell. I am pending following you, sir. So please follow me back. Thank you.
And they have freedmen towns all over the United States. I mean,
And the first
Houston.
one is right here, head Alex. I want to say again, real quick, there's another thing. There is an argument, and only because I've had people, black state majority is not one of them, by the way. But I've had people attack, they've been really coming after the freedmen term. And some people's like, okay, well, after the 1870s, no one was using it. Well, that's a damn lie, too. One of the biggest examples of that lie is the Slater Fund. If you look up John F. Slater, he started an educational funding in 1882. That was after the Freedmen's Bureau had been disbanded. That was after they had done robbed our people blind in the Freedmen's Bank. He started a fund to finance what type of schools? A lot of HBCUs in 1882. Okay, but not just that though. The fund will operate under the name John Slater Fund for Freedmen Education until 1937. 1937, they were still funding Freedmen Education. That was the name they were going by until it finally stopped close to the 1940s. So this lie to some people, this myth that Freeman name just disappeared after the 1870s is a lie, especially when we just had Maxine Waters and Clarence Thomas using it several times on the halls of Congress.
But see, here's the thing, and this is the thing that people have to understand also, that the falling of usage of this term was callous, it was malicious, and it was intentional, right? Why? Not because it was magic and some butter was going to come out of it or some gold, right? Well, gold will come out of it in the form of reparations. But anyway, this was a callous burying of a particular period in history that they do not want you to know or learn. They'll let you learn about what Dr. King did with the Civil Rights Acts and things of that nature, but they particularly buried that thing because basically what was going on is that the houses of government were being turned over into the hands of the freedmen via voting, suffrage, and things of that nature, and that our people was coming into power. What the book says, we need 100 years of progress. And how many years, Naheem?
That's Mercer Baradawan's book. She has a quote from a freedman.
Right.
That's right. That says we made 100 years progress in 1 year.
Right. So
Crazy.
you had who were Congress, to the House of Representatives, to the Senate. We talk about freedmen. You understand what I'm saying? We had in Louisiana, we had Oscar James Dunn, who came governor of the state of Louisiana. There was another brother who also served, and there was also PBS Pinchback, if I'm not mistaken, who had became the governor of the state of Louisiana via the suffrage of the freedmen. So this particular 1866, 67, 68, all of this stuff was an attempt to hide the fact that we were already bought into the government fold. We didn't have to make up some fictional southern country and say, hey, give us these states and stuff like that, because we were part and parcel of every part of the United States of America. We were brought into the constitutional fold via the Emancipation Proclamation and the Reconstruction Amendments and things of that nature. The only thing that needed to be done was services rendered to our people to bring us into American citizenship, social and economic normality via the Freedmen's Bureau, which the Freedmen failed in its agenda. So when we talk about the Freedmen's Bureau, people go back and they say, oh, the Freedmen's Bureau did this, the Freedmen's Bank failed. We ain't talking about that. We talk, when we say they need a new Freedmen's Bureau, a new Freedmen's Bank, we saying that we need a new and improved Freedmen's Bureau that's going to serve our needs. We're not saying bring back the 1865 to 1866 Freedmen's Bureau, 1870s Freedmen's Bureau. We want a new and improved Freedmen's Bureau that's going to look out for us. We need a new and improved Freedmen's Bank. And this is what we talking about. So when you diss the term freedman, you are in a line with the Confederates via the Jim Crow era, the Jim Crow laws. Jim Crow is what buried the freedmen. It wasn't no law saying, okay, your 14th Amendment passed, everybody's good now. You're a citizen. Them people betrayed us in 1877 under Rutherford B. Hayes. Took pulled the troops out the South, pulled the protections that they had promised us, and let the Southerners take back over via the Jim Crow laws. That's why the freedmen usage of terminology, all that stuff dissipated, and this freedmen philosophy, y'all, is impenetrable. You follow what I'm saying? And the reason why I say it's impenetrable, because even the people who call themselves Republicans today, just like the vampire movies, you know how you fight vampires? This Friedman philosophy is the mirror against the vampires in the Republican Party, because you're going to have to do one thing. Anybody know what GOP means? The GOP means the Grand Old Party, right?
Preach.
Because the thing about it is this: the Grand Old Party is going to have to do one or two things. That's how powerful this Freedman thing is. They're going to have to embrace the policies of their forefathers and say that their forefathers did this and follow the program of the original Republican forefathers, or they're going to have to eschew them and throw them down into the dirt and not agree with what the original Republicans, the radical Republicans, intended with the laws and the lobbying on the behalf of the descendants of freedmen, like my brother is trying to say. Do y'all understand what powerful that is? This is a mirror even against them. Even they can't even, when they look back on their own history with what Stevens and their own legislative ancestors did. How you gonna be Republican and cry about a monument that your legislative ancestors helped to destroy the empire of the Confederacy? Instead of
Hey, is there any way
somebody that you jealous of, you should be working with us to build this thing. I'm done, brother.
Powerful. You were skipping in a little bit. I think everybody heard you though. Everybody was able to make out what you were saying, man. You was going. You was cooking. Yeah, I think your service is a little intermittent right now, but you was going in, and I think even though it was breaking up in spots, I think everybody got the gist of what you were saying. Yeah, go ahead, Alexis. And man, we've been in this space for a minute. I know everybody else, probably want to say something else, and we'll come back to you, Black Majority State. Go ahead, Alexis.
Yeah, hey, just with all due respect, I got to start my space, so I just want to get 2 quick points in after Alexis, and then I have to, get over to my space. But I just want to make 2 final points, if that's possible.
No, go ahead. Let him go, Alexis, and then I'll let you go. Go ahead, Black Majority State.
Thank you very much for that. So Mr. Fraternal, I agree with everything you just stated. I absolutely agree with that. I just want to go back to the contraband situation. So when I did my first contraband thread, I posted a journal entry from General Grant, and it was when he was watching over our people and their self-sufficiency and their aid to the Union Army. And he stated, this was in November of 1862, this is where the first idea for the Freedmen's Bureau came about. This is in his own personal diary. My understanding is there were massive rebellions that forced the North and the South into a civil war. And had not our people, these emancipators, these self-emancipators, these contrabands, had they not forced their way to the North to participate in this battle, that it is likely, because, as Naheem stated, Lincoln was against giving us emancipation. I've read so much about the thought process of the senators and the congressmen who were writing law at that time. And to me, it is very clear they wanted to move us quickly to U.S. citizenship. That is very, very clear when I read that. So I want to stop with that. Now, on the descendants side, because we mentioned Marilyn Vann, her organization is called Descendants of Freedmen of the Five Civilized Tribes and Association. And these are the requirements. Federal, state, and tribal court records which establish that you are descended from a Dawes enrolled freeman. Other federal, state, or tribal documents which establish that you are descend from a freedman. Statement, affidavit of your descendancy from a freedman, from a family member already established for the membership. Obituary, etc. Establish your lineage from a Dawes enrolled freedman. So that was the clarification that I was making. I love this conversation. I'm going to try to get to the DMs and we can sort of hash it out a little bit better there. It was not attack on your group. I respect what you do. I've said that in public spaces. That has not changed. It will not change. If there is a surrogate that's posting under my post and whatever they're saying, trust me, I've started correcting people that go a little crazy because I'm not out here to attack anybody. I want to work with everybody. I do not attack people. That is not my way. So with that being said, thank you, Marcel, for inviting me. Thank you, Be the Power, for having me. My space starts at 8:30 every Saturday. Thank you.
No doubt. And let me just say this, Naheem, real quick,
Go ahead, bro.
and then we let Alexis go in, just to the point that he's making. Now, I'm glad that he brought that information about how one acquires the freedman status. Remember, the question was, how does one who is a descendant of those emancipated freedmen acquire the status of freedmen today? And he just explained it. And so the sister Marilyn Vann, who he's talking about, actually possesses the freedman status as it stands right now. So she's considered a freedman, a Cherokee freedman, an official Cherokee freedman. So, but thank you, brother. I'm glad you came through and brought your presentations and everything like that. I guess we can let Alexis go in, brother, if that's what if that's what we are.
Yeah, no, I just want to say one thing before the brother leaves out, because a lot of people, they don't come in a space and try to defend their position. I don't care how I feel about whatever. I respect everybody that comes and stands on their position, right, wrong, or indifferent. So I'm going to give you honors for that, brother. Go ahead, Alexis.
Hello, Brother Naeem. Hello to the Freedman Party. Hey, Roz. Hey, Marcel. Hey, Marcus. How's everyone doing? There's just a couple of things I want to clear up. So we talk about Freedman's Town in Houston. That was Jack Yates, who was the minister that founded it. There's still a high school to this day named after him. So let's go through that, but we'll leave that alone. But you mentioned Mr. Townsend. I am descended from a plantation name known as Townsend in Lunenburg County, Virginia.
Hey, that might be the same name.
I'm not directly descended from him. He is an uncle. I know exactly who you're talking about. And we end up in Alabama because these Townsend brothers bring their slaves down to Alabama when it's like, a free-for-all. And they keep going back and forth. And my third great-grandfather, General Townsend, ends up fighting for the United States in 1864 in the United States Colored Troops. And I can see his draft card right now. I have the letter that a white law firm wrote over to make sure his widow got his pension. So do not tell me I'm not descended from freedmen. Do not tell me that. That is some bullshit. We know we are. Like, it's all very clear in the documentation, and we all have it. And I just wanted to say that. So sorry if I was too aggressive, but go ahead.
Powerful, powerful, powerful. So, I mean, look, fam, we're going to start winding this thing down. We'll go back around the room. Brother Marcel, if you have anything you want to share, then I know Brother Marcus. I know Brother Marcus want to go back in. We'll
Yeah,
go to
brother
Marcus.
Naheem.
Brother Naheem.
Let me just say something. I'm gonna hop right off after this. Um, One of the things that I think is interesting is like, or I should say, we just need to keep in mind when we're talking about, and we're kind of in the weeds. So this is kind of like a conversation in the weeds. It's like a technicality, and you know, so I can understand how people can kind of get lost, like as of what we're talking about a little bit. Because basically what the brother was trying to say was that freedman is a inferior status to citizen,
So, Josh,
to full citizen.
Josh, may I interrupt here? Because I'm a big fan of Black Majority State, right?
Yeah.
But freedmen is our political designation. That's exactly who we are. And I want to make sure that we're very clear on this in the Civil War. The Southern states did not let their slaves fight. That was not something they were going through. Judah P. Benjamin said, why the hell else do we go to war but to protect our property? Like, they
Right.
could not do this. The ones that went off the Civil War were valets, and they were cooking food for these dudes. And so they try to lie to us and tell us this is what it is. But most of us have relatives that did fight for the Civil War because they're white people. This is just a condition of who we were as former enslaved people. You can't, like, how in the world can you tell a white man that owns you, yeah, you're not gonna fuck me? You cannot do that. You just can't, and that's what they're going to do. So for people to say that we're not freedmen, and I love Black Majority State to the death, like, but that is who we are. I have known freedmen since I was like 4 years old. I have ancestors that started schools for this, and so don't come up here and say we're not freedmen. That is just a complete fallacy.
Yeah. And speaking to that point, that you made about having ancestors that were the people that were the enslavers. Yeah, I mean, the contrabands of war. The first case you mentioned, Mallory. Yeah, well, that's that's my slaveholding side of the family. Mallory, my great grandmother's last name was Mallory, and she was a descendant of that family. Um, the Charles K. Mallory was the one that his property escaped. His property, ain't that something crazy? His property escaped to Fort Monroe, and that's one of my slaveholding ancestors. Because having their way. But the point I was just trying to make was what this conversation that we were having on Twitter was kind of an in the weeds conversation, and one of the points that needs to be emphasized is you can't compare the how these Indian tribes
Thank you.
how they want to decide who gets what status to what America, the United States of America, decides
Thank you,
who
Josh.
gets one status. That's two different type of Number one, two different type of government bodies, two different type of situations. The first one, American freedmen were the ones who emancipated. Basically, we were the ones responsible for winning the war. So
So that the
hold
Indian
on.
freedmen can be emancipated. Exactly. That's exactly the case.
Yeah. Let me finish what I was saying. I had a slight interruption. So American freedmen were the ones that were responsible for winning the war, so that we were not living in the Confederate States of America, and therefore, in turn, 1866, the American government goes back to those slaveholding tribes who still had people in slavery, who still were holding people as chattel slaves, and forced them to negotiate new treaties, and they had to make their tribesmen, their slave citizens, right? So those are two different things. So what I'm saying is the freedmen situation for American freedmen and the freedmen situation for the respective freedmen of those five slaveholding tribes. Those are two different situations, and they like one was a situation where American freedmen were made full citizens, essentially. That was the intent. And the other was they used their situation to kind of otherize them. Freedmen wasn't
Facts.
a status of
Come on.
otherization for our people in America. It was for them. Now, obviously, we've received some terrible treatment after Reconstruction efforts or the efforts to make us full citizens was overthrown. As far as not only in on paper but in actuality, and then on paper. So, you just can't compare the Indian freedman situation to the American freedman situation and think that's
Nope.
apples to apples. It's not.
Right. And
That's
that's
all
what
I
I
wanted
was
to
going
say.
to say, Josh. I was going to say exactly what you said, because the root of because he was the last thing, one of the last things he read was something about the freedmen in connection with the Dawes Rolls. And this is the also kind of follow up on what you said, Josh. And anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, but see, this whole thing with this Dawes Roll, this wasn't about establishing citizenship for the purpose of clarity. That thing about money and land. The whole Dawes Rolls thing was economically driven behind who go get a piece of parcel here, who go get land, with land equals money, yada yada yada. So when you say land, for the most part, you saying money. So I'm gonna say all that was about money. That had absolutely nothing to do with the American freedman plight. So my whole thing to the brother is like, why are you using why are you
All that
using
Indian rhetoric.
Indian free? Come on, yeah. Why are you using the whole Indian thing to people? Because like me, that don't apply to me. I'm not necessarily a Indian freedman. I probably got like 2% Indian in my gen. I'm not a part of that. But what does apply to me is the laws of the United States of America, and what applied to my freedmen ancestors. You oh, basically is governed by the jurisdiction of the United States. So when you dealing with all of that Dawes Rolls type of stuff, from what I understand about the Dawes Rolls history, that stuff wasn't even though the Indian Bureau and the government may have had hands in dealing, because they kind of quasi sovereign, right? uh, that stuff had to do with their authority and their jurisdiction or whatever. So why
That's
you
right.
want to use that stuff to try to prove an American freedman point? Plus, our laws more powerful than they laws anyway. In
And
regards to
Grim,
the
I
to
told the
the to
brother,
the land.
I
Yeah.
told the brother, none of that Indian stuff that he was posting is germane to us and our standing in this country. It has nothing to do with us. Absolutely nothing. It's
Right.
completely irrelevant.
hmm And
Completely.
and
It's
and
just like a
that's
waste
and
of time.
I want to apologize for my fervor on this space to all
Nah,
of
you
the
was good.
people in there, because my whole thing to the any legitimate point. And that's why I say, and we've been doing this thing, we kind of started off in a whole bunch of different schools of thought. So when I tell y'all a lot of that black majority stuff is rooted in black, the new black republic or whatever they call that organization ideology, and the rest of it is rooted in sovereign citizen. When he said, oh yeah, the Roman law and the civil law, man, we done dealt with that stuff time and time again. And I'm telling y'all, for me, for the brothers, and Ali in particular, because he dealt with it in a scholarly manner. But me, I'm just getting tired of the disingenuous attacks against the term freedman. This is not a character issue, so to speak. I mean, this is not a scholastic issue that these people are bringing up. They may be able to pass that over and on to who they can convince have points, but a lot of this stuff,
Cutting out, Grim.
and the reason Naheem or Ali, all right, I'm a fall back if I'm cutting out, but I'm gonna just, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the bottom line is that we dealt with that in the Moorish movement. The Moorish people was, oh, we sovereign and other. They would give you a case law. They would give you case law. You read the case don't have
Read the
nothing to do
case
with
don't
what
have
they
nothing to
talk
do with
about.
what they talk.
I'm out, yo.
All
All
right,
right.
no doubt, no doubt. All right, let's wind this thing down. Let's go in order for the people that's on the stage. Do y'all see a brother in the chat? I mean, in the room,
Nope.
Frederick. Well, hold on.
Wait a minute. What's
Frederick
his name?
Jones L.
Frederick
Frederick
Jones
Jones
L.
L.
Yeah, he been trying to come. I don't see him in the room. He hitting me in the
I don't
DMs.
see
I don't
him
see
either.
him either.
Something's weird
Something's
going
weird
on, man.
going on, man.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. So let's just start winding this thing down. Matter of fact, let's go to brother Marcus, and then we'll go to Roz, and we'll just start closing out. Go ahead, Marcus.
Hey,
Hey,
man, it's
man, it's
basic.
basic.
Y'all hit me
Y'all
up
hit me up
when we ready
when
to
we
pass
ready to pass
reparations.
reparations.
You got to
You
mute out,
gotta mute
Naheem.
up, Naheem.
I just want to see reparations passed. And to be honest with you, this was a valuable conversation. To all the brothers and sisters that are in the room right now, it was, definitely one of the more technical conversations surrounding reparations. I just want us to utilize these things and make tactical decisions to get reparations passed. I land my plane. Peace.
And do you guys, Sister Roz?
All right. Hey, Naeem. I just want to say that's one of the things I look at Proverbs 11:30. It said, the fruit of the tree is the righteous, and he that winneth souls is wise. And what I'm asking my people to please do is be wiser and understand in your study that you can get on social media. You can't go by the quantity of people in a space. You got to go by the quality of the dialogue and the knowledge being issued out there. And a lot of spaces is just like redundant, and this one is necessary. Why? Because a lot of people are easily led in this day and time, and we got to be more cognizant of the fact that there are people that are trying to win you over and steer you off of a righteous path and take you down the wrong way and learn. Now, I don't know why they're doing it, and I really don't care, nor does it matter, right? The thing that matters is, and I'm not calling anybody evil or vile or whatever, but the thing is, you got to understand what you know, and you got to know it for yourself. So this space right here should just be more incentive to indulge in the books and to dig deeper. So that surface stuff doesn't work, because people will have you out here at any kind of event or activity throwing money into a bucket, and you have no goddamn idea as to why you're doing it. So on that, I'll take a breath and dock my yacht. I want to thank the brothers and sisters who are the freedmen who are on this space. Thank you so much, and y'all have a wonderful weekend.
Indeed. Bro, I'm trying to sneak me a little food before I get off here. Y'all got anything y'all want to say before we shut it down?
I'll just say that I'm glad we had the space and had the opportunity to explain this in detail to people, because I think a lot of times these kinds of things are coming up, and I believe that it is probably confusing some people, even people that's been listening for a while. I think some of these questions, and you know what I mean, that whole throw the the kitchen sink demo, as we call it, the kitchen sink demo. They're gonna throw all kinds of things at you, and to kind of like confound you and have you like confused about stuff. But see, just when if that happens, man, and y'all got questions about something, just ask us, man. That's all I gotta say. Just ask us about it, man, because is for us the fact that we came from battling people for so many years. Like, this is like real. When we say we was battling people, like we was battling people for years, man. Like, coming out the conscious community, that's what it was for a minute. Battle. Niggas was just battling. And so if it's easier for us to deal with that kind of stuff, and we kind of know the angles that people are coming from. You know what I mean? Like, I already knew the brother's angle. That's why if you go back and look at the tweets, I'm not even responding to him with like sources or anything like that, because I'm like, this is too easy. I don't even need to do all of that. He's doing the kitchen sink demo. Like, he's throwing everything. Like, it's tweet after tweet after tweet after tweet, screenshot, link, screenshot, screen. And I'm like, yeah, that's what they do when they're trying to have you, like, just kind of like capitulate and bow out. But see, I'm used to that. I'm used to dealing with that. I know how to go through this stuff. Okay, he didn't read this. Let me find the things that he's not reading. Let me show him that he don't even understand his own sources. And so for me, that's the way I attack that kind of stuff. And basically, that's the kind of skill set you got to really develop if you want to deal with these people like that. When they throwing everything at you, you just kind of take things piece by piece. Like, yo, look, you didn't even read this thing right. You ain't got to even go through a whole shitload of sources. Just dissect the stuff that they're doing. And so, I just wanted to kind of demonstrate that a little bit for the people so that they could see it firsthand, live and direct. But that's it, brother.
Indeed. Brother Josh, you got anything?
No.
All right. Brother Grimm?
The Freedman is impenetrable. We've been proving this year after year after year. And man, what we need to do, man, these people need to stop being disingenuous. If you have an issue, like Ali said, ask a question. Call somebody up, send a message and say, hey man, can I talk to you via phone? Can I talk to you via messenger? And talk that stuff out, man. Stop putting that stuff, like Ali made some great points. Stop putting that stuff out there, man, confusing people. Oh, we not Freedmen. We descendants of Freedmen. We is. Oh, they say that. They say we Freedmen. I want to be hopefully somebody Cash App. I want people to cash at me. So guess what? We American Negroes. We ain't no Freemen. We American Negroes. We ain't this. We descendants of contraband. My nationality is contraband American. I'm an American contraband. I mean, it's just confusion, man. And I'm telling y'all, and y'all know this, of course. I'm not insulting anybody on here. Everybody on here is intelligent. But the bottom line is that if we keep doing this stuff, we gonna be just like the children of Israel in the wilderness before we get to the promise. If we keep out here with this foolishness, we need to leave that slave mind and mentality back there in slavery and operate off these freedmen degrees.
Indeed. All right, we gonna end this thing, man. Shout out to everybody that came up today, man. This was a powerful build. And we try to make all of our discussions along the same. I don't care if it's 10 people in the room, 100, 200, it doesn't matter. We're going to still try to produce the same quality of conversation. And I just leave you all with the motto of our platform, which is don't just fight the power, become the power. Then and only then will you have the power to make a change. And with that, I say peace.